to meeting Manish also a long time.
Right.
Hi, Manish. He seems to be frozen. Manish, can you hear us?
Good morning, Dr. Raghuram. So in which day you are in? 14, 15, something?
Yeah, past, I think today is 16 or 17.
Okay, then it's, I think,
Right.
it is almost like that. I also had.
Okay.
Oh my God.
I started on 8th, so it is almost like 20 days now, 21 days. So it's really makes sometime very weak, I think. So take care of the weakness. That's, I think, is something.
Yeah,
Even
yeah. I mean, and completely more than expected, just flattened you out on bed. I mean, there were no complications, but just sheer fatigue.
It's good luck, Professor Raghuram,
that made
nothing complicated happened.
Yeah.
Yeah. Right.
Malay bhai, good morning.
So you had vaccination also done, Dr. Raghuram?
My first dose was done in early March, but second dose was to have happened. So anyway, now the doctors have advised waiting for a month.
Yeah. So which day was the vaccination? Because that's important, I think. Because I am also feeling, and maybe I think a lot of the people that within 2 weeks of having 2 weeks or something like having the first dose or something like there is a very low immunity of the body. And that's where the virus catch you if we keep on doing the regular activity, going here and there, even with a mask and everything. So I had a vaccination on 27th, I got on 8th. So I was checking with some other colleagues, they also had the same phenomena. So I think that's something being observed, that 15 days after dose, one has to be very cautious and almost inside the house. Then I think it's good.
Yeah, but in my case, it was about a month and a half.
About a month and a half back. So it's still safe, but yeah, that way.
So, sir, are we good to go?
Yeah.
Malay sir, shall we start?
Yes, please.
So, Shriti, let us start.
Yes, ma'am.
About a year ago, if we thought that we had an international conference of this size and scale on a digital platform, we would have laughed at ourselves. But then, as they say, necessity is the mother of invention. As Christopher Robinson, the famous film director, once said, "You're braver than you believe, stronger than you seem, and smarter than you think." Taking a great inspiration from these lines, I, Chuhi Gandhi, a student of PGP program, extend a very warm welcome to all the esteemed dignitaries, conference partners, faculty members, and fellow students to the first International Conference on Infrastructure Development, Theory, Practice, and Policy 2021, organized by Adani Institute of Infrastructure, Ahmedabad. The institute, established in 2009, has been at the forefront of infrastructure management education in a specialized and scientific manner with its focus on research, education, and consulting. The COVID-19 pandemic has been challenging for us all. It has impacted each one of us in an unprecedented ways. The second wave in particular has been very severe. I hope that your family and loved ones are safe and express my heartfelt gratitude to all those who have turned up to be the part of this international conference. The coronavirus has widely been described as a black swan event, an event that has been hard to predict with unprecedented economic impact. Sadly, it continues to threaten the global economy, with infrastructure being no exception. The industry was left in a state of shock, leaving countries to cope up with demand while reeling under severe shortage of resources. In this, it's the positivity and the belief of a brighter and prosperous future that has kept us all going. With the aim of furthering this spirit of positivity, AIM is organizing this conference, which aims to bring researchers, practitioners, academicians, and policymakers from domain of infrastructure together and promote interdisciplinary academic and policy research. With the aim, I would like to take a moment here to thank our knowledge partners, ENY Global Limited, Gujarat Infrastructure Development Board, and the Chartered Institute of Logistics and Transportation, as well as our publishing partner, Rutledge, part of Taylor and Francis Group. I'm humbled to share that we have lined up discussion with over 20 distinguished speakers and 15 paper presenters in these 2 days. It's my pleasure to introduce Dr. Rachna Gangwar, faculty in the area of transport and public policy, and as a convener of this conference. Dr. Gangwar has been a part of research project undertaken for the Planning Commission, Asian Development Bank, and Railway Board. I would also like to take the opportunity to introduce Dr. Asta Agarwala in the area, faculty in the area of real estate and urban planning, and also the co-convener of this international conference. Dr. Agarwala is a fellow of the Indian Institute of Management, Ahmedabad, specializing in public system with a master's in economics. She has worked with leading consulting firms in India, where she was involved with infrastructure project with leading international agencies. With this, I request Dr. Rachna Gangwar to say a few words and begin the proceeding of the conference, please.
A very good morning to one and all present here. It is my privilege to welcome you to the first International Conference on Infrastructure Development, Theory, Practice, and Policy. I extend warm welcome to Dr. Malay Mahadevia, Whole-Time Director, Adani APZ, SEZ, and Trustee, Adani Institute of Infrastructure, Professor Arun Sharma, former Deputy Vice Chancellor and Distinguished Professor Emeritus, Queensland University of Technology, Australia, Mr. Anil Sardana, CEO, Adani Transmission Limited, Professor G. Raghuram, Principal Academic Advisor at National Rail and Transportation Institute and former Director, IIM Bangalore, Mr. Shailesh Pathak, CEO, L&T Infrastructure Development Projects Limited, Mr. Manish Agrawal, Partner Infrastructure Advisory, Price Waterhouse Coopers India, and many other dignitaries and guests who have joined us online to grace the occasion. We at Adani Institute of Infrastructure Management strive to be at the forefront of infrastructure education, research, and consulting. This conference is a step in that direction, which brings a host of researchers, practitioners, academicians, and policymakers from various infrastructure domains together to share and exchange ideas. The idea of this conference was mooted 6 months ago, and the journey till here has been full of enthusiasm, exploration, and hard work. We brought a dedicated newsletter with contributions from our faculty members and practitioners as a precursor to this conference, and a book of abstracts with an ISBN number allotted by the Ministry of Human Resource Development, Government of India. We will also be coming up with a compendium published by Taylor and Francis. The conference brings the Institute's 5 centers of excellence that focus on transport and logistics, urban and real estate, energy, social infrastructure, and finance and risk management together. The conference tracks, plenary sessions, and panel discussions are carefully designed and curated by these centers of excellence. Despite uncertainties posed by COVID at all stages, we are glad to have come this far. I'm happy to share that this being our first conference, we have received a very good response to our call of papers. The theme of this year's conference, sustainability and resilience, finds its genesis in the fact that despite huge investments in infrastructure in India and across the world, the development models may not address the core issue of sustainability, that is the social and economic inequality and negative impact on the environment. I would like to mention here an often quoted response of Mahatma Gandhi when a journalist asked him about India attaining the same standard of living as Britain. He said it took Britain half the resources of the planet to achieve this prosperity. How many planets will a country like India require? This truly highlights the need for reflecting on models of development and the entire ecosystem. The 2 days of conference provide you with a unique opportunity to interact with more than 20 well-known infrastructure experts from academia, industry, and government. We hope you will find these sessions engaging and enriching. I welcome you once again to ICID 2021. I now invite Professor Astha Agarwala, the co-convener of the conference, to proceed with the unveiling of Book of Abstracts. Over to you, Astha.
Thank you, Rachna. There's a famous quote saying, history is a pack of lies about events that did not happen, written by people who were not there. And there's another quote that says, research is what I'm doing when I do not know what I'm doing. So, that made us think that good documentation is probably the only bridge that connects the two, so that what the researchers are doing has to be written down meticulously so that we all get to know about it and our policymakers and practicing people take note of it, so that good academic research is used for business excellence and social good rather than just becoming history in the book somewhere. So this conference aims to take steps in this direction, and we are very happy to share that we are beginning this with a book of abstracts which covers all the original research themes that are going to be presented over the 2 days here and discussed threadbare. And we are delighted, as Professor Rachna already said, that the book bears an ISBN number from Government of India. Now, in order to, unveil the book, we have the privilege of having amongst us Dr. Malay Mahadevia. I'm a big fan of Dr. Mahadevia, and many of us who have the opportunity of interacting with him are, not only for his professional acumen, but more for his art of storytelling and relating theoretical constructs with day-to-day lives of normal people creating value. Dr. Mahadevia joined the Adani Group in 1992 and has been instrumental in developing Mundra Port from conceptualization to commissioning level. He has been awarded Outstanding Manager of the Year by AMA in the year 2002, and in 2008 he was conferred honorary PhD by Gujarat University in the field of coastal ecology around Mundra area. He's been a member of many professional bodies, including Center for Engineering and Technology, Federation of Indian Chambers of Commerce and Industry, the Associated Chambers of Commerce and Industry of India, Board of Advisors for Maritime Studies in Gujarat University, Federation of Indian Industry. The list is very, very long. Dr. Mahadevia is currently spearheading the airport business of the group. And what I like is he always says stories are to be told. And now, sir, we add to it saying stories shall also be documented. So request you to kindly declare the book unveiled and then share a few thoughts with us.
Yeah, Asta. I mean, it's absolute privilege to be amongst the stalwarts, the names that, who are there today. All that you are saying, they're so tiny. So I feel very humble, obviously. I mean, in front of the people who are actually there today that you brought on, today. So first of all, compliments to you and the Institute for what, in this time that what we are doing. It's really painful to, what we are going through, not for, I mean, life has to go on, but millions of people suffering and so many near ones, dear ones that you see them not only suffering, we have lost a lot of lives. So, I mean, the nature is teaching us something that probably, and we are paying a very, very big price. So I just pray to God Almighty and wish everyone a wonderful health and for the family. Also, you Tunay, I mean, you just mentioned that I'm a storyteller, right? So, and the theme of the conference, you said that is going to be sustainability. And I'm going to, now that you said, I'm going to tell you a small story. So, this is a 1997 story. And in 1997, when we were about to finish our work in Mundra, our contractor was L&T. And for some reason, L&T, we had a lot of problems, and the huge issue of soil, the kind of soil that we had thought, it was not there. And because of that, the project got delayed almost 8 months. And obviously, there was a huge cost impact. Now, contractually, it was the responsibility of the contractor. So we didn't have to pay. So when the chief of general manager of L&T at that time came, a very dear friend, a person, really respect him, is no more now, but for someone whom that I learned marine engineering, a lot of lessons. Then he said, and that, this is what their loss was. This, when he talked about that loss, I said, that may be right, but then I'm not the person. I'm only a trustee of the money of the organization, but contractually, since it is not payable, so it is difficult for me to pay, regardless of I respect the losses. So 3 months went in all this, and he said that, Malay, you please, I whatever it is, but that since you are not paying, I will go to Gautam Bhai and request him. So I said, fine, by all means, I'm not going to feel anything about it. It's your money, so please do that. And he went to Gautam Bhai, approached Mr. Adani and presented his case. And Gautam Bhai asked me to kind of have a small meeting in Mumbai. We were sitting and we ordered a cup of tea. By then, he understood what was the issue. And by the time the tea was over, he just said that, Malay, it was in those days, it was 3 crore was pretty big money. Probably, I don't know, in 97, 3 crore, what it means today. So in 30 seconds, he said that you pay. And I was really shocked and little inside, obviously, as what we are. As a commercial person, you felt that this was, we lost money unnecessarily. There was no need for us contractually. Another 10 minutes and, the gentleman had gone. And then I was looking at Gautam Bhai without obviously saying anything. And then he said that in 97, that Malay, we have to go a long way in the field of infrastructure. And it is not right for us to create in initial years of our life, where we are beginning our journey. It is very important that our contractors, our vendors, our stakeholders, we treat them not only fairly, but respectfully in terms of what they deserve, probably. But because I asked you and you said that, yes, they have lost money. Contractually, whether it was payable or not payable, since we had lost money, we will pay. Now, we didn't know what sustainability lessons were at that point of time. We never studied that, right? We never had any idea what ESG meant. We never knew what it means in terms of following those theoretical concepts as well will impact on my financial closures, ratings, XYZ. Nothing was known, neither to me, to Gautam Bhai. But culturally, so when you talk about sustainability, while we'll know all the processes, but what it comes at is really believing in what we say, in trusting in terms of the values. And if that is practiced in a very simple, common sense way, I think we have lots and lots to learn from the wisdom of the elders and what we have been practicing in since many years. So I thought that your concept of environment and sustainability is something that needs to be, while in academic institution, we will teach all the principles and all sorts of aspects that is globally important, but also it is important that we teach our students that what it really means. So with this, I thought, let me, tomorrow when Asta comes to me and says that where was the story? So I also had to kind of complete my job with that. I'm no one, Asta here. You can, Professor Verma, Raghuram Saab, Anil Sardana Saab, people are here. So I think they are far more deserving than what I am, but I'll complete the formality of unveiling the book and wish this conference a great success. And also the institute. And a small thing, Asta, we have a long way to go. We started journey in infra, but the entire dream of this institution is to create the infra professionals who are different than engineering or management professional. Country like India requires infra professionals of different kind who understand policies and actually create those assets, the assets of importance, of national importance, which will keep contributing for years to come for the country. Now, those are specialized people, because those people are different in terms of understanding what infra means, be it in the policy perspective, in terms of construction, technology, in terms of financing, in terms of regulatory, in terms of environment, ESG. So while we have started a journey, but with the support of the stalwarts that we have today, I wish that we really create the best of the talent for the journey of the country and contribute in journey by building this country, as we call it, as our contribution as nation building, as Adani. So with this, Asta, I think I'm very happy to unveil this book and wish the conference a great success. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you. Let's have the book unveiled now, as sir has declared it unveiled. Thank you so much, sir, for your encouraging words and
Thank
the
you.
theory, of course. Now I request Professor Rachna to take it forward.
Thank you very much, sir. Your words of wisdom in the form of stories are always inspiring and motivating. And there's always so much to learn from you. We now begin with the inaugural panel discussion on the theme Making Sustainability Mainstream. This panel will explore the best ways to address the challenges of converting theoretical concepts around green and sustainable infrastructure into planning and practice. We have the privilege of having Professor Arun Sharma, who will be moderating this panel discussion among very distinguished panel members comprising of Mr. Anil Sardana, Professor G. Raghuram, Mr. Sailesh Pathak, and Mr. Manish Agrawal. Professor Arun Sharma is a distinguished professor emeritus at the Queensland University of Technology, where he served as a deputy vice chancellor during 2004 to 19. He is chair of the Council of QIMR Berghofer Medical Research Institute. He is an advisor to the chairman of Adani Group and leads the group's sustainability and climate change function. Professor Sharma has played a leading role in the development of Australian technology research capability. He was a co-founder of National ICT Australia Limited, now CSIRO's Data 61. He was head of the School of Computer Science and Engineering at the University of New South Wales, where he co-founded the Cooperative Research Centre for Smart Internet Technology. He was made a member of the Order of Australia in 2019, Queen's Birthday Honours for services to computer science and information technology. Professor Sharma has fostered business links between India and Australia and served as the National Chair of Australia-India Business Council. In 2018, he received the Lifetime Achievement Award at the Australia India Business and Community Awards. Professor Sharma received his undergraduate degree in computer science from BITS Pilani in 1985, PhD in computer science from University of Buffalo in 1990, and postdoctoral training in the Department of Brain and Cognitive Sciences at MIT in 1990. In 2019, he was conferred the Distinguished Alumnus Award from BITS Pilani. Sir, it is a privilege to have you here today with us. I now invite you to kindly take over. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Rachna, for that long introduction. It's a privilege to be here, and I really feel that what the Institute has done is admirable under the circumstances. And I do want to acknowledge your contribution, Astha's contribution, Sandhya, and Keshav, and the inspiration that Malay Bhai and Devang have provided, that in spite of what is happening in the country, all around us, you have managed to pull this through in a very professional way. So congratulations. As I said, it's a privilege to chair this panel. And after I make some general comments, I will give you an introduction to the panel members. And I can't tell you that we can put together another stellar combination of talent at the same time in India, or perhaps anywhere in the world. We are in for a treat. The panel members are experts, from the government sector. They have experience in government sector, in the private sector, in various aspects of infrastructure, both financing, development, regulation, and planning. And so they will be able to answer the questions. I will introduce them one by one, but I have been asked to give you some introductory remarks. And I decided that rather than going into the nitty gritty and bombarding you with all sorts of statistics, I just thought a couple of statistics and to reflect on three themes that will be needed where India will have to address the challenges and perhaps make this a competitive advantage going forward. So one simple fact is India needs infrastructure and energy, and India is on the cusp of one of the largest infrastructure growths history has seen, perhaps rivaled only by China's growth that we have witnessed over the last 2-3 decades. This is going to be a daunting challenge, but it also provides a great opportunity. But we are also facing climate change as a problem. And the recent net zero cities report, because urbanization will be the biggest driver of infrastructure development in India. Cities in the world account for 3% of the landmass and 70% of the emissions. And while the world is so much focused on battery electric vehicles, cars, passenger cars, it is interesting to note that passenger cars account only for 8% of the emissions on the planet. Steel and cement, 10%, 7% is accounted for by heating, cooling, and refrigeration. As my friend, Mr. Sardana, who is on the panel, keeps telling, we have to electrify more, we have to electrify more, and that is going to be the solution. Electricity only accounts for 27% of the emissions. And when electricity accounts for 50% of the emissions, we will know that we are a long way down the track to addressing these emissions. So that's setting the context. What are the three themes that will be needed? And I've decided to keep somewhat of a blue sky approach. And the reason is that we do not look at these things in a way that we actually can take advantage of. So one thing is the question of trust. And Malay Bhai did mention about creating trust with your stakeholders going forward. That's a very visionary and powerful statement to the origins and history of this group. The second is actually about innovation. And I'm not talking about innovation in terms of applying machine learning and AI. I am talking about innovation in terms of creating an ecosystem. And the third thing actually is about training. And I'll be very brief on all these three things. One of the big challenges, and the panelists will be addressing the issue, well, there is no benefit in going sustainable. There is no benefit in going green. No one is prepared to invest in it because the regulatory signals are not there. I'm not being rewarded by the customers for a more expensive product. That's true. On the other hand, you have huge amounts of global capital looking to invest in green project. Adani Green's meteoric rise over the past 12 months is a simple example of that. So where is the disconnect? There is huge amounts of money that is looking for investment in green projects. And then people who are undertaking green projects are basically saying there is no money. And the missing gap is trust. We don't know if this green project is really green. We don't know that investment, fund managers can actually tell the fund owners that they have invested in this and this really is green. The technology exists. We have architectures of blockchain that can actually create sort of a trust platform. But technology is the simple bit. Creating a trust platform requires the ecosystem working together. It requires industry sectors. It requires regulatory framework. It requires civil society. It requires NGOs to create that trusted platform that if this building is green, I can say with confidence that this building is green and investment will come. So India can really establish this, given that it has the technical talent to create a trusted platform where the gap between people willing to invest in green projects and the lack of investment by people trying to do green projects can be done. The second is question of innovation. Innovation, everyone is on about AI, machine learning, can we apply a blockchain to do something here? But innovation needs to be looked at from a much broader perspective. Now, if the country is going to spend hundreds of billions of dollars in infrastructure, can we, as a result of it, create a industry segment in India that will go global in building, in providing technology solutions and startups that can go global in the sustainable infrastructure space? Now, the challenge is that societies that have created, or regions of the world that have created open architectures around standardization, have fostered the development of startups that scale. If we don't have standardization, then what happens is every company is trying to provide a solution to a particular, client. But if all the consumers of infrastructure services, if all the building segment, all the industry and infrastructure sectors just sat down and say, let us standardize as much as we can, then suddenly a startup doesn't have to provide a solution to one particular client. It actually is addressing a significantly bigger chunk. And this is how India can use the investment, the huge investment in infrastructure and the market size to create a startup culture in sustainable infrastructure that can go global. The third thing is training. Now, this actually is going to be more challenging for India. India has human capital, but there is a cultural issue in India, and having been born in India and studied in India, I can take the liberty of making this comment. There is a fascination with getting a college degree, and whether that college degree is useful or not. And we know that India has fantastic institutions, and if you go to the right institution, you are getting world-class education. But infrastructure growth will require world-class vocational skills. And somehow we have to raise the cultural profile, the prestige of vocational education. Because as technology, AI, progress, much of the things that college professionals do, the analytical work, will be automated. The skills that combine working with hand and using software will start elevating on a global level the vocational class. We're already seeing the concept of nurses becoming nurse practitioners, where they're actually taking a lot of the responsibilities of general practitioners. And this is something that India will have to address if we are going to address the issue of sustainable infrastructure challenge. So with those few words, I just felt that I would also like the panelists to reflect on some of them. And I will now move to introducing the 4 panel members. So as I said, we're blessed with a very powerful panel. I'll go in order that I have been provided their bios. Professor Raghuram. Professor Raghuram has a PhD from Northwestern University, a postgraduate diploma in management from IIM Ahmedabad. He specializes in infrastructure and transport systems, logistics, and supply chain management, and has conducted a significant level of research that is worthy of a leading academic. Prior to taking over as the director of IIM Bangalore, he was a professor at the Indian Institute of Management, Ahmedabad. He was vice chancellor of the Indian Maritime University from 2012 to 2013, and he was the Indian Railway Chair Professor from 2008 to 2010. He was a member of the Global Future Council on Mobility of the World Economic Forum, and has served on various government policymaking and advisory committees for the Ministry of Civil Aviation, Ministry of Consumer Affairs and Public Distribution, Ministry of Railways, Ministry of Road Transport and Highways, Ministry of Shipping, Cabinet Secretariat, Comptroller and Auditor General, the Planning Commission, and various state governments. So welcome, Professor Raghuram. It's a pleasure to meet you, and we look forward to your wisdom. Then I go to my friend who I have come to know over the past year, Mr. Anil Sardana. He's a veteran of 2 industries, telecom infrastructure and the energy and power sector. He's an MD and CEO of Adani Transmission Limited, Adani Power Limited, since 2018. He previously was the executive director on the board of Tata Power. He was also the founding CEO and managing director of Tata Power Delhi Distribution Limited. He's credited to having spearheaded the dramatic turnaround of Tata Power Delhi distribution, having achieved benchmark performance standards, including world record reduction of aggregate technical and commercial losses, and making discoverable changes in deliverables to customers. Anil spearheaded two major M&As, namely with entity Docomo of Japan and a reverse equity swap and merger to create most valuable telecom tower infrastructure company, Viom. He has 40 years of experience in the infrastructure space, particularly in the energy and telecom sector. He had also worked at NTPC for 14 years and BSES for 7 years prior to joining Tata Group, where he spent 18 years. He has held the chairman's position at CII National Committee on Power, whereafter he is now national co-chair on CII's infrastructure. He's one of the true visionary executives of the Adani Group, and the whole group is blessed that he is part of our family. Then I go to Mr. Shailesh Pathak. I'm very pleased to meet you. It's a pleasure to introduce you. He's the CEO and whole-time director of L&T Infrastructure Development Projects Limited. I just wondered if you heard the story that Malabhai, has that become a folklore in the L&T world? And I'm sure you can comment on that. But that was a very powerful story on how you build, how you think so long-term and build trust. So Mr. Pathak has over 3 decades of experience shared evenly between the private sector and Government of India's Indian Administrative Services. He has a 360-degree experience in infrastructure finance and execution, having worked in private equity, investing, and fundraising, both national and global, project finance, project structuring, preparation and appraisal, and investment banking. As part of G20 Nations Business Group B20, he is a member in the Finance and Infrastructure Task Force of 2021, Italy, and was part of the earlier B20 Infrastructure Task Forces in 2020, Saudi Arabia, 2018, Argentina, 2017, Germany, and 2016, China. He's also part of the BRICS Business Council's Infrastructure Working Group. He completed his MBA from IIM Calcutta and his BCom honors from SRCC Delhi. He also has an LLB and a diploma in business finance. He attended a leadership program at the ICID Business School at University of Oxford in 2011. He's passionate about environmental sustainability, we all have to be these days, and wildlife conservation. He also has a diploma in ornithology and has scaled a 6,831 meter peak in the Himalayas, apart from extensive trekking. And then finally, I come to Mr. Anish Agarwal. He represents India on PwC's Global Capital Projects and Infrastructure Network. And like myself, he is a graduate of BITS Pilani. And so he must be special, with a PGDM from IIM Kolkata. He has over 25 years of experience in advising developers, financiers, governments, and regulators in enabling private sector investment in infrastructure. His experience encompasses planning of economic corridors, which is going to be very, very critical, designing policies for sector restructuring, preparing PPP programs and projects, managing transactions to deliver value for money, and advising investors on infrastructure investment. He has led several sector shaping engagements across energy, transport, and urban sectors. He's a reputed thought leader in infrastructure and regularly shares his insights through articles and discussion papers. If it was a in-person meeting, I would have asked all of you to give a standing round of applause to a distinguished panel. And I look forward to the discussion that will happen. Let me just do a bit of housekeeping. How this will happen is that there are 2 questions that we are going to give to the audience, 30 seconds. So we will put the first one now, and you provide a poll of the questions. After 30 seconds, we'll get the result. Then I will go to 2 of the panelists, Mr. Sardana and Professor Raghuram, to address, in addition to the things that they want to say, the discussion points that come out of the panel. Once we have that, then we'll go to poll question 2, and then I will invite Mr. Pathak and Mr. Agarwal, and then I will be provided with some questions from the audience. And we are using a different platform for it. It's an ERA platform. So those questions will be supplied to me by WhatsApp. And then I will hold a Q&A session. And then we will conclude. So that's how we're going to go. So Please put up the first poll question. So we're counting for 30 seconds.
So we'll be sharing the results of the poll.
Yeah. So we have 57% for businesses will have to support research and development to find solutions which are green and profitable. I can already see a case for huge amounts of R&D tax concession. And then the next category is international cooperation is the best way to ensure sharing of best practices and financial resources. So with that background, I would now like to request Mr. Sardana and Professor Raghuraman in that order. You both have around 7 minutes, and then to share your wisdom with us and address some of these issues.
Thank you, Arun. And since the time is the essence, and I find that the session is left with very little time, so I'll, besides extending my hope that people will continue to be safe, move on to your question very quickly. I would immediately suggest that it should be all four, and there can't be any choice today the world has with regard to those options that were displayed, despite the fact that the participants certainly thought that the businesses will have to support research and development, and undoubtedly they will have to do that. But my sense is each one is very critical. And Arun is aware that we've been talking about the fact that the way the demand profile is going to change and the way the entire stakeholders are getting sensitive. And in this discernible world, they will demand benign and greener options in every aspect of the delivery. So today, the time has come when the governments of the day, including you talked about some bit of geopolitics in terms of international cooperation in your part B, and of course, the major role, while you said financial resources as one component, according to me, lenders and insurers will play a very, very critical role because they will look at it from not just the lens, but best of microscopes and telescopes to make sure that the world gets aligned to the sustainable options. So coming back to at least the point that I can do justice, I would once again reiterate what you said in your opening remarks. The world will move in the energy portfolio to electricity. Today, what is somewhat around 20% and the molecules constitute 80% in the energy portfolio will very soon come to, and not in very distant future, come to 50-50%, because that's how the demand aspects will promote it. And therefore, the role that each of these four options will have in terms of bringing about changes, both in the demand side, because you will see aspects of energy efficiency partaking a major role in terms of buildings, in terms of transport, in terms of industry. Similarly, they'll be on the aspects related to the supply side, renewables, fallback option, which is emerging in terms of bioenergy, hydrogen being one of the key ones, which will take a very large role after 2030. And then, of course, the fact related to how do we do the carbon removals and how do we do the circular economy in terms of recycling the bioproducts, etc., bio-waste products. So to me, both supply side and demand side will have to play a role. International role, the finances roles, the government roles, the roles of each stakeholder is going to be very critical in the sustainability option. So all in all four, I will vote for all the four with equal gusto and with equal importance. Thank you.
Okay, Professor Raghuram.
Yeah, hi. Thank you very much, Professor Arun and of course, Adani Institute for setting this up. Yeah, no, talking of the four, so of course, obviously, they're not clearly mutually exclusive. And I think all of them, but I would differ from what Mr. Anil said. I would say that D probably, D is not in fact, D is probably the only one that's kind of the non-optimistic option, that things will remain primarily theoretical. I would beg to differ. I think, the hunger for doing more and doing better is very strong, and therefore I don't think it will remain a theoretical construct. But otherwise, definitely, we need government policies, we need cooperation, internationally, and of course, businesses have to support R&D. I mean, I guess government policy also has to support R&D. So let me just reflect on a few examples. I mean, to bring home a few thoughts. So, see, even in this COVID, we can see, oxygen suddenly, the whole, where all the supply chain is crashing. Sometimes it's like production is available, capacity is there, but it's not where we require, or maybe just even a simple thing like ability to rotate tankers or rotate the oxygen cylinders. So the whole bunch of issues that has suddenly hit hard. So that's one kind of thing where, of course, what was the planning and, or how can we gear up? But take hospitals. India can claim we probably have the best, definitely even in vaccines and whatever, I mean, and so much of personal backslapping we have been doing. But you take quality of hospitals, apart from the fact that we have hospitals that are the best in the world or would compete with the best in the world, but small in numbers, as you go down quickly, whether it is government-run hospitals or private hospitals, except a few niche where somebody out of passion keeps a certain level of quality runs down dramatically. You can have leakages of oxygen cylinders, you can have a fire accident. In the past 10 days itself, there have been all these other consequential effects. And, so essentially infrastructure quality at the grassroots level in India is just not there. And I think, that to me is a very important challenge for sustainability. Sustainability, even in a more basic way, sustainability, even to deliver what that infrastructure is expected to do at a basic level. Of course, then you rise up to environmental, global climate change, of course, all those have to be parts of that sustainability. So clearly, a sense of quality. Now, for me, there are two ways. One is definitely more professionalism. People need to understand what it is, to make a good quality road or to, put in appropriate infrastructure that delivers what it's expected to do. The other is, of course, bringing in organizations whose reputation is at stake for the quality. And I think that's where the PPP logic in many ways in India has come in. where we say that, look, let's have an open competitive bid, and now let's go for the best, where people have more at stake. The professional organizations have more at stake rather than maybe the traditional way where government does, where you simply do it on a contract basis, and then unless your technical specifications are proper, you can go for the lowest in cost. And there are a whole bunch of issues there about how the procedures work and so on. So we don't get the best quality. And just to give you an example, there has been so much talked about this new terminal at an example of a new railway terminal in Bangalore city. Apart from Bangalore city and Yeshwantapur, 2 stations, there's a third one at Bayapanahalli that has been built. March it was completed, and it's waiting for the Prime Minister to give a date. But the first heavy rains have hit Bangalore, and suddenly that whole place is leaked in. I mean, there's water all over in the building. And the response that the people have given is that, these happen, these happen even in airports. These happen even in, it's, that's the stage where we are. And it really worries me. So training so that at the last level, the worker or whoever is, the sense of quality is brought in. Bringing in organizations to deliver with a certain level of involvement, whose reputation is at stake, because then they will take care of ensuring that even the lowest level person still speaks quality and delivers quality with professionalism. So I think that is the more a structural way to ensure that we bring in such people. I would also add the third thing is even defining this, what is the scope of the project, or project structuring, as I would like to call it. For example, in expressways, again, I sometimes see that in this idea of greening, so we want to put trees, social forestry along the road. I don't know, sustainability has multiple dimensions. Of course, green, but safety. I would not like to see trees for quite some distance outside of an expressway, which is meant to bring in speed. And when you bring in speed, you'd like to have a forgiving road, meaning if somebody does a mistake, they should not have to face the consequences of just having a greater damage. So in most countries, if you see expressways, you would not see trees. In fact, it improves visibility and so on. So sometimes there is also lack of understanding what is involved right at the highest levels, right? So I think tremendous focus on quality, bringing in structures that bring in organizations that will deliver quality. Of course, defining what needs to be done in such a way that this sustainability is dealt with. And of course, underlying all this is R&D. I cannot but emphasize that India is highly under leveraged in terms of R&D. Whenever we want to do something new technology, get a quantum jump, we are still looking globally. There is no dearth of talent in India, but the R&D support, number one, from government, and number two, from business. And I think that point that business must support R&D, it's really, that it has come out as the first, choice here, speaks a lot for that. So that's really where I'd like to leave it. Yeah. Thank you.
Well, so thank you, Professor Raghuram. I think we have some very interesting questions, and that we obviously can follow up. But let me now, for the sake of time, if the second poll question can be displayed on the screen. Does green sustainability compliance improve financial operational performance?
Sir, may we share the results?
Yes, please do. Okay, so there is a big support that sustainability opens up newer opportunities in infrastructure creation, such as sustainable energy generation, and then also support for lowers long-term construction and operating cost. So with those two, I do invite Mr. Pathak and Mr. Agarwal in that order to provide some comments, and then we will try to have a concluding discussion.
Thank you, Professor Arun. You can hear me, I hope?
Yes, we can hear.
All right. So let me come to the results of the poll at the end. Let me begin by saying that when Juhi spoke in the beginning, Juhi Gandhi, and he said that 2009 AIIM was established, we were not as sustainable as we are today. For instance, if we had this conference 12 years ago, all of us would have taken planes to come to the AIIM headquarters. And had COVID hit us in 2009, we would have been much worse off. Today, we can address 250 people in this conference using our own laptops and internet. 2007 was the first iPhone. So that's how quickly things have changed. 2009 and 2021. And to begin with, because there are a lot of younger and smarter people in this audience, let me just say that we will see much more change in the next 10 years than we have seen in the last 30 years during my career. And I'm extremely hopeful that the kind of professionals that Dr. Malay talked about, infrastructure professionals, AIIM will be the lead contributor for that. I'm a student of infrastructure, and China is a good classroom. So I will share a paper on how China manages its construction and infrastructure with Professor Rachna and Professor Asta and Professor Arun. And what I really learned was they built capacities not only in the national capital, but very, very specifically in regions. And they impaneled what they call design studios or architects. And what Professor Raghu was talking about, and you talked about, Professor Arun, that you have to have standardization to encourage innovation. It cannot be, an isolated effort. But to specifically talk about the three themes that you mentioned, trust, innovation, and training, I'd suggest that the kind of trust that there was in the infrastructure sector 10 years, 20 years ago, let me just say it is much higher today. Infrastructure outputs are much more dependable. Innovation is being practiced. Just to, from global to local, when I took over in our company, which is a developer platform, largely in energy and transportation, electronic toll collection in August 2017 was 16% of total collection. Yesterday, it was 96%. This is in less than 4 years. So innovation is happening. Training is what we really, really need to step up to. And again, a small number. The US, America has 9 cities that have a population of more than 1 million. That is 10 lakhs population plus. India has 53 cities. And these cities, 53 will become 65 very soon. But the kind of urbanization discourse, the academia, the theory, the practice that I see in the US, India is so far behind. So there's so much to do and so much to catch on. But the good news, In the US, the US Interstate Highway Federal Grants Act was passed in 1956 by President Eisenhower. In the next 9 years, most of the interstate network was built. In India, we will do the same kind of greenfield expressway construction in less than 8 years. So in the next 6 to 7 years, we will complete all our expressways, which are access controlled. And actually, Raghu is right. You should not have trees on expressways. Another way to look at this is that, connecting infrastructure will get built in the next 5 to 10 years. But everything else in the cities will continue to grow. So let me offer you an example of the Mumbai-Pune Expressway, which connected the two cities via a very high-speed road in 2002. Now, you're not going to have 3 more expressways connecting Mumbai and Pune. That will be the one trunk infrastructure. But the two cities of Mumbai and Pune from 2002 to 2021 have grown like this. So what I wanted to share with our young friends is that trunk infrastructure, connecting cities, connecting countrysides will get built in the next 10 years. The challenge will largely then, after 2031, will be how to ensure that our cities develop well. So, highways will get built. The Mumbai-Ahmedabad high-speed rail will get built. In less than 5 years, we will be taking that train. Gas pipelines, electricity transmission lines, all these will get built in India in the next 10 years. But the cities that we have will continue growing. And I would like to suggest that the city that you grew up in, whoever you are in India, is double the size it was when you were in school. And after 10, 15 years, it will be double its current size. So since the institute, AIIM, has 5 themes and 5 schools: transport and logistics, the construction challenge in 10 years, and then the operation challenge. Urban and real estate is going to occupy us for the rest of our lives. Energy, the kind of transitions and innovation that we are having in green energy, I am confident that we will look for much better times. Social infrastructure is something that is work in progress. And finance and risk management is probably the most nimble. I started my career as a project finance person. I can see the change. So what can we do, for instance, to promote sustainability and green infrastructure in cities? And I'd like to begin by saying, if any of you is drinking water out of a plastic bottled water, then you have lost the race. And this is a change that I have seen in the last 5 years in India. That a lot of companies that used to use plastic water bottles and Bisleri have now switched to bring your own bottle, bring your own glass. This is a very simple thing. And as I remember Xi Jinping in China telling us in the B20 in 2016, that there's an old Chinese proverb, actions speak louder than words. So coming back to the ground level instead of 30,000 feet, what are the things that we could do to promote sustainable infrastructure, in particular in our cities? And because we have not spoken about this so far, we have a lot of successes in the Indian airport sector, and things have changed for the better. Where things have not changed is the railway stations. Where things have not changed is the bus stations in cities. And I don't know whether most of you have taken flights or not, but I'm almost certain that most of you have been on trains and buses. So why is it that our concept of sustainability only extends to infrastructure for people who speak English? What about the people who speak Tamil, Telugu, Bangla, Hindi, Urdu, Gujarati, Marathi? And those are the people who travel by trains and buses. So can we, as AIIM, specifically focus on how to get our bus terminals better, how to get our railway stations better? That is where Bharat travels. Stepping back, the 3 themes that you mentioned will definitely lead to a better boom for infrastructure that is bound to come in India. I'm happy that AIIM is putting a focus on the last thing, which is training. But Dr. Mole shared a very interesting story that in 1997, Gautam Bhai had the wisdom and foresight to say we have to keep the entire ecosystem with us. And there is this concept in Hindu philosophy, Indian philosophy, called Shreya and Preya. Shreya is something that may not be very appealing right now, but it gives long-term benefits. And Preya is something that you want to, it's a rasgulla that you want to gobble up right now, even if you get indigestion later. So sustainable and green infrastructure is like Shreya. It will cost a little more, but it will give long-term benefits for us. And coming back to my example of electronic tolling, we could see it coming. In 2016, we told our company that we have to invest in technology. Stopping every vehicle, taking money, cash from them and giving them a receipt is just pointless. So this is like robotic process automation. We did it. And today, quite frankly, the experience of passing through a toll booth is far better. We did have to invest that initial expenditure. In transmission lines, we have a 765 going up from the earlier voltage lines. Even though it is slightly more expensive, the lower transmission loss makes up for it. We have invested in solar panels in all our offices and plazas, and we are reducing our grid energy consumption. But lastly, I'll just say, this conference is all about theory, practice, and policy. I have been part of policy when I was Secretary Public Works Department in a government and the State Infrastructure Corporation head. I have been part of theory. I have some publications on my LinkedIn page, and I suggested that the way we were going around PPPs in India was probably not the best. We should construct using government money, and once the cash flows are coming, we should monetize using asset monetization and PPPs, which is thankfully being adopted by government now. And in terms of practice, there are 4 stages of any infrastructure project. The first is design, and that is where India lacks the worst. We do not design our infrastructure projects well. The second is arranging the money. And having been part of the financial markets for a long time, I am saying that money is easier to arrange. You get the design right, you get the viability right, money will come. The third is construction. And there we need to work seriously on our construction management and contract administration. And the fourth is operation. And a lot of you young people will actually be part of the operations phase. So in the last 10 years, I have seen the rapid rise in operating assets interest, whether it is airports. The Adani Group has done a remarkable job in improving the operations of airports, or it is in highways. Today, even NHAI and a power grid are monetizing.
I think we have lost Mr. Pathak. Hello?
Professor Sharma, it seems Mr. Pathak has disconnected.
Yeah. So can I suggest that I'll go to Mr. Agarwal, and then obviously when he's able to return back, we'll have some question answer session. And I have been told by the organizers that we have a bit of spillover time, so we will have discussion.
Yes, yes,
Okay,
sir. We have Mr. Manish Agarwal with us.
Yeah, Mr. Agarwal, please go ahead.
Thank you, Professor Sharma. Thank you, Rachna and AIIM, for inviting me to this opportunity to be on the panel with friends and seniors from the industry who I've known for several years. I'll try and keep my comments short. I guess my reading of the poll question essentially was whether the private sector particularly will adopt green and sustainable infrastructure because it pays for itself. I was quite happy to see that that can't say was one of the options, and I was somewhat disappointed that not more people chose can't say as the answer, because I think the honest answer is that we still don't have enough research to be able to feel confident that the private sector will adopt green and sustainable, and that it will have a major impact, on its own. I think there is still, while there is a lot of excitement around it, but is it profitable? Does it keep me competitive? Are still questions that that managers of money and projects are asking. So I wouldn't expect it to happen on its own. But my bigger point, and particularly from an India perspective, is of impact. So even if all of or most of private sector, and particularly MNCs and large corporates like ourselves, adopted green in everything that we do, its impact on moving the needle from sustainability perspective in India is going to be little. Part of the reason I say that is that green is a lot more than renewable energy or solar. So all of us can start adopting solar power, and that's great. I'm not saying we shouldn't, but sustainability is also water, is also what people are using for cooking back in villages, and so on and so forth. Also, sustainability is a lot more than environment. So it is inequality, it is women participation in labor force, and so on. So not just power, but if you think about a sector like transport, it has a big impact on both green and on sustainability or social aspects of sustainability. A lot of that is in public sector, or a lot of those actions are with the public sector. If you think about agriculture, big impact on greenhouse gases, big impact on local pollution, big impact on social sector, whether it is employment, whether it is industrialization, skilling, health, water consumption, every which way. And there's private sector is really at the periphery, and even the government is kind of struggling with the kind of trade-offs that are involved there. So hence my point is this, that private sector alone, making announcements around net zero, even achieving net zero in an India context is going to be limited, which does not mean that private sector does not have a role. I think private sector and government will need to find many more innovative ways of working together, of bringing private sector expertise, efficiency, innovation into areas that are and will remain the preserve of the government. Two ways that I think about it. One certainly is broader or more integrated PPPs. I think of it in two ways. One, PPPs that are then multi-sectoral, multiple projects that together have a much larger impact on social and economic development, while improving the environmental situation. And I've done a lot of work around industrial corridors, which are essentially based on this concept that if we have to make a location competitive for manufacturing and therefore create jobs, then this port and this airport and this urban environment and this road and this power plant and transmission line must come together to achieve that dream. And I think financing at that integrated level is going to be more sustainable, not only in terms of impact, but also in terms of sustainability of returns for the financiers. The other way of integrating PPPs is more blended financing. So we almost think of PPP as distinct, either government funding or private funding. I think we will have to see more and more of how can private sector capital leverage government capital. One way is like Shailesh, and I know he's been saying this for a very long time, is to bring private sector in and take that money out to build new once the project is done. Hybrid annuity model is another, but I think we will see more and more innovation of that sort. The other thought I have is somewhat more radical, is to say that if private sector actions are driven by ratings, how am I rated on the ESG scale? I think that rating scale will have to be then more aligned to actions that are relevant to India and to who will take those actions. So to take a somewhat extreme example, when we are competing to attract investments into India, large manufacturing investments, one of the elements we compete on is tax rates, and we are constantly under pressure. Our tax rate must come down compared to, say, Vietnam or Bangladesh, or etc., etc. Fact of the matter is that our tax revenues go towards uplifting many, many more people out of poverty. So paying taxes in a country like India has a much larger impact on sustainability and sustainable development than perhaps in many other countries. I'm saying one can always do the maths around it. One can always say, let's take defense spending out of it because it is not sustainable. But paying taxes will have a much larger impact on inequality reduction, on women labor force participation, etc., than many of us not taking flights, which is not to say that we should. It certainly has an impact, but the relative impact is going to be much smaller. So from a materiality and extent of impact of moving the needle on sustainable development goals, I think that at present we don't know whether private sector initiative alone is going to be sufficient, is going to be there because of its own merits. But we certainly need more innovative ways of government and private sector to work together to be able to move the needle on that. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Mr. Agarwal. Yeah, and has Mr. Pathak joined?
Yes. I just dropped out. I listened to all the other comments.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, no, that's good. So what I'll probably do is, the organizers have allowed us some extra time for question and answer, and I'll pick the threads that I want to. There are a lot of questions, and I wanted to pick one question from the audience, and then the other question I wanted to pick up from the discussion that actually happened, which actually is around quality of infrastructure and training. And the third question, if we have time, is the investment from overseas, the ESG ratings, what role they have to play going forward. So I don't know how much time we have, but let's ask the first question, which is from Dr. Shiv Mangal. And the question I have picked is because it hasn't been addressed. And as Churchill used to say, never let a crisis go to waste. Okay, we are amidst the greatest healthcare crisis probably any country has faced. And there is clearly a lack of healthcare infrastructure. How do we use the current crisis to take India's healthcare infrastructure to a totally different level? And because there might be a political and community support for it, where the political leadership might be willing to invest it to not have something happening like this in the future again. So I'll start with in the order that we start. Maybe let's start with Mr. Pathak, because we didn't finish you there. And then we will go to Mr. Agarwal, and then Professor Raghuram, and then we will finish with Anil on this question.
Thank you. So the question is, let's not waste this crisis. Let's build up our healthcare infrastructure so that we can counter the third wave. And, just going back to what Juhi said, this is not a black swan event. A black swan event is something that is very, very low probability, but very, very high impact. Pandemics are not low probability. Pandemics keep happening. And what, East Asia has done, particularly Japan and South Korea, is they have created their health infrastructure and pandemic proofed themselves. They've had the SARS, they've had the other viruses. How can India do this in the next, let's say, 365 days? And the answer is actually very simple. The first wave last April has already taught us a lot of lessons. And the biggest lesson that we've learned now is that we should never be complacent. What are the key things that we need to counter a pandemic like this? We already know. And given the response of the Indian ecosystem, not just the government, the private sector. We didn't manufacture any PPE in March 2020. Today we are Atmanirbhar. We are definitely going to be Atmanirbhar in our oxygen concentrators within the next 365 days. But the broader question is, how can we improve primary healthcare infrastructure in India? And with the experience of having been exposed to the cutting edge, there are 5,000 people which are catered to by a primary health center in Gujarat or in UP or in Tamil Nadu. And we must make sure that we digitize our primary healthcare infrastructure so that within that 5,000 people, on an average, 200 babies will be born each year. And those little infants, girls and boys, and the mothers get their 3 shots of vaccination. And it is, to give you an analogy of a fire engine, instead of trying to douse the fires across the city, it is better to put the codes in your buildings so that fire is retarded. So that is what I would say. And in recent times, to take an example, yesterday the 18 to 45-year age group was opened up for registration. More than 1.28 crore people registered in less than 24 hours. Again, when Adani Institute was started in 2009, this would not have been possible. Which is why, how can we digitize and how can we build up our primary care infrastructure? Hospitals are like a fire engine. They are the place of the last resort. How can we build our primary care infrastructure is a challenge. Thank you.
Okay, well, thank you. No, I think they're excellent comments. And Mr. Agarwal.
Yeah, no, absolutely agree with Shailesh. And I think just adding on one more dimension to what can we learn from the crisis and what can we proactively do to make the future different. I think one of the concepts that we can challenge is that densification is necessary for competitiveness, economic growth, and therefore cities and so on. And we have the kind of cities of Bombay, Bangalore, etc., which houses large numbers of urban poor in extremely bad conditions, which has all come to the fore because of migrants going back and coming back and so on. So I work with an NGO in Devariya, and our argument is that a person in Devariya, his ambition is to get to a Delhi or a Mumbai, if not to a Lucknow or a Kanpur, if not to a Gorakhpur. Why can we not create good conditions for the person to be in Devariya, use technology, use connectivity? So instead of a Gorakhpur becoming a Lucknow in 10 years, can we make Gorakhpur, Kushinagar, Devariya as a Lucknow? The travel time from Devariya to Gorakhpur will be probably less than from Andheri to Kolaba, and certainly less than from Noida to Gurgaon, and we know many people who do that. So I think that's one thought to take away. How can we use this crisis for spreading out development, using technology and local connectivity to leverage the large infrastructure that is being built to still have the benefit of large cities, but not necessarily dense cities. And with all the new, manufacturing or assembly areas coming in, which don't already have a natural hub, instead of that kind of accumulating to the same hubs, what is that additional push that can be given to create new hubs in other parts, particularly in the, taking this as an example, which is Eastern UP, Western Bihar, very large population, which provides workers to all the factory or many of the factories in any case. So I think that's one idea I would leave on the table.
No, thank you. I think that's an excellent one. I think we go to cities because there are health institutions, there are educational institutions, and if we designed it in such a way that smaller centers have great world-class health institutions, then there will be a reverse migration, and we know that people, at least in the consulting world, can work from anywhere. So that actually is a very useful point. Professor Raghuram.
Yeah. So, of course, it's not as though government policy has not recognized this. I mean, the whole idea of primary health centers and all that. So I had an opportunity to study some of these few years ago, and you have a building probably with the level of access that Mr. Agarwal is already hinting at, but you just have buildings. And there are equipments, maybe at the start, when the primary health center was inaugurated, it had reasonable equipment. Now, did it have staff? Maybe initially, but many times staff don't stay there. And then there's nobody to take care of the equipment. And it's all, and so today the quality of primary health centers and therefore the primary health care is not up to the mark. So I think there is an issue of how do you so one is, I'm sure we can, with the latest that we know, and maybe with more digital consultations and whatever, you can still improve that quality. But I think the availability of human resources is one of the big challenges. And I think this is now coming out. In fact, there's one in the WhatsApp university, there's a talk of Dr. Devi Shetty going around, which says that he says by end of May, the next headline of COVID would be not that people don't have oxygen or ICU, that we have oxygen and we have ICUs, but we don't have the nursing care and the doctors. I mean, right here, very close to where I live, the 950 or 1,000 bed hospital has come up. Of course, they had teething troubles many days after it was formally inaugurated by our Home Minister. But even now, they don't have the staff requirements. They are not able to get the staff to be able to manage the whole place. So I think what Dr. Devi Shetty says is if COVID-related consequential fatalities or whatever happens, it will be because there wasn't enough professional care. So I think that issue has to be dealt with in the medical part. Our ability, at least in reaction, to ramp up, whether it was PPEs or ventilators, and I'm sure now with oxygen and ICU equipment, all that probably will happen. But the human infrastructure, I think, is very critical here. So, yeah.
No, thank you. I think you.
Yeah, sorry, I had another point to make. This is taking off from what,
because I'm being.
Sure.
Yeah.
What Shailesh said,
yeah.
To build on,
yeah.
when he said fire retardant, why even get into a fire?
Yeah.
In India, which has so much of, yoga and whatever, it's very unfortunate that our immunity levels are very low, whether it is nutrition and probably hygiene. I mean, people live in circumstances, hospitals are in circumstances where just outside the hospital, there is terrible drainage and there is, so if you talk of the infrastructure of solid waste management and integrate that with just improving hygiene levels in India and better nutrition, that in many ways will hold back the extent of pandemics. Yeah.
No, I totally agree with you. The greatest public health measure that saved lives in the history of world actually is the toilet. That actually has contributed. Now, I've been asked to bring this to a close. Anil has had to leave. I think this has been a fascinating discussion, and I'm glad actually I've got you to focus on something that we hadn't discussed about. There were so many things that we can follow up, like, R&D is important. It is a role of both government and business. But what the government can do is actually create funding mechanisms for researchers when industry also is collaborating in the funding. And some countries have actually made this into an art form. The other thing around the quality of professionals, and Mr. Bhatak, you gave us a very enlightening picture of what is happening and where we are heading, and being at the forefront of infrastructure development, you have a bird's eye view of what is happening, and that's very encouraging to know. But if you look at some of the Western countries, why has the vocational studies become extremely important? The quality of work is good. There are other things to play. Society has very low tolerance for health and safety. Okay, in Australia, a single death in a mine is going to occupy the board and the CEO for the next 2-3 years. That's the kind of thing that is there. So that tolerance level also has to decrease, so that the quality of the vocational training becomes important. The role of the media is going to be fairly important. When I was growing up in actually Bihar, there was the Chasnala, and there haven't been major mining accidents of that scale in India because of the free press. Whereas there are countries with no free press where such accidents kept happening. So we have to look at broader measures to improve the quality. And the third final thing is, we have talked about public-private partnerships, investment. And because you are all very influential, please keep in mind that the Western world has promised $1 trillion as part of the Paris Agreement for the developing world. And they haven't done much about it. So when you design PPP programs, ask them where that money is. Like, so there is the government money, the public finance, there is the corporate money, and try to get that pot of money for India's infrastructure development. So with that, I would like to thank all of you. Anil, I didn't know the three of you. So I'm very pleased that we had this opportunity, and you have made a fantastic contribution. The number of questions that have remained unanswered are many. So thank you again for your contribution.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you all. Bye-bye.
Okay, Rachna, we're done.
Am I audible?
Yeah, you are.
Good morning to all. What an exciting start this has been. To begin with, on the behalf of the ICID organizing team, I would like to thank our very own Dr. Malesa for sparing time to grace this conference and unveil the Book of Abstracts. I'm thankful to our Dean, Professor Devang Desai, who couldn't attend the conference but was quite instrumental in making this happen. My heartfelt thanks to Professor Arun Kumar Sharma for being a wonderful moderator. He has been guiding us right from the beginning and also helped us in coming up with such a relevant theme for the panel. I'm immensely grateful to all our eminent panelists, including Professor G. Raghuram, Mr. Anil Sardana, Mr. Shailesh Pathak, and finally, Mr. Manish Agrawal, for taking time from their busy schedules and letting us be an audience to such a rich and stimulating discussion. I would like to express my gratitude to our knowledge partners, Ernst & Young Limited, Gujarat Infrastructure Development Board, Chartered Institute of Logistics and Transport, and our publishing partner, Taylor & Francis Group, for believing in us and lending us their support. Finally, I'm thankful to the participants who attended this live event and asked some really interesting questions. Moving forward, we have our first technical session on sustainable urban and real estate infrastructure. We have Professor Sebastian Morris from Goa Institute of Management as a keynote speaker, and 4 presentations by researchers from some reputed institutes. Please stay logged in for the next session. Thank you.
Good morning. It gives me pleasure to invite all of you to the first technical session of ICID, that is on sustainable urban and real estate development. This track is supported by the Center of Excellence of Urban and Real Estate Development, Curate at Adani Institute. Curate envisions itself as a state of art knowledge podium with an ensemble of industry experts and academicians from premier national institutes. With an insatiable appetite for excellence, Curate forces itself as an Indian thought leader in real estate and urban development with a global outreach. The main themes the center focuses are on land use and town planning, sustainability, excellence and performance, urban governance policy and regulation, urban infrastructure management, real estate financing. The center has so far organized webinars and discussions on forums along with generating and disseminating research output in the form of articles and blogs. I invite Professor Astha Agrawala, Head of Center and Associate Professor in the areas of Economic and Public Policy to conduct this session ahead. We welcome you, ma'am. Astha, ma'am.
Asta ma'am, we request you to kindly turn on your video, please.
Hi, thank you, Pooja. My apologies to Professor Sebastian Morris, who's the keynote speaker for the session, and it's a privilege to introduce him here. It has been a wonderful inaugural session today. It couldn't have been better, and we all were listening to it and waiting. And many interesting ideas and debates left on a platter for us, people who work in the areas of urban and real estate development. Let me first introduce Professor Morris here. It's a privilege, sir. Professor Morris currently is with Goa Institute of Management, and he was earlier a professor at the Indian Institute of Management for over 25 years. He's a fellow of the Indian Institute of Management, Calcutta, and an MC in physics from Indian Institute of Technology, Bombay. Sir has been the recipient of Ford Foundation Postdoctoral Fellowship in International Economics. He has won many awards, and he has been a chair professor at Copenhagen Business School, has also been at the Institute of Public Enterprises, has been a visiting faculty at the University of Pennsylvania and ESSEC Business School. He has been on various government committees, chaired the Committee on Future Directions for IMA, and been with the planning committees on planning commission. He's been the co-chair of the Harvard Kennedy School Phase 5 IAS training program for senior civil servants, and many such accolades to add to the list here. He has designed and delivered many programs for the Indian civil services, including IAS, IRS, IIAS, and IES regulators, mostly covering various aspects of public policy, governance, and leadership. With this, over to you, sir.
Okay, thank you, Asta. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, it's a pleasure and to be here at your conference and addressing, all the attendees of this conference. And I'm very thankful to you, to the Adani Institute, for having organized this and called me to speak, though very briefly, on a topic, which is of, I think, very vital importance. Okay, so what I'll do is I'll put out a PPT and then run through it so that I am able to structure myself on a topic that has so many issues, okay, and so many problems, which we need to understand. So can I share a PPT? It's been disabled, so.
Yes, sir, you can share the PPT.
Okay, so I can share it now. Yeah, right. Okay. Okay, so now let me share this, and so I suppose you can see these.
So we can So we are waiting for Professor Morris to rejoin. Till he rejoins, I would just like to brief a couple of points from the morning discussion that we've had. There's a very interesting debate that was sort of started by Professor Arun Sharma. It was on, whether reverse migration is a good idea, given that, whatever happened during the COVID crisis, we all saw those images of people being forced to, migrants being forced to move out of the cities and going back to their uh, 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 hometowns in very difficult conditions. So like Mr. Manish Agrawal shared this idea of developing smaller city clusters, having typically talked about Devariya and Lucknow, and having those smaller cities connected together. And so that people find jobs wherever they are, rather than people having to move to larger cities to find jobs and add to their productivity and to their employment. So it's a very interesting sort of debate that people who are researching in the areas of urban and infrastructure development have to think about. The other debate that was, very, very eminent and very, came out in a very interesting manner from the morning session was about the stress on public infrastructure in Indian cities and how well it can be handled with only if the government and the private sector, they hold hands together. And even in the poll, people said that, it's when the businesses commit themselves to R&D, can only the climate related problems and sustainability related issues be handled. So we are very happy to have a very interesting bunch of papers, set of papers here, very interesting 4 papers that are lined up for the presentation after Professor Morris speaks. We are waiting for him to rejoin. But let me give you a brief overview of the 4 papers that we have here. So one of the papers talks about design and development of sustainable zero cement mortar by co-fired blended ash and basalt fibers. The second paper talks about a system simulation framework to evaluate the sustainability of buildings. So basically, researchers are now moving into the direction thinking about how do we have more sustainable buildings. The other 2 papers, one is about wastewater management, and one more paper is talks about having an alternative approach to housing for industrial workers. So we are very much looking forward to all these papers. Now, since we have Professor Morris back, I request the organizing team to have him here along with the PPT. Let's hear him out, and then we will have these interesting papers.
Yeah, thanks, Asna, and sorry for yeah, thanks, Asta, and sorry for this whole thing. I could not. What there was a power spike, and Goa being what it is funny actually. Okay? It just goes and comes. So can you see this PPT? Yeah.
Yes, sir. We can see the PPT
okay.
Now.
Yeah. So let me go ahead. So without much ado, I think there are many issues which face India's urban sector, and already in the previous session, both I think at least 3 speakers spoke in some way about the huge problems that we have on the urban side. And particularly, Mr. Phatak talked about the next big thing for infrastructure.
Sir, Professor Morris, there is just one request, sir. Can you, if you please go to the full screen mode, the PPT will have a better visibility.
Okay, right.
If you maximize, yeah.
Is this fine?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So, urban is going to be the problem for India, also the biggest opportunity, and also the biggest pain for the country. Okay, we are all very fortunate in having found some space or the other in urban India, and without wasting too much time and being subject to massive diseases and so on, a few of us are able to survive. But the point is that Indian urban spaces are among the are among the worst in the world, and I think we require some understanding of this. Okay, so now let me just go on to the core problems of urban India, and if you really need a solution, I mean, if you have to have a solution, then it has to be in terms of reform of government and nothing else, and nothing else would actually help uh, to really solve these problems. However, there can be intermediate solutions, which I think we can pick up as we and discuss as we go along. So, what are the issues that need discussion? I mean, governance, autonomy, and accountability of urban bodies, and coming from there, the contracting formats, which Professor Raghuram talked about, which also Sailesh and Mr. Phatak also mentioned. And these are serious issues which kind of negate uh, governance to almost a zero level, I would say, making the municipalities effectively run by just contractors. There is complete sacrifice of public. Okay? Now, there is also another thing that given our planning penchant and our planning, let's say, organization, there is no coordination or coherence between articulation infrastructure, that means connectivity, and the design of real estate, habitat, or economic activity. So when we say something is commercial, something is residential, something is industrial, and we try to link up, in fact, that you need to link up itself is absent. Okay, so the linkages happen in a very kind of knee-jerk sort of way, and hence there is almost no coordination and coherence in the very approach of planning between articulation infrastructure and real estate, habitat, use, land use, etc. Okay. Now, the land use itself is a problem. Okay, the land use ignores ideas of hierarchical planning, which emerged in the world around 1930s, but are completely missing in the Indian planners handbook. Okay. Now, what is hierarchical town planning? Hierarchical is the idea that a superior land use, you don't hold out an inferior land use. You don't hang on to an inferior land use through regulation when a superior land use can be found for land. However, you do that over larger chunks of urban land uh, defined either around what we call blocks or set of blocks, so that a citylet as a whole becomes of a new use. The other problem which Mr. Phatak was also talking about in the earlier section was articulation with the hinterland and the command of cities. This is a very major problem. So despite some wonderful highways having been built, thanks to the NHDP and to the work of people like L&T and Adani's and others, okay, the point is that the interstices between the city, the interfaces between the city and the broader infrastructure is, I won't say weak, but it's highly problematic and created and managed and designed in such a way as to practically take out much of the value that the new roads actually offer. Okay. There are very few exceptions to this. Okay. I would think Ahmedabad is very much exception, okay, in not having too much of time being wasted to get onto the highways on the north, south, west, and so on. Okay, at least on the highway side. But if you look at the cities of Maharashtra, Delhi, Bangalore, and so on, it's of the provision of core public services, drinking water, sanitation, and public health care is highly problematic, and I don't see a solution immediately unless we wake up and create the right PPP formats. Almost, since this is a session on, it's on green and sustainability, and one aspect of sustainability, environmental sustainability, I cannot resist but saying that all our efforts or laws of sustainable environmental sustainability are emotional and knee-jerk rather than functional, and in situ rather than systemic. Okay? So it's okay, it's good to promote, let's say, sustainable buildings. But if the overall city is designed as to multiply movements, waste, let's say, traffic, cars and buses to stop at intersections. Actually, if you calculate in Delhi, a bus or a car spends more time at a traffic junction than actually driving. In other words, a lot of the environmental effects are avoidable and are caused by sheer stupidity rather than in the natural course of development. Okay? The general belief that we have a lot of cars on India's roads is not quite right. Many cities have more road spaces than on a vehicle basis than many other cities, but the traffic jams are horrendous, and that is what takes away and contributes very greatly to the polluted environment. And it's not just particulate matter, PM6 and PM2.5 and so on, which are Western concerns, but massive amounts of NOxes and other pollutants are also there, including carcinogens, which come from adulteration, which are anyway. So these are the issues that need resolution. And my contention is that they are all very basic. They are all at the highest levels unless they are resolved at that point in the design, in the policy, in the framework. There is only so much that enterprise can do. There is only so much that lower levels can do. So the problem is not, as is usually made out to be, that we had good policy which was poorly implemented, but we have actually inane policy, though with great objectives, which cannot then be implemented. Okay, just to give an example of inane policy, we have among the best environmental standards in terms of BOD and COD duties. Okay, so high that they just can't be met, and they are never met. Okay, and in fact, when certain states or regions like say Gujarat or Ahmedabad are able to improve, they are able to improve by ignoring de facto these standards. Okay, water standards, for instance, are 10 BOD, 10 levels of BOD, which is almost California. So we have extremely high standards to a point where we end up eating the standards rather than adhering to the standards. And remember, India is one of the most polluted regions in the world. On an industrial GDP, which is barely 10% to 12% that of China, our pollution levels absolutely are now larger than that of China. Okay, so you can imagine these issues, and they all have a single or few roots, which lie in government and in the construction of and in the design. Okay, let me talk very briefly about governance, autonomy, accountability of urban bodies. Now, the promise of 24th Amendment, which NGOs and people at large had so much of expectations, would be like. Okay, now, in fact, I can remember being in a mayor's conference immediately after the 24th Amendment and the first round of election. And the mayors were all very confident, they were looking up, they were very enthusiastic, and they were people like you and me, many of them actually, not the usual politicians, armed and concerned with local issues, and they wanted change. But soon enough, in the 5th mayor's conference or so that I went, I realized that the entire set of mayors had changed, because now it was the typical political guy who had come in. The first round of mayors and so on, in which included quite a number of women who wanted to do good, had vanished. Okay, because they saw that there's nothing in this. Okay, so what actually happened? The first thing is the design. I've talked to senior policymakers, and I know the guy who wrote the 24th Amendment. And he said it was an afterthought. He wrote it in one night, actually. Okay. Now, of course, he wrote it, but the point is that what does it do? Okay. It provides for no autonomy to the elected staff. In fact, the rules that come out of it are such that the elected people, the mayor cannot deliver because he has absolutely no control over the municipality, okay, over the organization. So he has responsibility but no authority or power. The civil servant has no responsibility, but I mean, he does not have a direct responsibility, but he also doesn't have the power because the power is split between the two. So the mayor has the power to needle, and the civil servant has the power to stop, but nobody has the power to act. Okay, so we are caught between two things, two formats. In non-democracies, okay, in non-democracies, you have a civil servant, but he's empowered so that citizens know who's in charge. In democracies, you have the mayor who's empowered. So citizens again know who's in charge and can vote accordingly. And therefore, local issues dominate. In India, it's only in Indian urban space, and of course in our nearby Pakistan, that even at the urban level, it's global politics, national level issues that dominate. Because at the local level, nothing matters. Even if I vote on some local issue, I know that it's not going to get sorted out unless something I can do in a different way. So rules of work are, if you look through it, they're dysfunctional. So if there is any scholar and who wants to look at it, I mean, there's a ready PhD study to say that, look, this could not have worked ex ante. Any management scholar doesn't have to study a municipality. He just has to go through the rules. Okay. So what can representatives do? They become a hand for the party. They indulge in favoritism and corruption. They are only empowered to do this. Okay. So state government. So when state governments get particularly concerned about particular urban areas, they begin to take charge, which only compounds the problem but provides some relief because there is at least temporarily somebody who's concerned. And it's the state governments taking charge that kind of gives some of the municipalities in Gujarat some degree of functionality. Okay, yeah. So citizens never know who's really responsible for anything. Systems have been made such a way that nobody is responsible. Now, look at this COVID crisis. Can you blame anyone? You can't. Systems are and designs are such that there is nobody who can be blamed. Okay, because everybody has an excuse. Because we have, like crabs in a pot. We have ensured that everybody is caught in a negative way with each other. Every authority or every potential authority is caught in a negative way with another authority. So he always has another authority to blame. Okay? So it's designed to fail. Now, one particular thing which I must say is that the procurement formats are also archaic. Okay, so reforms go nowhere even when pushed by the central government. Okay, so the only way that something positive can happen is a particularly powerful civil servant with maybe good political support comes and during his tenure he does something and it's positive. And once he goes away, there is some spillover effect of that in time, and then after that it just dies. So reforms are ephemeral if ever. Okay, so any number of rounds of reforms put in place by the central government has really gone nowhere in terms of even JNNURM, which has not really resulted. Now, for the common citizen, you notice the syndrome of digging before the rains. But this is again very simple, that the procedures are so complicated that on the procurement, finally, when the orders are given, when the approvals of projects happen, it happens somewhere maybe in January, February, and so on. So feverishly, people are all digging in March and April, okay, when the contract happens, and then in June, the rains happen. So what is it that drives our municipalities? They're still being driven. Something is happening. It's basically the contractor law. Okay, and that's what drives. And most of the public services are caught on human ethics. Okay, schools are terrible. But remember, if a teacher is confronted with a student in the class, he or she doesn't think of everything, but just performs. Similarly, when a doctor is confronted with a patient whose life and death is in his hands, he just performs, in whatever way. It's not systems which are delivering, but we have held on to the to the ethics, but as if you're holding on to the gullet of a person. Okay, so the moral aspect. So we kind of entrap doctors into their core morality and then make them deliver in that sense. It's extremely unfair, but that's the way hospitals, for instance, function, and nothing else actually functions except by crowds pushing and trying to clear up, things. For instance, when there are traffic jams. Okay. Yeah, so this is one problem. Yeah, now the coordination. Let me talk about the coordination and coherence between articulation. This is actually news to town planners, the way the master plans are developed. They don't realize that it's the articulation which must drive the location. Okay, and the two should come out as a joint, as a solution to the same problem. Okay, what is the problem? Of minimizing transport and maximizing the access, okay, of everybody. Okay. So this is well understood by town planners elsewhere, but Indian town planners, being architects overgrown to become town planners, they use the same format of laying out housing colonies multiple without actually providing for the interaction spaces. So to give good examples, the metro has been built in Delhi. Okay, it has a potential carrying capacity which can rival any other metro. However, the density around the metro is extremely low. Okay, why can't all the stations go completely commercial? Why can't within half a kilometer around the metro the densities be raised, the FSIs go up, and then you have a tradable offset mechanism so that a lot of people can walk in and out of the metro? Then the metro will be used to its true carrying capacity. Okay. Just a simple example. But we have been talking about it. I've mentioned it to Sridharan and so on. But they all agree, but it has gone nowhere. Okay. No simulation or use of interaction concepts to assess the requirements of capacity of carriage. If, like a child, you draw a road between, let's say, a new housing colony and the city, you've done it. Okay, whether it should be 2-lane, 6-lane, what should be the carrying capacity, is never really investigated in terms of OD. Forget OD, not even simple gravity, models are ever used. Okay, in the design, boarding, egress, ingress are almost entirely ignored. If there are boundaries, they are huge problems. So the boundary between the footpath and the road is a standard problem. Walkways, parking levels. Now, we might think these are trivial, but collectively they add up to enormous time and cost of movement. Multimodality is almost entirely impossible in Indian cities, given the design and given the fact that authorities cannot coordinate. So railways are known not to cooperate, not to coordinate. So when the BRTS was built in Ahmedabad, for instance, the BRTS guys said that we will avoid the railways. We will not talk to them. Okay, because we can't talk to them and get them to even listen to us. Okay, they lie in another planet. Okay, so there are certain givens like ring roads which enhance this dysfunctionality. Now, ring roads you can show they are an inferior solution to the movement in a city which will be based on OD. So, but ring roads are built, and what ring roads do is they're actually designed to merge bypass traffic with city traffic. Okay, that's how they function actually. Okay, not only that, they multiply the distances which people need to go the wrong way in order to go where they want. They don't allow for use of buses and public transport because ring roads don't provide that, because people want to go somewhere and there is no coherence between the routes of buses and that of ring roads. So buses go point to point and compound the problem. Whereas what would be most functional is quite obvious if we look at cities elsewhere in the world. These would be grids with major radial and grids. Okay? So the grid structure for smaller cities entirely and the kind of radial into grid for the larger cities, which you find almost in all rational contexts, whether it's in Asia, even underdeveloped countries, or certainly in the advanced countries, you just don't find in India. In fact, the design is quite different. Okay, so now let me go on to a bit on the land. Now there are many things which one can talk about: land use, hierarchical town planning, and articulation. Okay, now hierarchical town planning is the idea that a superior land use has priority over a inferior land use. And typically the land use would be such as to be spatially optimal. So what it means is the city center would tend to be very commercial, high fashion, of offices of large multinationals, banks, etc., around which you'll have high quality markets, high quality residences, then the other markets, and then the middle class residences, and only then you will have, the industries and manufacturing areas. Okay, so that's broadly the way the spatial theories and spatial distribution would tend to be. Now, if you modify that a little bit so as to allow for greater use of public transport, it makes sense. And that's what city planners elsewhere do. So that this gets pulled along the radials. Okay? So the commercial, for instance, gets split not only in the center, but in some of the nearby stations. And so on. Okay? However, what we do in India is that the land use once given never changes, even if the transport and the city grows. So you'll often have golf courses and housing in the city, in the center of the city, with a housing layout, okay, which has de facto gone commercial, with all the problems of a housing layout serving a commercial use. So residential footprints continue. A good example of this is really Bangalore, Pune. Okay, the entire Erandwane area has gone commercial, but it still has a footprint which is residential, and there are offices using residence. Okay, complete absence of redevelopment. There is nothing like, since there is no land use which ever changes. Okay, given in the 50s, they continue to have that land use. There's no redevelopment either. For the first time, Bimal, a great, I would think, architect and town planner, is actually thinking and trying to get the government to understand what town planning is and what redevelopment is, and put that in place on an experimental basis in Ahmedabad. Okay, so redevelopment is known by its complete absence. Now, this is absolutely strange because it's absolutely elementary to any kind of town growth, and this is well known all over the world. Okay, there is almost no notion of blocks which are used. Now, you open up Google Earth or Google Maps and you can see that most towns, not just in the Western world, but in China, Vietnam, and so on, are laid out on the basis of blocks. Okay, they converge towards a block even if earlier they were not. Okay, there is no such thing in India. Okay, and as I said, there is no notion of hierarchical impact. So imagine a city area which is currently residential and should go commercial. Okay, that would have been automatic. Okay, as long as sufficiently large blocks would go commercial. So it's only a question of the authority coming in so that an entire block or an entire area goes, and not some one unit versus the other, one property versus the other. Okay. Now, walls and boundaries take up 15 to 20% of inner city space. Just look at Google Earth and you can say that Bangalore's entire parking problem and congestion can be solved literally by avoiding walls, to give people the right to break the walls and use them as parking and take off a third of the space onto roads, which is what redevelopment is about. The inner part of Bangalore should not have any parking problem at all. Bangalore has more road space to cars ratio than almost many other cities in the world, particularly the central part of Bangalore. Okay, most important, very little land is actually made available. Town planners believe and use an outdated Ricardian model, not the competitive model, not the multi-use model. NAC is the non-agricultural clearance, which kind of is like a millstone, creates massive corruption. Okay, today the biggest source of corruption is NAC. Okay, not the license round. Very low FSIs. Now, can you imagine? India is planning its major cities with FSIs of 1 and 2, 1.5, while Shanghai uses 8. Okay, so much so that the cost of an Indian house is about 70 to 80% land related. Okay, and only about 20% real cost, what we call social cost. Okay, but the person pays this much of price. Okay, so the entire other cost that people pay is because of bad and dysfunctional planning. Okay, and therefore, it's not a question of poor implementation, but dysfunctional plans. Okay, so unless these are corrected, the poor will only live illegally in the cities. In Delhi, the poor live illegally or they are driven out to the Jhuggi Jhoplis 40 kilometers away, which is a human tragedy. Okay. In Bombay, they live by coughing on the roads. Okay. Of course, as I said, there are no grids, no multiple paths. Typically, if you take an Indian layout, you will find one road going north-south in an area spanning maybe 5 kilometers, 2.5, 3 kilometers on either side. Okay. And the rest of those roads, while they exist, are all blocked or are incomplete. So the traffic all comes on to road A or road B. Okay. And we all mentally know which are these roads in the city. However, in a proper city, whether it's in East Asia or in Europe or elsewhere, even in older countries, there'll be multiple paths so that all of them can. Typically, when you have a grid, you can even have coordinated signal. Okay. So all of this will conserve energy, will make the movement smoother. And in fact, the scope of green in doing what is right so that people become livable, is probably the whole of it. Okay. Gated communities, for instance, even when there are grids, like in a little bit of Delhi, they'll block multiple access. And therefore, they'll do things which seemingly are good for them, but collectively are so bad that it's become bad for them as well. Okay. So complete absence of any basis for multimodality. Okay. Vast road spaces, but congestion on most roads by ill design. Delhi, that's one kind of design. The other is hardly any road spaces and defined congestion, which is Bombay. Okay. Star topology is pursued even for lower level roads. Okay. Ludicrous incrementalism, which comes from flyovers and ring roads. Okay. You can have, 20 flyovers in sequence, but nobody thinks of building an elevated highway. I mean, this is pure incrementalism and, construction lobby driving rather than any plan, because a planner has nothing in his head. Okay. So phenomena of jumping of city centers is absolutely unique to India. Okay. So city centers jump because because you regulate through low FSI a city center to death, and therefore the city center jumps. Okay. So Ahmedabad has thrown 3 jumps since 1950. Okay. Today the city center is on SG highway. Can you imagine that? Something which was a highway has become a road of a street of the city. Now that's ludicrous. Okay. Over ambitious green. So what happens? All kinds of activities get distributed in all centers. So imagine high fashion activity that gets distributed in all 3 centers. Otherwise, you can't survive. So Swarovski has to have shops in everywhere. Okay, and none of those shops have scale. Okay, over ambitious green syndrome. Emotive. Okay, Bangalore is a good example of over ambitious green syndrome. Okay, so if technically that entire green ring has to be adhered to, okay, the rest of the area around the ring would break up. Okay, today it's only the marginal violation which gives some life to the rest of Bangalore. Okay, so Bangalore's complete congestion and design of this green space is wrong, is erroneous from a standard, spatial aspect. That means from space location, from locational theory, it is absurd. Okay, for a city like Bangalore at this per capita income to be driven that way. I would think it's absurd even for California. You don't even have it in California. But at best, it can be a plan for a corridor, like you have from LA to San Francisco. So, okay, that kind of low FSI. Okay. So, trees are not allowed to be cut. So you have why? Because the tree is generating oxygen. But the tree is right in the middle of a bus lane, and all the buses and traffic come and stop. And in 1 hour, the buses spew extra CO2, which will be more than 10,000 times what the tree can ever do. Okay, but you have a standard problem because we approach the problem of environmental, emotionally, and dysfunctional. Okay, now can you imagine Mumbai? 65% of Mumbai's population lives in 8% of the land. Okay, this kind of inequity can be found only in nearby countries, in our own favorite comparator country, namely Pakistan, and nowhere else. Okay, not in Vietnam, not in any part of Asia, not in Africa. Okay, so impossible inequities. Okay. See, just remember this: among the larger cities, India has the lowest built-up space per person. but it has the highest density typically per square kilometer of people, the older ones. Delhi may not have the highest density, but again, it has pretty low built up areas per person if you include the entire urban agglomeration. Okay? If you go by Delhi Municipal Corporation, it's God's own gift. Okay? But that God's own gift has to be borne on the back of an exploited people who live around Delhi. Okay, no continuity. Value talk about. I'll close this because I think I'm reaching the end of time. So, yeah, now, when a city connects to a bypass, okay, the bypass is supposed to be a bypass. But because the city is regulated to death, people come and live on the bypass. So the bypass now becomes part of the city, and the area in between becomes forest or some unregulated zone where wild animals exist. Okay, so now what happens is the city just grows in a very haphazard kind of way, and there is no control over it. The bypass vanishes, so nobody gets any value. It's a free for all. It becomes what is called a bazaar way of looking at things. Okay, so the value of high speed greatly reduces. Okay, for quite a bit of time, on the Baroda side, you're just passing the bypass. Okay, so no hierarchy in road networks, even on the network side, that means between. There are no grids, only point to point. So point to point means that you'll spend a great deal of time, a vehicle when it moves, in kind of edging or in taking a detour around the city. Okay, there is almost complete absence of corridor development. Okay, there is no understanding of how a ribbon can be converted to a corridor. Okay, authorities, authority interfaces are also a problem. There are two authorities, two different road authorities. Then be assured that the interface between them, as far as the consumer sees it, is going to have a problem. Minimally, at least a level difference. Okay. Yeah. So the provision of core public services. Now I'll come to the last one, which I think is very, very important and something that we can start right away. Okay. We know that water and sanitation have to be considered, at least sewerage has to be considered together. Okay. But there are no PPP models that do so. Okay. We have in good cities in India, good like Ahmedabad, something like 80% coverage. But 80 is only gives us aesthetic value of sewerage and water. Okay. It doesn't give us the health benefit. Okay. It makes Indians the most diseased in the world. Okay. If we can just marginally push it to 100% in terms of toilet coverage and sewerage coverage and water, okay, with the associated water, the health benefits are going to be huge. And I can't think of any objective greater than Swachh Bharat. Unfortunately, Swachh Bharat has been negated by not having the right policy, which the government officials should have come. So a politician puts his finger on the right thing, but the bureaucracy is unable to deliver because they don't see the problem integrally. Okay, Bombay continues to be a large toilet, isn't it? 30% do it on the road. So what kind of health benefits are you going to get for the remaining 70%? Subsidy, there is hardly any subsidy here, but there is a lot of subsidy on kerosene. Okay. On air traffic, God damn it, you put it on toilets and put it on water. Okay. It's actually easily solvable through PPP models. Okay. This is one area where if you write out the PPP model concession agreement and tweak it a little bit for every particular city, there is enough expertise within the country with some foreign collaboration for construction companies to now become, companies which can deliver sewerage and sanitation and water systems. Okay? And this can be the next NHDP to take India forward, both in a demand side system. And in this COVID crisis, I think a new PPP model can serve to lift us out of the demand bottle, okay, and deliver India, at least on the human side, much better. Okay, so I'll stop here and invite questions and so on, if you have. Okay.
Yeah. Thank you, sir, for a very thought-provoking presentation. Some of these debates are really interesting, and as you rightly said, some of them are so ready that if some researcher takes them up and does a PhD right away, it is possible to do so. One question that we have is about, do you think that micro-containment zones are a practical solution to COVID crisis given the size and layouts of our cities?
Okay. Any other question?
There are more questions, but one request from the audience is that if you can please allow us to share your slides with them, that I have to sort of discuss with you.
We can share it with them, no problem.
Okay, so there is one interesting question on your views on reverse migration. Given the size of Indian cities and given the expanse not being handled properly by the urban planners and the policy makers, do you think allowing reverse migration is a good idea?
See, the way I see it is, India is poorly urbanized. Okay, the urbanization level is anywhere from around 30 to 40%. Even if you go with, there can be problems with the data. My own sense is that it's underreported. It's probably about 35%. But the nature of urbanization is very important to recognize. Okay, and if you recognize that, my sense is it's a lot more urbanized. It's what we call ribbon urbanized. Okay, so wherever there are roads, okay, in a fractal sort of manner, people have gone and settled around. Okay? If you look at almost all the assets in the country, okay, private assets, my sense is about 90% of them are in and around, particularly non-corporate assets. 90% of it is around state highways and upwards. And my good friend's work, shows that Viman Das's work on the NHDP shows that around the NHDP, something like 80% of all the additional assets have happened since they were constructed. So the point is that, there is a kind of urbanization which is taking place, which is not getting recognized because it doesn't gather people into the conventional topography. Okay? So already India is kind of urbanized, and it's a kind of fractal, sparse, tree branch-like urbanization, which is what one would expect it to happen when there is an overbearing state which is unable to see this and really relax the constraints on urban growth. Okay? So the general approach has been disperse, if at all there is any approach. You have absolutely stupid ideas like, Pura, with which the government got engaged. Mercifully, it didn't go very far, which is that you provide all kinds of infrastructure in rural areas and people work. Can you provide a supermarket in a rural area? Can you provide a St. Joseph's convent in a rural area? I don't think so. There are minimum things like scale and scope. Anyway, so to come back to this question, of reverse migration, okay, see, the actual urban growth in India is higher in this sense, okay, and that is what is showing up in the migrant labor, and that's why it did not show up in the reckoning of the people, because they were not actually in urban areas. They were on roads, they were on little industries, on those kind of roads and so on. Okay, so now COVID and the lockdowns, I'll link it up with the first question. I would think that the lockdowns have been disastrous for two reasons. One is that lockdowns have not been functional, they have been territorial. Okay. The government of India is incapable of a functional approach to anything, okay, and certainly more so at the local level. They are completely territorial in their approach. What is territorial? They understand a boundary and my rule over that. So typically the district collector will say that nothing will happen in this district, to a point where even oxygen production activity may not happen. So that was the phase one of the lockdown. Phase two is better because there is a realization now that even when you lock down, you can't lock down everything. So therefore, my sense is that this lockdown will not hurt the economy and not hurt the people and not hurt lives as much as it did before. The unfortunate thing is that nobody, or at least the government, could not work out the arithmetic of exponential growth and be prepared for it. Okay. So in this context, the reverse migration, I don't think will happen as much as happened in the early days, because most industries plan to remain open.
Thank you, sir. I completely subscribe to your views here, and would, I hope the audience also would agree. There's one more question on how to frame policies incentivizing sustainability. This is from Mr. Urvish, and he asked some guidelines, for example, the Griha guidelines in India, they do exist, but somehow the implementation has to be incentivized, something that is not happening.
See, I will ask you, I mean, I have no difficulty in posing that problem like that, but I'll ask you to kind of bootstrap yourself to look at it slightly different. Okay? In a world where things are hunky-dory, okay, where you don't start with -10, but you start with 0, to create a policy that incentivizes, let's say, energy efficiency, like BEE and so on, makes sense. I'm not saying they don't make sense now, they do. Okay, but let's look at it like this. Okay, if you were to solve the problem of kerosene and diesel adulteration, you can bring down the level of pollution enormously. So when finally, gas emerged, the pollution just collapsed. Okay, in Delhi, but not elsewhere, okay, because kerosene continues to be adulterated. So a lot of our emissions problems, the big chunk of it, is because of it's at minus. It's a kind of negative which can quickly be brought to a huge gain in terms of environment by solving profit problems. To give a good example, if the speed of traffic in Delhi can go up by 20%, the emissions will fall at least by 60%. Okay, vehicular emissions, because most of the emissions are happening at crossing. And similarly, if the layout of most of the cities are improved, with a few trees being pulled out, and a foreign expert or an Indian expert, studies traffic flows and actually identifies which are the kind of congestion points, and makes specific investments in those marginal investments can bring down the emission levels. Okay, so now let me give you another example. Agriculture. India, now we have all kinds of incentives to save water, okay? But they're not going to work as long as you have 0 horsepower based tariff. India uses about 6,000 liters of water to produce 1 kilo of rice. Okay, America uses 2,000 liters of water to produce 1 kilo of rice. And China uses a mere 600. I'm not saying we'll be able to achieve Chinese emissions, but you can imagine the efficiency of India can go from 6,000 to 2,000 liters. Okay, India uses more groundwater than the rest of the world put together to produce an agriculture which amounts to some 12% of the world. Okay, at best, my sense is it's no more than 8 or 10, maybe about 10%. Okay? Now the point I'm trying to make is, do you run after more efficient pumps, second generation, IT enabled pumps, and so on and so forth? Yes, they're important. By all means, have it, but don't get focused on that. That takes away your attention, particularly of the civil servant. When the civil servant start running with IoT on waste paper baskets, which is what I heard in the Ministry of Urban Development, for instance. Okay, he is taking away attention from the real fact that by having the right tariff, you can save a huge amount of water. Okay, and these are not anti-farm; they'll be very much pro-farm, and they are waiting to pick these things. So if you have a volumetric measure and a use tariff, okay, and tradability of water and water endowments in the form of direct subsidy, you can imagine the amount of energy that you will save. And that would be fantastic, because it will amount to something like 10 to 15% of the entire energy that is generated on the grid. Okay. Now you want to save that in one go, or you want to save 2% with an investment of a few tens of thousands of crores. That's the point that the social planner should. Okay. Unfortunately, the social planners start thinking about it as if they are a private entity. Okay. They are a private builder. So they'll come and tell you, "Arey, tumhara house green nahi hai, usko kaise karna?" Okay. So that's where the problem is. So the public policy maker doesn't understand what his instruments are. He wants to pretend as if he's the producer. Okay. Because that's his framework. He never had a framework in public policy. This is a tragedy. I've taught civil servants for, donkey's years, probably more than most. And I realized that, the few that understand, when they go back, they're unable to, because they are forever caught in a knee-jerk kind of situation. They have to respond by the minute. Okay. So that's where the problem is. Okay. Sorry.
So very right, sir. And at least a good thing that is what is happening is that the researcher community is bringing the debate back to the basics, asking, for example, one of the presenters that we have here, they're going to present very soon. They're saying, how do we change the material from chemical material to composite material in cement so that it becomes more sustainable. So these are the technological solutions and the social solutions that have to be figured out rather than only the policy and regulatory solutions. Sir, can we take a couple, maybe one more question, since we are running a little short on time and we have to, provide time to the presenters
I will be
also.
brief also, because I think.
So there's one question from Mr. Ajay Singh. He is looking for a recipe for to make the town planning effective. He's saying, what do we need to do to make town planning effective? Do we need policy changes, leadership changes, or changes in the way of functioning of bureaucracy, or something else?
Yeah, good question. I'm reminded, when I started writing on these issues, I gave up on it. I got, a lot of bad press from the architects, from the town planners, and they said, no, what you're saying is like this. And so it was news to me, and it was news to them also. Then I met quite a few of them, and that's when I realized what the problem is. So I think one important way is to retrain all the town planners. Okay? They think of themselves as authorities who determine land use and life and death over you as a real estate manager. Rather than, many of them, most of them don't even understand why they are regulated. Why do they have FSI? Why do they have building, what is it called, bylaws? They don't. Okay. Where it can be functional. There are areas in Ahmedabad where, if you go by the rule, if you have a property of 100 square yards, maybe 300 square yards or 500 square yards, you can't use it. Okay. Things like that. So they don't have a notion of TDRs. So they don't have basic economics, spatial. So there is no basic knowledge in the form of spatial science. So I think one good way would be to start with the plan.
Ma'am, I guess sir is facing internet issue. His Zoom is hung.
Yes, I guess, yeah, we've lost him, and I'm sure he'll try and get back as soon as possible.
Yeah.
So, although there are many more questions, there's a very interesting question from Ms. Kumud Gupta. I would have liked to raise it to sir. Maybe towards the end, if we have time, I'll get back to the remaining questions here. But now I think it's a good time for us to move to the paper presentation part of the track. We are very much looking forward to the paper presentations. So I invite the first paper presentation. The person who's going to present here is Ms. Hindalvi Gavli from MICMA, but it's a paper which is written by 5 people together. Mr. Kunal Chelot from VNIT, Ms. Paulina Faria from University of Lisbon, Ms. Anna Brass from Liverpool John Moores University, and Mr. Rahul Ralegaonkar from VNIT. The title of the paper is Design Development of Sustainable Zero Cement Mortar by Co-Fired Blended Ash and Basalt Fibers. And a very good thing about such studies is that they take us back to the basic issues. How do we keep researching on making sustainability a key thing in construction, a key thing in service provisioning? That is what I really liked about the paper. So I invite the Ms. Hindavi to start the presentation. A request to the to the presenters. The time we have for each presentation now is around 15 minutes, followed by 5 minutes for question and answers, and we'll do more, question and answers and discussions toward the end as the time permits. While you start sharing the PPT, please share the PPT and wait for your own image to appear on screen. Once you see yourself, you start speaking. Is that okay?
Yeah.
Can we have Ms. Hindavi now?
Yes.
Kindly please turn on your video. All the presenters are requested to
Ma'am, can you see my screen?
Yes, we can see your screen. Probably you can start speaking. Shruti, can she start speaking?
Yes, ma'am, she can. Hindavi, kindly please turn on your video for us.
Ma'am, I have started, but I cannot see my video.
Hindavi, you can start presenting. It's okay.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, ma'am, and good morning to everyone. So today our presentation topic is design development of sustainable zero cement mortar by using co-fired blended ash and basalt fiber. So basically, this is in our study in the presentation. Sorry, I'm not able to shift the slides. Yeah. So the contents of today's presentation is introduction about the study and the literature review part. What are the inferences which we have got it from the literature. Then the methodology part and result and discussion, and finally conclusion. Like you can like in the previous discussion by Professor Morris also, we have seen like there is this migration from rural areas to urban areas for the opportunities and for the employments and the other things. So there is a increasing urban population demand, and which demands for the housing as well. And basically this is mostly for the urban poor. So to meet this demand, like we have to raise the housing construction, and it's a like it's a huge challenge in front of the government and also the other stakeholders to provide this affordable and as well as sustainable or an efficient housing for them. And to build these houses or to build this infrastructure for this urban poor, it requires huge amount of construction materials, and which includes like cement, natural sand, and also water. So these are the materials which produce, like some of the materials are the natural resources which are non-renewable, and if we consume these materials in the construction field, so ultimately we are not going to have these materials later. So in order, and as we say, the majorly used and the most widely used material is the cement. Like in one study, it was in 2016, it was reported as almost like globally 5,000 million metric tons of cement is being consumed for various construction materials like blocks and also the concrete and mortar. And it was forecasted then that it will be 4,400 million metric ton by 2020. So, and we can see here India is the second largest producer of the cement as per the demand, followed by the China. And China is the first producer and India is the second largest producer of cement, which causes increase in carbon emissions. Like we know, for every 1 kg of cement, it liberates 0.9 to 0.95 kg of CO2, which is highly like non efficient or non sustainable. And like, and we can see for these households, based on the census 2011 data, the buildings of brick masonry construction are around 58% of the total household, and it will increase to 4 times by 2032. So we need to have this alternative materials for this masonry. Basically, like the scope of our study was for masonry part, and particularly in that the mortar which joins this building bricks or building blocks. And also the other concern with our country is the waste generation and its utilization, the improper solid waste management. So like we can see here from this resource, this is the old data, but like now also the trend is same. Like here you can see the agro waste is the maximum waste generation in the India.
So, and also the other waste like hazardous waste, coal mine waste, gypsum waste, and the other one. So this waste can be otherwise landfilled or disposed in the water bodies. We can use this for the, or with the proper study on these materials, we can use this waste in the construction materials or the building materials. So one of the best solution like we can see for this is to use this alkali activated products or this geopolymeric materials, which consumes no cement, just with the alkali activators like sodium based alkali activators, potassium alkali activators. So we can use this alkali activators to activate this siliceous and which contains this alumina and silica materials. We can use this material, we can extract that, and we can create a material which is like stone, hard like stone. So like in the ancient construction also for like pyramids, they used to use this geopolymeric technique or this alkali activation process. So here we can have this, we can, like we say, we can see here the agro waste percentage is higher. Here we can use nowadays for like the combustion of this coal for fuel in the boilers of the industries. It's like in many of the regions this is banned, and it is proposed that to use biomass in some proportion with the coal for burning of this fuel, burning of this ashes for the power purpose. So this was the untouched area where we can see, sorry, where we have found through the survey over the region of this Nagpur area in Maharashtra, where in the industries like paper mills and all, there in the boiler they are using sawdust or the other biomasses like rice husk and sugarcane bagasse. So for burning with the in some proportion with the coal, and it produces huge amount of co-fired blended ash. So this the study from the this data, it says from where we have procured this material, this co-fired blended ash, that firm produces almost 5 tons, which is high amount, which is otherwise landfill, which we can use or we can utilize it after treatment for the purpose of production of bricks or mortar or for the concrete. So from the literature survey, we could find out various industries like generates waste like agro waste, then metallurgical mining waste like copper mine tailings, then ceramic waste, and also from cement manufacturing industries like cement kiln dust, and also from the demolition work like aggregates and all. So we can have the potential to be used for the production of these alkali activated bricks or alkali activated masonry products. So various researchers have recommended to use of the sodium based alkali activators for the development of alkali activated bricks and the brick masonry or the brick mortars. And parameters like to consider for this alkali activator, for this like the composition of the alkali activator based on the source material, we can select the concentration of the alkali activator, the alkali hydroxide which we are going to use, then liquid to binder ratio, alkali modulus, and the forming pressure for the development of the product. This is related to bricks, but parameters which are required to be concentrated. And the ranges from the literature, we have find out that the molarity that is used for sodium hydroxide, that is sodium based alkali activator, is 5 molar to 15 molar depending on the different properties of the source material like the porosity and the density, the texture of the material, then the particle size of the material, also the liquid to binder ratio, then the other parameters which we'll see in detail. And from this we have found out there's a scope to use the locally available industrial waste in the generation of alkali activated products. And like as the sources differs, there will be a large variation in the properties of the material. So there is a need to standardize this property, standardize the parameters and the different properties of this material. And from this, the area which was untouched is this co-fired blended ash. There is a use of this biomass ashes in the normal bricks or the normal mortar, but for the alkali activation, we can utilize this material by studying its primary properties, like chemical properties and physical property, also the morphological characteristics. And we can see like the mortar can only share the 7% of the total masonry wall volume, but it plays crucial role in its structural performance. So the strength and the durability of the mortar is very much essential. So the identifying material for this replacement of cement, entire cement from the mortar, is the co-fired blended ash. It's an industrial raw material. It helps to reduce the stocks of waste and develops the zero cement products. Therefore, we can say it's a sustainable and eco-friendly material. And so the objectives of our study was to identify the industrial waste from the local region in order to have minimum embodied energy, and to investigate the preliminary properties for evaluating the viability of the co-fired blended ash for the utilization, for its utilization in the construction material. Then a development of mortar mix designs with 3 variables. Like I said, there are different parameters that affects the properties of the final product. So we have the variables like alkali activator to solid ratio, ash to sand ratio, and percentage of basalt fibers that we are going to add to enhance the properties of mortar. Then performance evaluation of this mortar for fresh and hardened properties as per the applicable standards, and investigation of durability related properties and as well as thermal properties. And ultimately to find out the optimum dosage of this basalt fiber in the reinforced or we can say this alkali activated masonry mortar. Methodology, what we have adopted is we have identified first the raw materials. For that, we have collected samples from various industries located over the region of the Nagpur area. Then the collection of the material, then mix design as per the properties of the material, then the casting of mortar blocks, and then curing, physico-mechanical testing, determination of thermal conductivity, modeling for like if we go for the this mortar as a plaster, then what would be the effect on the energy, and the comparison with the other option, that is the conventional product. Then this was the procedure for developing the alkali activated mortar, industrial waste, and the filler material. Here we have taken the industrial waste as co-fired blended ash, which is a combination of rice husk and coal in 80:20 proportion and by weight. And the filler material we have used as sand, then alkali activator as sodium hydroxide and sodium silicate. Then raw material characterization, design parameters based on this characterization, and then the mix design, the development and evaluation of properties with the applicable standards, and analysis of results and recommendations through that. This is the procedure to develop the mortar. First, the raw material characterization of the this ash and the sand, and also the other materials like water and the alkali activator. Physical, chemical, mineralogical, and morphological characteristics were found out. And then mix design, the constituent raw materials, weighing and proportions, and also the evaluation based on the like fresh properties like workability, and the hardened properties like mechanical strength and the bond strength with the bricks. These are the raw materials. First one is this is the co-fired blended ash, sand, sodium hydroxide, which was then made to the required concentration, molar concentration, then liquid sodium silicate, then chopped basalt fiber, and water. So the identified co-fired blended ash was procured from Malu Papers Mills, which is located at Nagpur district at Sauner, and which generates almost 5 tons of ash per day. So we have collected the samples from different seasons and for different days, and we have concluded to some properties. this is the properties of, these are the standards which were used to determine the properties of ash, like particle size distribution, specific gravity, then loss on ignition. This is the important property to find the feasibility of using any source material for the alkali activation procedure. Then mineralogy, morphology, then thermal stability, and also the properties of fine aggregates were found out by particle size distribution, bulk density, and particle size. So these are the properties, like you can see here, the density of this ash is very much less. It's 1.43, which is lighter in weight, and its particle size, mean particle size is 100 microns, micrometers, and for sand it is 150 microns. And the properties, these are the properties provided by the manufacturer. The alkali activators, sodium hydroxide were in the pellets form, and liquid sodium silicate having 37% of silica and sodium oxide and 63% of water. Then color and the other properties.
Ravi, sorry to interrupt, but you have last 2 minutes to finish, because we are running a little short of time, and we also want to have some Q&A and review towards the end.
Okay, ma'am. Okay, ma'am. This is the properties from which we, this is the amorphous material and the crystalline structure of the ash we can see here. So from that we have from this texture we can see here, this is a porous kind of ash. And and this is the dimension of the chopped basalt fiber. It's of almost 13 to 14 micrometers. And the diameter is 13 micrometers, and the length is 13 mm, like 1.3 centimeters. And these were the preliminary combination. 45 combinations were done to find out the optimum mix. These are the mix designs, and from that, here you can see this is the plain mortar, and this is a reinforced CBF mortar. So after crushing, we can see here the failure pattern here is crushed entirely, but the fibers can hold the particles as it is. It is failed but not crushed entirely. Then the flagellum strength was calculated, and also the fresh property, that is flow table test. So these were the investigations. So as the irrespective of the material, irrespective of the concentration of the this molar the composition, you can see as the ash content increases, the water requirement has also increased because of its porous nature. And based on that, we have also calculated the air content, and similar trend is we can see here, as the ash content increases, the air content also increase. And with the inclusion of fibers also, like it causes the air voids, and it increases the air content, which reduces the compressive strength of the mortar. Here you can see this is the compressive strength of the plain mortar, and we can see here that we could achieve almost 18 to 18 MPa strength, which is much higher. And for the reinforced mortar, the compressive strength reduced, but it was about the required strength, that is of 7.5 MPa. So here, this is the normalized readings, where you can see there is a reduction in the compressive strength, but we can see here the increase in the flexural strength of the masonry mortar with the inclusion of fibers. And this is the bond strength, like as an entire assembly, how it should perform. So it also qualifies the criteria for bonding. And so the entire discussion from the graph is like when we include the fibers 0.5%, 1%, and 1.5%, there is a much reduction in the compressive strength. So we are staying here for like, we can afford 18 to 23% of the reduction in compressive strength, but it is higher than the required amount, but there is an increase in the flexural strength. So like we know, for the wall or walling material, the important property is like it should have a flexural strength in order to have the lateral to deal with the lateral forces. So, and this is the durability test, which also it passes. And the main purpose of using this basalt fiber is like the other fibers could not sustain in this alkaline environment, but the basalt fiber, as it is naturally obtained from the basalt rock, it can sustain, it can work in the alkaline environment. After that, we have found out the thermal conductivity with the Letis apparatus, and we have found out that the thermal conductivity is very much less than the conventional cement plaster, which can result in the peak cooling load demand of the building. We have determined this value by simulation, and it's almost.
We request you to please
conclude.
quickly take us through the conclusions and just last minute maybe.
Yes. So here we can see this the developed mortar was comply with the available standard, and with the inclusion of CBF and also the inclusion of co-fired blended ash, it can be like energy efficient, we can say, because it does not consume cement, and also it does not liberate CO2. And if we can determine the embodied energy of this mortar, we'll have the benefits definitely. Yeah, thank you.
Great, thank you. It was a wonderful presentation. For the paucity of time, what we are doing is that let us get done with the presentations, and then we will have a discussion and question and answer session, and we will also request Professor Morris to sort of provide his views on the presentations. So let me, with that, invite the next paper presenter. The paper title is A System Simulation Framework to Evaluate the Sustainability of Buildings. It is written by N. Francis and Albert Thomas from IIT Bombay, and N. Francis is going to present it. So over to you. Your allotted time is 15 minutes. Yes, we can see the PPT. You can put it in the...
Am I audible?
Yes, you are audible.
Ma'am, am I audible?
Yes, you are audible. Could you kindly please put your PPT on a slide share mode?
Yeah. Is it visible now?
It's not slideshow. Yes, it is. Yeah. Thank you.
Good to go. Please go ahead.
Thank you, ma'am. A very good afternoon to one and all. My name is Anne Francis, and I'm a PhD student at the Civil Engineering Department of IIT Bombay in the Construction Technology and Management specialization. I'm presenting a study titled A System Simulation Framework to Evaluate the Sustainability of Buildings, which is part of my research work under the supervision of Professor Albert Thomas at IIT Bombay. Through this framework, we are proposing a novel sustainability assessment method for evaluating buildings using computational modeling techniques. So this is a broad outline of my presentation. So this term of sustainable development, from the start of the day, we have been talking about sustainability, and the United Nations adopted this term of sustainable development as their guiding principle in 1987. When they published the Brundtland Commission report, it was very specifically emphasized that just as nations need to focus on economic growth and social development, it is necessary to protect and conserve the environment. So sustainability is not just about talking about the environment and preserving it. It's also about balancing social and economic growth while being concerned about the environment and taking necessary precautions to preserve that. Having said this, in the building sector, sustainability becomes particularly more relevant because for the economic growth and social development of a nation, buildings as well as any other infrastructure is very important. But at the same time, the other side of it is also consuming a lot of resources, energy, emissions, water, and waste generation. So having this, it is necessary that the building sector looks into embracing sustainability, not just because we need to reduce the greenhouse gas emissions or the air pollution, but also because the health and quality of people who occupy these buildings and this infrastructure is important. Productivity, this industry also creates a lot of employment, social welfare, and in the big run, even energy security. So buildings play a very role across these three dimensions of sustainability. So in a true sense, sustainability is said to be achieved when we systematically link these three dimensions. It is there where this particular aspect of sustainability assessment comes into picture, and it becomes more relevant because we need to measure and see how buildings perform across a range of criteria, across a set of indicators over a period of time to see how it performs. So that is where the overall theme of my research is in the domain of sustainability assessment. So we look to this whole umbrella of sustainability assessment. There are several tools and methods that have been developed until recent times, but most popular ones being the rating systems. Every country has developed their own rating systems to certify buildings according to their environmental performance. But again, if we look closely, what we see is the focus is mostly on the environment. So here, probably the social and economic dimensions take backstage. Here, it's more focused towards the environment. And if we look into the building, again, most of these tools, if we look into the stages of a building, it is mostly applicable in the design and execution or the operation phases. In the very initial planning phase, the presence of a comprehensive sustainability assessment tool where most decisions can be influenced is lacking. So there we need to look into that aspect. Another important parameter that is usually omitted in most of the sustainability assessment frameworks is the interaction between social, economic, and environmental pillars. The dynamics that play, the trade-offs that happen is usually ignored. Even for a building sector, if we see, of course, there are social, economic, and environmental aspects that play. But at the same time, there are also areas which overlap between society and economy, environment and economy. So these aspects are usually not considered. To elaborate that point further, if we look into a construction project, of course, it brings about a lot of change in and around its area. So if we look into a project which focuses on economic sustainability and encourages local suppliers, there we are looking at a perspective where a social development is also encouraged by creating income generating opportunities. Then that also indirectly contributes to environmental dimension by reducing emissions in terms of lower transportation footprint. So this kind of interactions are very interesting if we can capture it quantitatively. Similarly, from the social perspective, if we look into the health and well-being, particularly of the workers who work at the project or of the inhabitants, the people who are going to occupy that project, if we focus there, the productivity of the workers is going to increase, which impacts economic aspect in terms of construction costs. Similarly, if we focus on the environmental aspect of recycling and reuse, that impacts the construction cost. That also can generate local social development in the form of encouraging new industries. So this interaction, this interrelationship between the dimensions of sustainability is something that is motivating to look into this aspect. So then this is what ISO 15392 again emphasizes, which talks about the need to balance the social, economic, and environmental aspects of sustainability while evaluating sustainability in buildings. So rather than taking society and economy as a subset of environmental aspects, we need to take a balanced approach in that. Now, moving forward, when we look into sustainability in buildings particularly, building is something that has a very long lifespan. So throughout its lifespan, it is subjected to several changes. So this changing dynamics is not usually accounted for in the existing frameworks. Mostly we take a static approach when we don't consider about the temporal and spatial changes that can occur over a period of 50 to 70 years of life of building. Now, what could be these changes? What could be these dynamic elements that could contribute project sustainability? Energy mix, for example, if we consider a nation like India, we have 5 national electricity grids, and if we see the composition of each grid, we can see that the emission at each part of the country would be different because of the way the energy is being produced. So if we look probably maybe another 20-30 years, if we look the energy mix, we are anticipating that about 50% should be about from the renewable energy technology. So then the sustainability profile is altogether going to change. So this is something that needs to be looked into. Then the energy consumption of a building with time itself is changes. That is, if a building is consuming a certain amount of energy today, that's not what is the case. It's going to be 20 years or 50 years by the end of time, the building is demolished. The reason being the energy consumption changes because of material properties. It changes because of the equipment technology itself. We are upgrading our appliances. Then the aspect of urban heat island effect being changed because of the green cover being changed. We talk about concrete jungles coming up. That influences the energy consumption of the building. Then the income parameters of the people change the way they use appliances. Then, of course, if we are becoming more environmental conscious, we can go for more renewable technology in our buildings. So these contribute to change in energy consumption of the building over time. Another big aspect is changing bylaws, and introduction of a code like energy conservation building code for existing buildings or for new buildings could change the way the things are being designed and how the sustainability profile is. Change in technology, the way cement was manufactured 20 years back and how it is today and how it's going to be 20 years down the line could change a lot of things. Then change in external surroundings. When we talk about sustainability from a perspective of social aspects such as accessibility, development of an area, increased accessibility can actually influence emissions and can change the entire profile. And then occupant energy, the way people behave, the way people use energy. So going to the methodology. So here we are talking about social, economic, environmental aspects, their interactions, and then the big aspect of dynamism coming in over the period of time. So for handling such complexities, is a very conventional method to go with more simulation aspects, as one speaker was talking. So we need to look into modern tools. That is where we need an approach such as systems thinking in the building sector. Systems thinking is a management approach where we try to evaluate components that are interlinked with each other. So we have social component, economic component, environmental component, their interactions, their trade-offs to be evaluated here. And it is found to be a vital tool to understand sustainability problems. Moving forward, system dynamics modeling is a branch of systems thinking. It provides a computational platform to develop such frameworks that can evaluate numerous elements and their dependencies. Now, why we need this for sustainability assessment? It's a complex affair. It's a multi-dimensional affair because it has several dimensions. It has several interactions. It is dynamic because it changes over time. And we need to keep it simple and comprehensive. That's where system dynamics is good, because we need it's easy to use. With minimal amount of data, we can go for better predictions. We can run thousands of scenarios, and it's a very good policy analysis tool, and it's easily integrable with other tools as well. So what I'm talking further is about a simulation-based decision-making framework for sustainability assessment. Now, what do we mean by simulation? We are trying to basically replicate the real-life scenario of a building and its sustainability on a computational platform and see how well it replicates the real-life scenario, and we can take actions and decisions before something happens. So there, we look into the methodology. We talk about the need to identify sustainability indicators. Okay, we are not looking into very new indicators over here. Existing indicators are strong enough to represent sustainability. The only thing that we need to look into how these indicators interact with each other, how carbon footprint is related with accessibility, how accessibility is related to how carbon footprint can be related to life cycle cost, how life cycle energy and water footprint is linked. All these things is what we need to look into. Then collecting data, of course, data collection about the building is necessary, and about sustainability parameters is part of the study. And then comes the core methodology, where we talk about stock flow diagrams and causal loop diagrams, which is part of system dynamics modeling. So the first aspect, what we call about CLD or causal loop diagram, is about qualitatively representing the interactions between social, economic, and environmental systems. And then we move to flow diagrams, where these qualitative relationships are then quantified using mathematical formulas, and we develop models. We develop models using the software used here is AnyLogic, which provides a multi-simulation platform. It helps to do agent-based modeling, discrete image simulation, and system dynamics modeling. In this study, we have restricted ourselves to system dynamics modeling, but this multi-simulation platform is provided by the software. So there we go and develop sub-models which are interacting with each other, which are computationally related. The mathematical formulas are placed in, and then we run the simulations, we validate it, we test it, and then we look into policy innovation. So it's not just sufficient to evaluate a building sustainability. We need to see what can be done, what scenarios we can put in, so that we can bring an improvement in the long term or in the short term, what all policies, what can we work with. So this is again back to the methodology part, where we are talking about causal loop diagrams. Here we qualitatively represent the elements of sustainability of a building, and then we look into the broad feedback here. So the broad feedback here, we have a housing project. It influences sustainability across various aspects. The sustainability performance of the project needs to be improved. There we put in policies. We bring down these indicators if they are bad, and then the sustainability increases. So this is a broad feedback, but there are multiple feedbacks within these systems. Going to this
sorry
is how
to interrupt,
dynamics modeling.
Francis, we have 2 more minutes to go.
Yeah.
So you need to probably
Yeah. So this particular this is the system dynamics model interface where we have the elements, and I will show you a more zoomed version of how it will look. We'll have the elements here, the stock flows here, which are represented by mathematical formulas. The basic underlying equation is the Sermon's equation, and we calculate each of these indicators across various stages of construction. So then coming to the case study results and conclusions, the case study taken here is a large-scale, low-cost housing in Maharashtra, particularly because affordable housing or mass housing is something that is very relevant socially, but we don't usually relate sustainability with affordability. That is where we are trying to make a change here, where we can actually look into sustainability and affordability together. Here then we are talking about, so the inputs that go into from a user side to this particular model are these, that is area, the 5 materials that are being considered as the primary energy contributing materials, then the people that occupy that building. So with these inputs, we simulate the building and we do a base case simulation. So here I've shown just 4 scenarios here, 5 scenarios here. We can do thousands of scenarios here. The base case is basically the case where we have the building as it is. Then we have run 1, 2, 3, 4, where we are looking at how the building performs if we replace it by 50%, cement brick replacement by AAC block by 50%. If we use a decarbonizing technology in steel manufacturing, what's going to be the impact? And if we go for a moderately intensive energy reduction strategy, what is going to happen? So here we are looking at ecological footprint, life cycle cost, social cost, and life cycle energy. So life cycle cost is known, it's the cost over the life cycle. Social cost is a very less used indicator, but it seems to be a very relevant indicator because it gives a monetary value to the impact that an environmental damage can make to a country like India. And India has the highest social cost of carbon. So here, what we're talking about is, if we look into material related policies, we see that the amount of impact on sustainability is less. If we go for a very moderately intensive energy reduction strategy, we can see that it is fairly high. So, but even a material material policy that can bring about 1% decrease is found to be good. So here we are looking into a perspective where if we have achieved a net zero buildings in future, we then need to achieve material efficiency. That is something that we need to look into. Another important aspect here is I've just shown a single indicator, carbon footprint. Here, run zero is a base case where we are not considering any change in energy consumption for the building from today to another 50 years. But this yellow line represents the actual scenario of the building. Its energy consumption increases with time. If we don't do this analysis when we do a sustainability evaluation, we end up 50% underestimation. This means that all the policies that we have lined up to catch up with our targets are going to get messed up. So now going quickly to the conclusions. So in this particular simulation, we have calculated various indicators, and we looked into the validation part of it. We looked into the life cycle energy and ecological footprint. This aspect basically it relates quite closely with what the existing literature relates. So the simulation is giving a realistic view in terms of indicators. Then moving forward, as I mentioned, energy related policies are definitely relevant because we are talking about a 50-year operation energy aspect. But at the same time, when we talk about buildings, energy reduction strategies already in place, then we need to look into material efficiency. Then another aspect here is, if we don't consider the dynamic elements that play in sustainability, we will be estimating our impacts wrongly, and then that could create wrong policy formulation, and that could create issues later on. So this framework, the future scope is, again, as I mentioned, we need to have a multi-criteria decision making here. We need to balance out social, economic, and environmental aspects, and to see which works well for a project, and see how the interactions play on, how the trade-offs can be balanced off. So with that, I conclude. These are the references. Thank you. And as the words of Winston Churchill, we shape our buildings and thereafter shape us, and it's very true. We need to shape our buildings well so that we have a good life. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Francis. It was a wonderful presentation, and thank you for also sort of taking us through the discussion on net zero and what the future might hold for us. I invite now the presenters of the third paper, which the title of the paper is Need for an Alternative Approach to Housing for Industrial Workers, a Case of Morbi, Gujarat. The paper is written by Ms. Madhu Bharti from CEPT University and Ms. Gargi Das. I've heard that Ms. Bharti is unwell and she's admitted in a hospital. My best wishes for her speedy recovery. I request Ms. Gargi Das to start sharing the presentation.
Yes, ma'am. Am I audible?
Yes, you are audible. Request you to please put the PPT on presentation mode. Yeah, perfect.
So before starting the presentation, I would like to say, yeah, I'm the second author and I'm representing on behalf of Mrs. Madhu Bharti ma'am. Actually, she is hospitalized for COVID. So, and this project was actually SEPT funded. And the title of the project is Need for an Alternative Approach to Housing for Industrial Workers, and the case is of Morbi. So Morbi is situated in Gujarat, and Morbi is basically known for its ceramic production, and India is in the second position globally after China in the ceramic production, and Morbi alone in the India contributes 90% of Indian ceramic products. And the industrial units are located in the highway which is connected from Morbi to Wakaner. And there are almost 900 industries, and it's divided into different scale of industries according to the annual turnover. And mostly that's 56% of the industries falls in the medium scale industry. The government has taken many initiatives to uh, means like a cluster related initiatives, technology exports to improve the production, ceramic production, but they have not taken any initiatives in housing. So the aim of the project is to understand the impact of ceramic industry on the industrial workers housing of Morbi. And due to time constraint, actually we have studied only the impact of ceramic industry on Morbi town and not on Wakaner. And only 0.16% of total ceramic industrial workers have been surveyed. So in the next 15 minutes, we'll be going through the census data, then the real estate of Morbi town, then the workers' background, their housing conditions, the laborers, the workers' housing aspirations, their affordability, and finally to the conclusion part, recommendation part. So in the census data, what we can see, when we see the decadal population growth rate of Morbi municipality, the orange line is at the peak in 2001, that is 61%. This is because after 1991, the ceramic industry has started and the higher level workers and owners, they started residing in municipality area. And with the increase in urbanization, the nuclear family has increased, and that's why the household size has decreased. So due to increase in population and decrease in household size, when you see the household growth rate, we can see in 2001 that it was at the peak, that is 73%. So this census data, the population and the household data was only for Morbi urban agglomeration area. But when we see that the industrial area is outside the urban agglomeration area. So the data is not covered for the labor population and labor housing. The labor housing is situated in this industrial area. But the owners and other departmental staff, those who work in the ceramic industry, they used to reside in Morbi town. So with the growth of ceramic industries, the real estate sector in the Morbi town is also affected. So let's go to the real estate sector of the town. So when we see the growth rate of the housing in municipality, as I've already explained it, in 2001, it was at the peak. In the second graph, we can see the growth rate of ceramic industrial units in 2011 was at the peak, but the housing units reduced to 47% in the municipality area. This is because the local owner itself, they started constructing more number of units. So the housing units have not increased, but the ceramic industry units have increased. And when we see the urban agglomeration area, the predominant real estate development is in the southern part due to this Rajkot Morbi highway, which is near to the southern part of the town. And due to the demand of the housing in southern part, the land price is higher, that is 10 times of the eastern part. And due to the higher land price, the property price is also high. In the eastern part, people don't want to reside because of the industrial area. And in the northern part, actually, the development is very less. And the socially backward people, they used to reside in the northern part. So the rental value in the northern part is the least. So when we go through some of the images of the town, we can see that in the northern part, as I have explained, the roof tile mill workers used to reside. And newly in 2010, the apartments have came up. In the central part, the old dilapidated vacant units are there, and some mixed use commercial units are there. The southern part is the posh area where apartments are coming up, new apartments are coming up with bungalows and row houses. And when we see the cross section from left to right, to north to south, we can see in the southern part, there are high-rise buildings because of the higher land price of development is going vertically upward. And in the eastern part is basically of the institutional buildings are present, and some new apartments are under construction. In those apartments in the eastern side, as I have already explained, the ceramic industries are there. So the contractors, they used to reside in these apartments in the eastern part. In the western part, the public housing is under construction under PMAY, and there are some row houses and apartments. And when we see the cross section from left to right, west to east, we can see the central part have the dilapidated old buildings which are in a low in structures, while in the outskirts we can see high-rise buildings because of the new development in the outskirts. So we can see that the real estate is growing very fast in Morbi also, as well as in other parts of Morbi, like in India. So with the growth of the real estate development, the demand for ceramic tiles and sanitary wares are very important. It's growing very fast, the demand. But the artists, those who manufacture those tiles and sanitary wares, they are living in a very poor housing conditions. So let's look at the workers' background and their housing condition. So to understand the situation, we have, in the first group, we have compared the growth rate of industrial units, laborers, housing, and labor population. And we can see in 2000, the growth rate of labor population was at the peak. This was because in 2000, the medium scale industry started coming up. In 2010, again, it came a little higher because of the large scale industries. But in 2015, we can see the growth rate of labor population has decreased. This was because in 2015, automation has started, due to which the existing units, they started producing more products from automation using machines and all, but they didn't started constructing new units. So industrial units also, the growth rate of industrial units have also reduced, and the labor population have also reduced. Then in the second graph, we can see the laborers, most of them, like 90% of them are migrated laborers. This was because the contractors, they preferred migrated laborers from the nearby states, because the contractors can have more work from a small workforce, and also they used to provide the free housing quarters. So they used to give work to the laborers like overtime. Like they used to reside in the quarters itself in the residence industrial area, and they used to work more. And when we have studied the merit status and laborers that are migrated, we can see out of the total labor population, 66% of the laborers were married, but still they have migrated as a single male, that 57%. This was because they used to keep their family in their native place because of their agricultural work and all. And also because of unsuitable housing condition in the quarters, that for the families, they didn't bring their family to the quarters while working. And in this table, we can see the annual turnover. Here I have just compared the large, medium, and small scale industry according to the number of laborers. In large scale industry, per labor, actually the population is more than medium and small scale industry. So when we see in the first table, we can see that out of the total labor, 92% of the laborers, they used to reside in industrial area, while only 4% used to reside in the village area. This was because the 4% were the semi-skilled and skilled laborers, those who earn 1.2 times more than the workers who reside in the industrial area. So they can afford the rent in the village area, so they used to reside there. And other 4% was
sorry to interrupt, but we need to sort of, you have 2 more minutes to go.
Okay.
Yeah.
So the next 4% are the municipal area who used to the local ones. And when you see the type of workers, we can see the 78% were the unskilled laborers who earn 9 to 18,000 per month, and only 4% is the skilled laborers who earn 18 to 25,000 per month. According to the labor law, the workers, the contractors used to provide more than the minimum wage to the workers, to the laborers, but and also they used to provide the free housing, but the housing condition is very poor. So when you go to the physical structure, we can see in a large scale industry only 3% is dilapidated, while in the small scale industry 23% is dilapidated. That means the housings quarters provided by large scale industry are much more better than medium and small scale industry. When we see the congestion, we can see the total congestion in large scale industry is more, and small scale industry, that is 45%, because of the insufficient number of rooms as per the labor population in the large scale industry. And for congestion, we have calculated 2 factors like the area per capita and married couple congestion. In India, if 2 married couples resides in a room, then it's known as the congestion. And the married couple congestion is only in the medium scale industry. When we see the toilet quarters, we can see 53% of the total household, they use open defecation. And in large scale industry, 62% of the workers, they use open defecation. This is because of the insufficient number of toilets as per the labor population in large scale industry. And 53% of houses, they don't have sewage line. When you see the kitchen, 89% of the kitchens are outside, kitchen in the room, not a separate kitchen, and 2% are outside the room. Out of the 2%, all the 2% were in the like small scale industries. And for water supply, 93% have water supply, which are 60% are bore water, and 2% are tube well, not running water, which is also in the small scale industry. And for social infrastructure like garden, healthcare, temple, and supermarket, most of them are not present. Within society and within neighborhood, we can see only the temple and supermarkets. So if in summary, when we see the red color depicts the bad condition, green color depicts the good, and yellow is the moderate one. And when we compare the large, medium, and small, we can see in the small scale, it's mostly the bad conditions of the housing units as compared to large and medium scale. And when we have calculated the housing shortage, according to Kundu committee, there are 4 factors, while we have calculated only obsolescence and congestion factors. And obsolescence factors, the 6%, it's the minimum in large scale industry because of the physical structure is better in large scale industry. And in congestion, it's more in the large scale because of the insufficient number of rooms. And when we have calculated number of rooms, and then we have found that 47% are in the medium scale industry, because in medium scale industry, there were married couple congestion. And when we see their housing aspirations, we have found that 18% of the laborers, they don't want to reside, they want to reside in Morbi itself for the future. Out of that age group 20 to 29, they are the most mostly they are the group of people who want to reside because they want to earn money and they want to settle there. And the preferred location is municipality area. And the preferred housing typology is mainly low-rise apartment. And these
we need to wind up now. Probably just the last.
Skilled and semi-skilled, they want detached houses. So affordability, when we have found calculated, it's like 79% of the workers, they can't afford the housing that is provided by the free market. And for rental units also, 84% they cannot afford the rental units that is provided by the free market. And as I've already explained, that they have single male migrants are there. So if they share the rental units, then only 2% cannot afford, which are the married couples, because they cannot share the room. So in conclusion, out of the total population, 82% want the rental units, out of which 56% are the single migrants and 44% are the family one. 56 can afford the room, but out of that 25% they cannot afford the rooms in the market, which is provided by the free market, and 75% of they cannot afford ownership housing. So while calculating, we have found it almost it's 5,000 in number. And the typology that we have suggested is like low-rise apartment according to the demand and preference. The location is the eastern zone according to the proximity of work, and the unit size is calculated from the minimum PMAY standard. So there can be 2 possibilities, like state and private developer, they can come together and set up rental housing. The land can be provided by the state government and the property will be owned by the state government. What the private developers will get, they will design, finance, and operate the buildings, and they can get some rebate on tax and profit and get sellable TDR to other urban area in the state. And the second possibility can be the state can give the land, the Morbi urban Morbi association can construct the buildings and operate, and the ceramic industries, they can contribute the CSR fund. And the bulk properties that are constructed can be given to the ceramic industries as per their requirement, as per the percentage they will give in the fund for the long and short term lease. That was the 2 main possibilities that can be done for the recommendation part. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Ms. Gargi. It was a very enriching sort of presentation, and it has important implications for the discussion we were having earlier for reverse migration, as well as for land value realization and where and how to have the affordable housing. And now I invite the 4th paper for the session, the last one here for this particular session, which is titled Reclaiming and Rejuvenating Urban Water Bodies, Case of Mullassery Canal, Kochi, Kerala. The paper is written from NIT Hamirpur, written by Akhila N. Menon and Puneet Sharma, and Akhila is going to present. So, Ms. Akhila, request you to please start sharing the presentation.
Am I audible?
Yes, yes, you are audible. Request you to put the PPT in presentation mode and then start. Yeah, perfect.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Akhilan Menon from NIT Hamirpur, and today I am presenting Reclaiming and Rejuvenating Urban Water Bodies, case of Mullasheri Canal, Kochi, Kerala. I'll be starting with the introduction, the literature study, the methodology, description of the study area and current scenario, the analysis, the design interventions, and finally the conclusion. The water bodies in the city of Kochi are indispensable to its environment, economy, and tourism. And the system comprising of canals, rivers, and backwaters have been the source of livelihood and used for transportation and recreation since antiquity. But with the passage of time, many of these have fallen prey to deterioration due to unchecked developmental activities like encroachment and pollution stemming from improper waste management. Here you can see the water bodies in Kochi, and this is Mullasheri Canal on the western side of the core city. Mullasheri Canal is one such water body that flows through the heart of the central business district in the city of Kochi. It is a tidal canal primarily serving the purpose of conveying the stormwater runoff from the central city into the Vembanad backwaters on its western end and Tevra-Peradur Canal on its eastern end. Here you can see the path of the canal being highlighted in yellow. The dumping of solid waste and sewage combined with culverting and construction of structures over it have impeded the flow of water in the canal, thus rendering it stagnant and anoxic, making it a breeding ground for diseases. Adding to this is the insufficiency of the canal in carrying the stormwater runoff due to smaller cross sections in particular areas, leading to floods in the core city, even with an average amount of rainfall. Here in the images, you can see the debris that's fallen into the canal. There is this derelict pumping station over it. There is commercial spaces constructed over it, and the residential buildings coming right to the edge of the canal. The research article identifies the cause of deterioration of Mullasheri Canal and proposes solutions for improving its current state and attempts to establish a framework for rejuvenation of urban water bodies for sustainable city development. A literature study was undertaken to examine the role of urban water bodies, the causes of their deterioration, and methods of their eventual restoration. Out of the multiple procedures followed for restoration and rejuvenation of urban water bodies, daylighting or deculverting was found to be more frequently used for the ones that are partially or fully buried underground. The following projects were studied in detail: Cheongshan Stream in Seoul, South Korea, Laoji River in Taiyuan City, Taiwan, Aymama River in Istanbul, Turkey, and Navili Canal System in Milan, Italy. Low-impact development techniques have also been found to be effective in controlling stormwater runoff and have been used in conjunction with stream daylighting methods. The similarities between the context of these projects and the canal in question suggest the suitability of employing daylighting as a part of the procedure for its rejuvenation. This paper employs a combination of primary and secondary data collected through visual survey, in-person interviews, literature study, official documents, and survey drawings from the Corporation of Cochin, along with the newspaper reports to determine the issues associated with the canal. The entire stretch of the canal has been divided into segments based on character of the area imparted to them by the structures and activities nearby. This helps in focusing the proposed restoration process on the most vulnerable segment. The identification of vulnerability is based on the physical condition of the segment and the ability to serve the intended purpose. Factors influencing the restoration of the canal are compiled through collected data and sorted into 7 broad categories. The categories are ensuring smooth flow of water in the canal, sewage and solid waste management, prevention of encroachment, aesthetics and recreation, navigation, protection of sensitive areas, rehabilitation of displaced residents. The prioritization of these categories is done by analytic hierarchy process on the basis of expert opinions from urban designers, hydraulic engineers, and hydrologists, among others. Then, the design interventions are proposed according to the category of highest priority. The solutions recommended need to be executed in phases, starting with the identified segment. Mullasheri Canal is located on the western side of the city, connecting the larger Tevra-Peradur Canal on the east with the Vembanad backwaters on the west. It's approximately 1,500 meters long, with the width varying from 12 meters on the western end to about 3 meters on the eastern end. There is also width that is even less than 3 meters in between. The canal, being in the CBD of the city, is intersected by multiple arterial roads and has many important landmarks in the vicinity, creating 4 segments with varying characters. These segments have been further divided into smaller parts for the ease of study. So the first segment has mostly tourism facilities and educational buildings. The second has mostly commercial structures and some residential buildings. The third has mostly residential buildings and some commercial activities. and the fourth is mainly a transportation hub with some residential buildings. The human interventions in its course, namely concreting of the bed and encroachment, prevent natural tidal flushing and the interaction between the canal and its surroundings, thus diminishing its ability to render ecosystem services and capacity in stormwater management. So here you can see that the residential structures on the edge of the canal, there are concrete slabs over the canal which has been used for parking, and there's unwanted vegetation and temporary structures and waste dumping at the eastern end of the canal. The poor condition of the canal is evident from the online reports with keywords Mulasheri Canal and flood referred to from the year 2020. These reports focus on the issues regularly faced by the residents of the area due to the flooding, its causes, and impacts on their health and well-being. So here in the graph, you can see that only January, February, March, and December are devoid of any flooding complaints. So this illustrates the severity of the issue. The AHP calculation is performed to identify the first course of action in the reclamation and rejuvenation of the canal, even though all the factors are to be considered at a later stage for a complete restoration. Upon pairwise comparisons of the broad categories given in Table 1, the weights obtained for each category have been indicated and ranked accordingly. The results obtained from the AHP analysis are shown in Table 2. So here we can see that from the AHP calculation, ensuring smooth flow of water in the canal has come first with a priority vector of 45%, and the second place goes to prevention of encroachment with 21.5%, and the third place goes to sewage and solid waste management at 18.6%. This suggests that the proposed reclamation and rejuvenation process should start with the removal of elements blocking the flow of water by daylighting the underground sections of the canal. The feasibility report, Kochi Smart City, takes note of the current condition of the western stretch of Mulasheri Canal, falling under their area-based development plan, that is segments 1 and 2. It is established that the present water levels in the canal are hydraulically sufficient to carry stormwater as well as tidal flow, but the eastern stretch, that is segments 3 and 4, is very prone to flooding. The study has also recommended transition arrangements for a smooth entry of water from the eastern to western stretch, or the conversion of the western stretch into a cul-de-sac. As the elimination of the entire eastern stretch is not desirable, this paper proposes appropriate modifications to the eastern cross-section to be compatible with the western end. So here we can see the segment 4, which has been buried under concrete slabs. The runoff into this segment will increase once the corporation goes forward with the proposed renovation of this KSRTC bus stand, which will increase the hard surfaces in this area, and it is represented by these shaded portions. Concreting of the bed that reduced its depth from 4 meter to 1.5 meter has severely affected the functioning of this section to convey the stormwater that's flowing into it. The segment was also supposed to receive the excess water from the Tevra-Perandur Canal to which it connects. The inability of this segment to meet its intended purpose has led to the area being waterlogged even with a small amount of rainfall. Thus, it is proposed that the restoration and rejuvenation process begin with segment 4 as shown in figure 8. So here we can see the existing section of the canal in the dotted lines. It can be observed that the depth is very less, which makes it appear like a drain. This paper proposes the widening and deepening of the canal to match with the western section. A buffer space would be introduced between the buildings and the canal, with the space being paved with perforated blocks to facilitate the percolation of water underground. The rest of the runoff from each side of the canal would be filtered by strips of vegetation on either sides with layers of gravel below it before it enters the canal.
We have maybe last 2 minutes or
Sure.
a minute to wind up. Yeah.
Also, the sewage drain is disconnected from the canal to keep it clean. And there is also green patch being proposed between the bus stand and the bigger canal to absorb the extra runoff that's coming from this hard surfaced areas. And these buildings in pink are the ones that would be potentially affected by the widening of the canal and the road, and they could be a part of a rehabilitation program at a later stage. Thus, these design interventions are a combination of daylighting that unearths buried channels and low impact development methods which increase infiltration at the source areas and thus reduce runoff. By ensuring smooth flow of water in the canal, the concern regarding the water quality can also be alleviated to an extent, as the constant flow of water will flush out pollutants discharged due to waste disposal. This requires widening and deepening of the canal, and by removing unwanted structures on the conduit and correcting the gradient of the canal bed, the redressal of encroachment on the canal can thus be performed through this, which is the issue ranking third in terms of priority. Thus, the daylighting of segment 4 is most appropriate action to be taken, whereby the top 3 concerns related to the restoration of the canal can be addressed. From the research, a framework has also been proposed, which will help researchers to carry out the rejuvenation work in urban water bodies. Figure 9 shows the framework in a systematic pattern for better understanding and usage. So in this framework, we first consider the environmental, social, and economic factors, which would ensure the quality of life and social justice. These have to be considered. These are global factors which have to be considered for a holistic solution. Then coming to the research process, we can study the case examples, the literature review, and the contextual study. From the case examples, you can get the strategies and actions which have been taken in similar projects. From the literature review, you get the methods and tools used. And through the contextual study, you get the constraints and opportunities in that area. From these, we can identify the stakeholders, the sustainability issues that is associated with this area, and the spatial goals that have to be attained. From these, in this particular project, these were the 7 factors that we had obtained. And these were then finally prioritized through the AHP, and then we came to a design intervention. So in this particular project, these measures boost the aesthetics and recreation aspects, in addition to having ecological benefits like improvement of biodiversity and reduction of urban heat island effect. The proposed design intervention would ensure the engagement of public with the water body and its surroundings, providing an incentive for its upkeep. Additionally, the environmental and social benefits are advantageous to the economy by providing more opportunities for setting up commercial establishments in a predominantly residential area. And finally, to conclude, Mullasheri Canal, flowing through the city of Kochi, Kerala, is a water body impacted by human interventions. Many water bodies around the world which face similar predicaments were restored fully or partially to their natural state by various means. One such method is daylighting, where the parts of the channel previously underground are exposed to open air for ecological, economic, and social benefits. The same approach is adopted for the proposal of rejuvenation of Mullasheri Canal in phases, starting with its most vulnerable section. This section is identified as the one at the eastern end of the canal, that is segment 4. Further, factors influencing the restoration are identified and grouped into categories, after which AHP calculations are used to determine the category requiring immediate attention. Keeping in mind the present conditions, attaining smooth flow of water in the canal takes precedence, and removal of obstructions on the channel is recommended as the first course of action. Through the research, a framework has been established to assist with the rejuvenation of such deteriorated water bodies. These are the references. Thank you everyone for patiently listening.
Thank you, Ms. Akila. That was a really interesting presentation, and I'm sure if you must have presented it to the Kochi Municipal Corporation people, they would have, benefited a lot. And what it couldn't have been a better juncture to invite Professor Morris and have his views here, because he happens to be from Kerala. So I'm sure he enjoyed the last presentation and could relate to it also. So request you to provide your views, or if there are questions from any of the presenters here. Unfortunately, we do not have the presenter from the first paper. She informed that she had to leave for a medical commitment. But we have the presenters for the rest of 3 papers here. So if you would like to ask anything to them. Sir, you are on mute.
I'll just make a few comments, and it's for them to pick up. I'm sure they have their guides and all that. So the first paper I thought was very good, and gets into the hard engineering of developing new materials. And I quite like the idea of using basalt fibers, which is well known actually elsewhere. And this leads to an overarching question of material development for construction. And there are all kinds of explorations which can actually happen, and this is one of them. I mean, in India, of course, we know that for instance, even pre-stressed materials are hardly used. So with better materials, better standards, and so on, not only environmental sustainability, costs can come down, and public spaces can be protected, for instance, in bridges and so on. So I would think it's a study that comes to a logical conclusion, and it's a wonderful engineering study and needs to be picked up and sold and brought to the attention of planners and construction companies and that sort of thing. Okay.
Hope we have some people from the real estate industry here listening to this, and if you are there, please pick this up and explore more.
Have a good look at it. Yeah. So the other study is on an integrated sustainability. Again, I would think this is a good, very good study. In fact, I'm quite surprised by the quality of all the studies. All of them are women, and they've done wonderfully well with their studies. So this integrated sustainability of looking at all aspects of buildings, projects in a simulation framework, I think is very important, because this is not something which you can analytically solve. Okay? This is not something where even the best of intuitions, can come out with a clear-cut statement, that look, this is where you need to focus, or that is where you need to focus. But I quite like the idea here of considering environment along with social considerations, and at the same time in a dynamic context, and where the dynamism has been given form by presuming energy use increases to take place and incorporating all of that into a simulation. So I think I wish all the best, and I think this kind of stuff needs to be brought to the attention, and I hope you use data to simulate a lot more and come out with a book or something which can produce these results. And I think it's very important in a world where I have realized that architects, including energy consultants, are unable to distinguish between thermal inertia and thermal conductivity in the design of buildings. That's the state of affairs. And excessive use of glass to create solar cookers is common actually. Okay, so things like that. So it's great that you can bring in these things into a simulation. Okay.
Probably they can try and present it to RERA authorities in their state.
Yes,
at least.
I think so. I think
important regulatory implications would come out from.
Yeah, you should also meet these ISO or whatever licensed consultants who can kind of give a green certificate to buildings and so on. I'm sure you are onto it. So I think it's very important. So to go forward on this. Yeah, the third one again on housing for industrial workers. Gujarat is one of those few places where actually at least some housing is provided, although as you brought out, quite inadequate and nowhere up to the mark. So, in India, this whole aspect of industrial housing becomes even doubly important, because a lot of our industries are located very far from urban places, because we have, which links up with what I was saying, because we have not been allowed, because we don't know, or we keep our cities small and don't provide for everything integrally. We don't look at city forming functions while we do city serving functions, and so on. So industries get spewed over all over the place, in the middle of the desert, Kutch, God knows where else. So the whole aspect of at least a minimal housing so that humans can have their human-like existence becomes very important. And I think we've taken that whole process right through the very end. So here is something which the government, the local government, can actually pick up and start seriously looking at it and cross-question. So that's wonderful. Again, it's great to know that young people are really on the dot and working so hard. The last paper on Mulasheri, okay, is again, unfortunately, she didn't have too much time to present the problem and find the solution. Now, this is not something which others would understand, but I happen to be from that area. I don't know. And I kind of know what she's talking about. Now, all I can say is that, again, in a conventional sort of way, it's a wonderful presentation on how to get going. Okay. However, I would add that you look at, the history, the living reality of a few scores, if not a few hundred, if not 100 or so towns. In China, several in Vietnam, in Thailand, and so on, are what are called canal towns. Okay, so there are entire towns in China, for instance, even west of Shanghai, in Qingpu, I think, and in Suzhou, which is the westmost town of the larger province of Shanghai. to which it is connected, you have actually canal towns. What are canal towns? Where the old topography was laid in a crisscross manner with canal, which served navigation and which were actually the streets. In fact, if I know, the Mullesheri was at one time this, not just the storm water, but there were a system of canals which served access, which provided access to people. Now the point is, when we develop something, like we develop railways, we have destroyed all the rivers which and their navigation potential. So when we develop a dam, the navigation potential of that river is gone. So India has, if on a scale of 0 to 1,000, if China's inland water navigation is 1,000, India's is 1. Okay, and we have reduced it to that through development. So it's only in India that when we have development, there is underdevelopment of something else, which is what has happened here. So I would think just as much as ecological as access and stormwater drainage, which is the main thing that you're talking about, you could bring in, for instance, access. You could bring in, a way of self-financing. Have a good look at self-financing developments, because you have a real problem. What are you going to do with the displaced? Okay, they are going to protest, and it will lie just the same way. So you need to find a solution for the displaced. And I would think in terms of TDRs, which is a good Ahmedabad solution to the riverfront project. Of course, the problem won't be as severe as you would confront it. So, if it is linked to creating value for everyone, including those who are displaced, okay, pose this problem hard, you'll find a solution. Have a look at the Chinese, canal towns and how beautiful they are, and at the same time how functional they are, and the multiple purposes that they serve. Okay, China, Vietnam, Southeast Asia. So I leave it there. Okay, and and I'm sure you people are the newer generation, and I'm very very happy that you picked up these kind of projects. So go ahead, wish you the best. Okay.
Thank you so much, sir. Very encouraging and very enriching comments. I'm sure the presenters would have taken notes and would benefit. Unfortunately, it's lunch hour and we do not have any more time for question and answers. Even from Professor Morris's presentation, there are still pending questions and people are insisting that I should have asked those. But maybe I can connect those people directly to you, sir, and we'll see if we get another opportunity. Maybe we'll organize another session sometime. So it's been a really enriching session, encompassing all the 4 important themes in urban and real estate: the technology aspect, the regulatory aspect around the buildings, the issue about water and wastewater and managing the water bodies, and the human element of course, the affordable housing. So thank you so much, sir, and thank you all the presenters. I have Pooja here. Pooja, can you please now come on the screen?
Wow, such a rich and interesting discussion. On behalf of Center of Excellence in Urban and Real Estate Development, I thank Professor Morris, Professor Astha, and all our participants for an enriching session. We are breaking for lunch now. Next, we have an interesting panel discussion on transport infrastructure and sustainability at 2 o'clock. I request all of you to join back in time for this session. Enjoy your lunch. Thank you.
Hi, good afternoon, Asta. Can you hear me?
Hello. Hi, Satyam.
Hi, am I audible?
Yes, yes. Wait, let
Okay,
me
okay.
also
I just
see
wanted
you.
to check. Sure.
Great. Yes, I can see you also.
Okay.
How are you?
Great.
Hello as well. Hello, everyone.
Hi, Professor Walter. How are you?
I'm fine, thanks. Nice to meet you all. Huh? You all ready
Hi,
for
Professor
the
Peter.
presentation? Yeah. Hello.
Yeah, hello, Professor Bhuta. Hello, Satyam.
Hi.
Hi.
Everything is going well so far, I've seen, so that's good. Okay,
Yeah,
perfect.
we were having the last session. It was a technical session on urban and real estate. We really had interesting presentations. And as usually it happens, it got a bit extended, and still Professor Asta could not take, I think, a number of questions. I think we hardly got time to take questions from the audience, but they were really very engaging presentations.
Okay, that's good. We should stick to our time. No, we have 12 minutes. So in Europe, we try to follow the Swiss watch. No, the 12 minutes we should not exceed. So
yeah.
Anyway, I look forward. I've seen the last part of this presentation here. It was very, very interesting, and it's nice. And that's the advantage of India. Everyone speaks English very well. No? So I go to many Asian conferences, and there the level of English is sometimes not very good. But in India, everyone speaks perfectly English. So it's so nice.
Thank you, Professor Wooter. It's also has been a cultural issue for us here. Keeping time has always been difficult. Indians are, we are learning and we are trying to get better. The delay actually was caused by a delay in the inaugural panel where we had invitees and guests, and they took time to sort of get in and get through the session. But
Okay,
it's
so people have to eat their lunch in 15 minutes now. That's fast, no? That's not healthy.
Yeah. Satyam has joined. Yeah.
Okay, that's nice. Anyway, nice group. Nice to meet you anyway. Huh?
Sure, we will resume at 2 as per the schedule.
Perfect. I quickly grab a coffee and I come back then.
Yeah, sounds perfect.
We need a coffee. It's 10 o'clock here, 10:20 in the morning. So I need a coffee to focus my brain. Okay, see you. Huh?
Okay, yeah, bye-bye.
Oh, before maybe I very quickly check if I can share my screen, right? If it works.
Yes, please.
Does that work?
Yes, we can.
Yes, it's working.
Yes, sir.
Working? Yeah. Perfect. So let's go. We're all set.
Okay, perfect. See you all in 10 minutes.
So this lunch should have been on us. Had it been a physical conference, we are very sorry. Virtually, we just have to say that, please go and enjoy your lunch.
बरका अपना इसमें सेंटर ऑफ एक्सीलेंस में
देव में
Hello, good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon. How are you?
Yeah, fine, sir. Thank you. Good to see you. So, and let us check if Professor Sailesh Gandhi is also there. Then we are good to go. It's 2 o'clock.
Yes, I am there. Good
Yes,
afternoon.
sir. Okay. Good afternoon, sir.
So then Zandy is joined as well. Very good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon. How are you?
Joining.
Thank you, sir. Yeah, we're fine. Yeah, so it's 2 o'clock. I think we can probably start with the session. We are on very much on time. So this would be a panel discussion on making transport sustainable and during pandemic. I request Barkha to take it to start and introduce the moderator, Dr. Satyam.
Yes, ma'am. Good afternoon, respected guests, faculty members, participants, and students.
I'm sorry,
Just
ma'am.
wait.
Ma'am, please allow us 2 minutes. Barkha, we'll give you a countdown. Yeah, and then we begin.
Okay, ma'am, no problem.
Just give us a couple of minutes, a minute. I think there are some technical issues from the vendor's side. So we will be just starting in a minute. Yes.
Good afternoon, respected. Yes, ma'am. Good afternoon, respected guests, faculty members, participants, and students. On behalf of Adani Institute of Infrastructure Management, I, Barkha Ladda, a student of PGDM Law, welcome you once again to the International Conference on Infrastructure Development, Theory, Practice, and Policy with the theme of sustainability and resilience. We now move to transport and discuss the key issues around sustainability. Although transports is a major driver of economic development and trade growth, it accounts for about a quarter of the global CO2 emissions. The social cost or the negative externalities associated with transport system are a major threat to sustainability and have an enormous cost on the economy and human health. The current pandemic poses additional set of challenges for all stakeholders. We are fortunate to have a very distinguished panel from academia and industry consisting of Dr. Satyam Shivam Sundara, partner EY, Professor Shailesh Gandhi from IIM Ahmedabad, Professor Wouter De Wolf from Antwerp University, and Mr. Ben Zendi, CEO Adani Airports, to discuss some of these issues in a panel discussion on making transport sustainable during pandemic.
The session will be moderated by Dr. Satyam Shivam Sundaram sir. To briefly introduce, sir leads the sector Government and Transaction Advisory Services at EY. Sir is a partner with Ernst and Young LLP and looks after strategy and transaction business for social sector. Sir has over 14 years of experience of advising on infrastructure projects, primarily focusing on healthcare and agriculture sector. Sir has worked across India, Sri Lanka, Bhutan, Philippines, Tanzania, Kenya, Bangladesh, and Middle East countries. Sir holds Fellow in Management from IIM Ahmedabad and BTech and MTech from IIT Madras. Sir has been visiting faculties at various academic institutions in India and has published peer-reviewed papers in international journals. We heartily welcome you, sir. I request you to kindly take over the session.
Thank you, Barkha. Once again, welcome to all the participants to this panel discussion on making transport sustainable during pandemic. Let me also welcome our esteemed guests here, 3 panelists who have joined today to share their thoughts on the sustainable transportation sector as such. We have Professor Sailesh Gandhi, who is a director of IMA's Dubai branch. Prior to that, he has served as Dean Program at IMA for 5 years, from January 2016 to December 2020. He was also the chairman of MBA programs for 3 years and the chairperson of 1-year MBA program for executives PGPX for 2 years. He's a member of Finance Committee of IMA and invited to the board meetings. He has served several years of experience in consulting, industry, and academics. The consulting experience include working on several organizations, both in public and private sector, and also in assignments funded by international agencies like World Bank, ICA, Royal Netherlands Embassy, etc. He has also been an independent director on the boards of Gujarat Mineral Development Corporation and a member of Audit Committee. He specializes in accounting, management control, performance measurement, management systems. His research interests and publications are in developing financial and non-financial performance measurement tool, balanced scorecard, accounting issues, impact of financial reporting, and governance. He has designed and conducted several management development programs in China, Dubai, Egypt, India, Kuwait, Nairobi, South Africa, and Thailand. As Dean Program, he managed and supervised various projects, including EQUIS accreditation, implementation of core modules of SAP, HANA, among others. He has also been mentoring IIM Nagpur for a period of 3 years when it was set up. Welcome, Professor Sailesh Gandhi, and your experience, particularly on the finance side, would be very helpful to us in terms of understanding sustainable transport business as we go into this session. Then we are also joined by Professor Walter from Antwerp University. He has graduated in Masters in Applied Economics in 1992 and Master in Business Engineering in 1993 from University of Antwerp. He studied Masters the Administration IAG at university, and he worked in British Airways in London, Sabina Techniques in Belgium, and France and Luxembourg. He joined the PhD program in 2007 and graduated in 2014 as a doctorate in applied economics from University of Antwerp. He's a professor at the University of Antwerp and CMAT Belgium and is an academic director of CMAT. He is currently the course coordinator for the courses Air Transport Economics and Business, Advanced Managerial Economics, Project Methodology. In addition to that, he also teaches courses in air transport. Welcome, Professor Andrew. Welcome, Professor Walter. We look forward to your inputs on the sustainable transport. Then we are also joined by Mr. Ben Jayadi. He has more than 30 years of experience in managing business turnaround, M&A, commercial expansion, industry reinvention, etc. As the President and Chief Executive Officer of Fraport USA, the North American division of Fraport Group, Mr. Jayadi redefined airport travel and pioneering technologies, retail concepts, and customer expectations. The operations extended from Pittsburgh, Cleveland, and Baltimore, Washington to JetBlue's Terminal 5 at JFK and New York Liberty International Airport Terminal B, as well as the new $1.2 billion BNA Airport. He is certified Six Sigma Belt professional from Management and Strategy Institute and has also donned diverse roles as entrepreneur, financial advisor, hospitality design experts, and civil administrator, including leadership roles in non-profit organizations. Your thoughts will be really helpful, particularly on the transportation sector, considering the practical experiences that you have over 30 years. So welcome to all the three panelists. Let me set the context and then invite each one of you to share your thoughts. As we talked about, I think considering the pandemic that we are in, we are seeing people, going through a different way of going through the transportation itself. Today, we are trying to get through 3 C's as we call, which is avoid the crowded transport, avoid the closed transport, and avoid closed contacts. Now, when you try and do these three, the whole transportation is going to change. The way public transport was, the way individual transports were being chosen, the utility functions, they all are expected to change over a period of time. Add to that the modernization and the technology infusion which has been happening over a period of time, which is expected to multiply far more at a far more greater speed than what was happening prior to this coronavirus pandemic that we are into. Further, we are also going to see businesses itself transforming in terms of the way they used to happen. The business as usual won't happen. A lot of things will change from working from home to introduction of technology, and therefore leading to a very different set of requirements from business leaders as well. We are also seeing a lot more of challenges and changes in terms of movement of cargo, including the medical supplies and equipment at a much faster rate, and through a mechanism which can allow partial closure and partial movements from different parts of the world, disrupting the existing supply chain that existed. Therefore, with these changes around, we do need to look at transportation, with a fresh perspective, and that's where we would have these three panelists today talk about how the whole sustainable transportation business will move on. May I first invite Professor Sailesh Gandhi to particularly lay out for us in terms of what we should understand when we say sustainable transport itself. What are the 3-4 pillars that you would think of sustainable transportation? And how would he go about talking about, particularly from the financial sustainability perspective, in terms of sustainable transport business? So, Professor Sailesh Gandhi.
Thank you, Dr. Satyam, and good afternoon, all participants. I'm going to use a small presentation, and I'm going to highlight on 2 issues. One is that why ESG issues matter, right? And I'm going to talk about the long-term value creation which ESG policies lead to. And that will be my first part of the presentation, that defining ESG and why these ESG issues matter in a long-term value creation for any firm. And it goes beyond the ranking and ratings and the box ticking exercise. And the second thing I'm going to talk about is the issues of the sustainable finance in the transportation sector. So these are the 2 main aspects which I'm going to cover. And I'm going to use a small presentation to share my thoughts. So basically, when we define the 3 pillars of sustainability as we understand, it is the environmental sustainability, social responsibility, and good governance, be it a transportation sector or any other sector, whether energy sector, etc., etc. And some of the conventional measures to measure these pillars, which are in use, include carbon footprints, climate change, reduce waste, HR policies, board diversity composition, inclusion, improve risk management, compliance, etc. Right? Some of these parameters are being used for the purpose of ratings and rankings. Now the question arises that why the ESG issues and policies matter for any organization, right? It is no longer now a box ticking practice for ratings, but ESG policies need to be integrated with the business strategy to create the new form of competitive advantage rather than short-term profits. They matter because they are able to communicate belief systems of the organization. And basically the premise of the belief system which an organization wants to communicate is the nature and human beings have inherent worth and they deserve respect. So whatever policies they have with respect to the choice of goods and services portfolio, the way in which they are produced and delivered in the marketplace, the choice of customers, the choice of the geographical presence, they are all arising out of this particular belief systems. And these ESG policies of the organization help to communicate such belief systems to the various stakeholders. It helps in reducing capital costs and increases the firm's valuation through investors' choice. It protects valuation against global regulations and government mandates, right? For example, stock market rewards. Now, if the organizations are very well prepared and they have ESG policies in place, whenever these regulations or mandates come, they are already being there in the entire business strategy, which helps the organization in terms of the stock market rewards, investors' preferences, investors' choices. The fourth reason why these issues matter is ensure shareholder satisfaction with the board leadership. Because ultimately these ESG policies, the formulation and implementation are governed by the involvement of the board. And this really enhances the stakeholders' satisfaction level. Now, what are the key action plans which are required by the corporates to make the ESG as a part of the strategy to create real value? First, adopt strategic ESG practices. Now, Sustainability Accounting Standards Board lists salient issues for 77 industries, and they focus on material issues, right? So rather than the peripheral issues of the environment, society, and governance, focus and highlight and choose, begin the exercise or begin the journey with these material issues, maybe as a starting point from SASB standards. ESG issues become financially material when stakeholders gain insights into a company's environment and social impact. Nowadays, it is not difficult for the stakeholders to assess the impact of what activities are being done by the corporate and what are the footprints left on the society as well as on the environment. When media and NGOs exert pressure, when companies cannot self-regulate, for example, palm oil industry, the incentive structure of the farmers versus deforestation as an example. Differentiated product or services replaces unsustainable ways of doing business. The example is Tesla. We can also have examples like IKEA, which is reuse, refurbish, recycle as part of the business strategies. We can also look at a South American company called Amanco, which has, as a part of the business strategy, developed triple bottom line scorecard, where they are talking of economic indicators, social indicators, as well as the environmental indicators as a part of their performance management system. The second action plan is that having made the policies, the next is create accountability structure for integration of ESG. ESG metrics integrated with executive compensation, such metrics measured and disclosed as part of audit committee's work. Encourage participation of key employees or directors to participate in sustainability forums. Have a visibility, have a kind of an accountability structure. Third, identify a corporate purpose and build a culture around the ESG policies. Essentially, how employees perceive the meaning of the ESG policies and the impact of their work on the achievement of those ESG related issues. And the fourth one is make operational changes to ensure that ESG strategies are successfully executed. For example, efforts to reduce risk and ensure compliance with environment regulations or laws, efforts to improve operational efficiency, and efforts to innovate and grow. Commit to transparency and relationship building with the investors. Investors need to embed ESG metrics in their finance modules, need to have impact-weighted accounting to measure a firm's environment and social impacts and convert them to monetary terms. There is a need to develop this kind of a modeling exercise where the investors can build this kind of factors into their financial models. So this is one part which I wanted to share, that Now, ESG policies are part of long-range plan vision of the companies to create a long-term value. Coming back to the issues of sustainable finance for transportation, there is a lot of theory, a lot of literature on sustainable finance. People talk of green finance, green bonds, and variety of issues. Right? I'm not going into that, the awareness which we already have on the sustainable finance related instruments as well as the issues. It is defined as the one which seeks reconciliation of economic performance with positive social and environmental impact, right? Sustainable finance seeks to do that kind of a reconciliation. Climate Policy Initiative report of September 22 findings, just to give the perspective, average finance directed to sustainable transportation projects between 16 and 18 was INR 27,500 crores, mainly capex on MRT projects and sale of electric three-wheelers. 600,000 electric vehicles were sold between 2016 and 18, and individual household spending on EVs was about 7,000 crores, primarily because of the demand side incentive structure which was being available. Challenges in the transport sector, resource allocation has perpetuated a long-standing emphasis on traditional private vehicle-oriented transport projects and programs by domestic and international funders. Vehicle fleets are increasing exponentially owing to the urbanization and rising incomes. Road congestion costs Asian economics 2 to 5% of GDP each year due to the lost time and higher transportation costs. Transport sector is also the fastest growing source of CO2 emissions. Asian Development Bank forecasts that Asia's regional share will go up to 31% of global transport sector CO2 emission by 2030 at its current pace. Asian cities, including the cities in India, now have among the highest air pollution levels in the world, and traffic accidents in the this area has been the highest. Currently, national and international funding streams do not sufficiently recognize the importance of supporting sustainable transport projects and initiatives that will mitigate these negative trends. Action plan: investment in sustainable transport with priority to public and non-motorized transport modes, and integration of land use and transport planning is essential to improving mobility and accessibility for the majority of the people. Sustainable transport can save lives, reduce energy consumption and greenhouse gas emissions, boost economic growth, foster equitable urban communities, and improve overall quality of life. One of the World Resource Institutes, and they have published a paper where they say there are two aspects of the action plan by the government. One is leveraging sustainable transport financing for greatest impact and increasing the effectiveness of sustainable transport financing as a part of the matrix, linking international with national finance and leveraging climate finance, and correspondingly enabling institutional arrangements to streamline flow of funding to local level, engaging the private sector and creating supportive conditions for private investment. On the other side, impact-based monitoring and evaluation, and use local and innovative funding for sustained long-term financing with the focus on capacity building and policy guidance. Indian context, holistic approach of the government of India through policies and schemes, variety of schemes at late. One is the National Urban Transport Policy, Atal Mission for Regeneration and Urban Transformation, then AMP 2026, Make in India scheme, and the FAME. Right? These are some of the initiatives which have been taken. With increasing opportunities, more initiatives have been taken by Government of India and state governments towards two of the most required trends in the transportation sector: smart fuel vehicles and smart technology like electronic stability program, anti-lock braking system, crash testing, smart cards, electronic toll collection, etc., etc. An integrated policy approach is gaining momentum in India. However, the limitations are, or the challenges are, high borrowing costs. One of the papers published by Reserve Bank of India in its bulletin in 2021 lists that the sustainable finance in the areas of transportation sector, especially through the borrowings or the debt route, had a higher borrowing cost. So it suffers from the higher borrowing cost when it comes to this kind of financing source. False claims of environmental compliance, that's also another challenge by the authorities. Plurality of green loan definitions and maturity mismatches between long-term green investment and relatively short-term interest of investors, right? So this is also one of the major challenges. To summarize my presentation, I think what needs to be done at the corporate level is to build ESG policies as a part of long-term vision document to create the value creation. And on the other side, look at the limitations of the sustainable finance in transport sector vis-a-vis the challenges which are there by way of addressing those challenges. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Gandhi. That was really enlightening in terms of the conceptual underpinning and the Indian context, including the regulatory and the policy aspects that you presented. May I invite Professor Walter to share his international perspective to get a holistic worldview of sustainable transportation and complement what Professor Shailesh Gandhi talked about now. Professor Walter.
Okay, thank you, colleague. Thank you, everyone, for inviting me from Belgium. A big hi. Thank you, Professor Handy, as well, for your very interesting presentation. I'm going to talk to you about the international perspective. I'm going to share my screen. Let's see, you should be able to see my presentation.
Yes.
Okay, and I would like to focus on the air transport sector, but I will also expand a bit later on a number of other different types. Sorry, that's the bell ringing. It's always like that. And I would like to start with a quote. It's a bit of a rough quote. It's from Tony Junipiger. He's the executive chairman of Friends of Earth, and he said aviation is a rogue sector and its environmental impact is out of control. Climate change is the most urgent challenge facing humanity, and yet aviation policy is doing the opposite of what is needed. A very, very strong statement. He has a point, but of course I don't agree with what he's saying, especially not the way he is saying. And aviation is somewhat unfairly treated if you look at CO2 emissions, but I understand what he's talking about. And that's why I would like to add a number of facts in here. If you look at the CO2 emissions by the world, and these dates are up to 2019, there you can see that it's basically Europe, United States, and China who are the biggest CO2 emission emitters. Although India is increasing, but still rather limited. And Asia is also increasing, but still proportionally rather slow. I mean, if you look Europe and United States, there's a kind of decline in CO2 emissions, especially from the end of the 90s, the beginning of 2000, while China keeps on growing, and the same with India, there's a growth. That's about CO2 emissions. So that's fact number one. So the total emissions, indeed, they are increasing, but some of them are contributing more than other ones. If you look at the global aviation CO2 emissions, here you see also a different picture. Look at the red line. There you can see that the CO2 emissions are growing, and they're growing quite fast. There are a number of dips in there. You see the financial crisis in 2008. And if we have the figures of 2020 and 2021, you will see a huge dip, probably 60-70% down. These figures are not available yet, but probably 60 to 70% down if you look at the total CO2 emissions. To put it in perspective, if you look at the total world emissions, then aviation counts for about 2.8% of the total global emission. So it's a fact that aviation is not the rogue sector. Aviation is only 2.8% of the global emissions, but the problem is these emissions are rising faster than other emissions. There are certain, let's say, there are certain academics, and they are right, these who say, look, the government should internalize all external costs. And external cost, as colleague Kandi was already explaining, and the presenter in the beginning, external costs are all costs which are not internalized, which are not operationalized in the general cost structure. You think about CO2 emissions, noise, NOx, traffic accidents, all kind of external costs which are not monetized yet, but which are inherent to the transportation. And the academic theory says, okay, there are external costs, you should internalize them by a number of things, such as tax. The tax comes back to the people, which could be the government who distributes it again. I mean, that's the academic theory. But if you look a bit more into detail, you indeed see that if you compare aviation with cars and buses and trains, indeed, you can see that on the purple block, that aviation is really bad for the CO2 emissions, which is right. If you look at trains, they are significantly better, especially if they're powered by electricity, even better if they're powered by green electricity. But if you look at other costs like noise, like accidents, like other air pollution, then you can see that also the car in a way is not a very environmental friendly transport mode. And in a way you should, if you really want to externalize all of the costs, this is a research from Delft, then you have to add about $75 for every 1,000 kilometers you're actually flying or taking the car. Which means if you fly a flight of 2 hours time, you should have to add $150 on top of that. If you are traveling 1,000 kilometers with your car, you should add another 75% on tax in order to internalize. The question is if that's feasible, yes or no. In Europe, we're working very hard now on a kind of road tax for cars, but there's not a single politician who dares to implement this kind of road pricing scheme because they're scared of not being re-elected. On the other side, aviation is seen as climate polluting external cost causing transport mode, and a number of countries have already added a small, of course, tax between, let's say, $10 and $30 kind of aviation sustainability tax, especially Germany and France are quite stringent in that. So what are the remedies then? And there are a number of remedies possible. I just focus on a few. Maybe later on the debate we can focus a bit more. But if you look at the growth, and this is the pre-COVID-19 growth scenario, you could see that the air transport is forecasted to grow between 4% and 6% a year. That's the red line. That's the constant policies scenario. If you would have a globalization, but in the reverse scenario, a bit like the former President Trump was trying to have America first, India first, China first, the globalization shrinks again, then you could have a kind of lower growth rate between 2 to 4%. If the world really blossoms very, very high, there's really market liberalization, the Asian market opens up, the market between the US and Asia, between Asia and Europe opens up, then we could have the green scenario where you have growth between 6 and 8%. Percent in Europe and the United States always on the lower side, the percentage on Asia side always on the higher side. That was the pre-corona growth scenario. Everyone discussing now, will it be a V scenario? After a couple of years, we are back on the 2019 track, or will it be a W, or will it be a U? All these different possibilities are envisaged. For the moment, it looks like we will have a very steep decline in aviation, especially international aviation over the next couple of years, and it will probably last 5 years up to 2025 before we fully recover again in 2025. It looks like domestic traffic inside Europe, inside the US, and inside China, inside India, inside Indonesia, that will come back probably in 1 or 2 years to the pre-2020 levels. So what are the number of remedies? You have alternative fuels. You have this biofuel, which is supposed to be better. you have other people say, no, it's not really better because you have to cut trees for that. And in a way, you have artificial fuel. There's some tests in Europe to make artificial fuel. Of course, these are still very expensive parts, but that could be a solution. Electricity, you all know the problem with the batteries. Some electric planes already there, but the battery levels are too low. Only for very short flights, like 300 to 500 kilometers, it would be useful. Hydrogen, lots of research is being done on that. It could be the fuel of the future. It could not be the fuel of the future. There's still some technicalities which make it a bit complicated to make it. Some technology, some complicated technologies to store it as well. It could be the future, but we see. Looks like Europe will probably, as we already have it in Europe for the moment with the fuel for the cars, probably will force the airlines to have like a 5% or 2% of this kind of biofuel mixed up with the regular Jet A1 fuel. New technology, we have A350, 787, A320 MAX, A320 Neo, 737 MAX, are very good aircraft. They tend to be 25% more fuel efficient than their predecessor. They also can take a bit more cargo, so in a way they are more efficient even on that. And the pandemic really reinforced that process, that most of the airlines, they got rid of their 747s, 767s, the very old fuel thirsty aircraft, the very early older aircraft, A380s as well, are being dismissed because these are not fuel efficient and not efficient. And they're being replaced by new aircraft also because they reduce their supply. So in a way, it is already happening that by getting rid of the old planes, by substituting them by the new planes that you have ordered or you already have, that is already doing a very big step for the sustainability. So the discussion about high-speed trains, especially in Europe, high-speed trains are very popular, like they're in Japan. They're a very good replacement for domestic travel between 1,000 and 1,500 kilometer max. Of course, the investments are huge to do that. China is really working very hard on this high-speed train, and it really has replaced lots of air flight. If you look at the Eurostar between Paris and London, before Paris and London, before 1990s, Paris-London was the busiest air route in the world. Nowadays, you maybe have only 10 or 15 flights max between Paris and London because of the Eurostar, which travels pre-pandemic about once an hour, at least. You could have some air service navigation upgrades by having some shortcuts and all of that to have less holding around the airport. And then you have, of course, the carbon neutral airport, where probably my colleague, Mr. Benzani, will probably talk you a bit more about. Taxation, it's a very difficult topic. When you do just a flat ticket tax, for every departure, that doesn't make any sense. A tax on fuel, that's also tricky to do that, because how will you have a level playing field with other countries? So you should really do this on a worldwide scale. So also the Chicago Convention from 1944 doesn't allow to tax fuel for international flights. You could differentiate landing fees at airport, and that's a very good measure that works very well in Europe, that for environmentally friendly planes, you reduce the landing fees. For environmentally polluting planes, you increase the landing fees. That works very well. And you can have a CO2 emission tax, where I'm going to talk 2 minutes on the CORSIA. CORSIA is really a bit of a mix of everything we've seen here. It's a commitment from the ICAO, as you dare see what the abbreviations, and they really want to stick to the 2020 emission levels and just level that one out, and to replace the exhaust by sustainable fuels, by improvement of aircraft technology, and by some operational improvements like air traffic control and so on. In the meantime, because 2020 is not a good reference year because of the pandemic, they changed that to the emissions of 2019. Most of the countries are participating. It's still voluntary, and in 2027 it will be obligatory. Unfortunately, countries like India, like Russia, they do not participate in this scheme yet. They will participate in a few years' time from here. Just to wrap up, aviation is indeed important. It is growing. Only 2.8% of the worldwide emissions are caused by aviation, but they are raising, and they're mainly raising in Asia. So that's an issue. On the other side, and that's then probably a bit of cynical to say, but the pandemic gave a sustainability boost because there are less flights and many airlines have retired their old fuel-thirsty aircraft. Just some recommendation, if you look at short-haul air, it's a good idea to invest in high-speed trains, because it doesn't make any sense to have these flights of 300 or 400 kilometers. In Europe and China and in Korea, Japan, that is working very well. Everything below 1,000 kilometers, if you have the density between the cities, if you have the frequency, then it's a very good alternative to air. And if your train is full, it's even very environmentally friendly, as you've just seen on the banning flights, as some countries are doing in Europe. That doesn't make any sense. Also, the politicians should stay away from banning flights below 500 kilometers, because it's still very important for a number of airlines to have their hub and spoke system to connect domestic flights, connect with international. Long haul, there's not too much we can do here. We should really focus on technology development, and we should try to tax or incentivize the airlines through airport differentiation, landing fees or whatever, to have their emissions being reduced to the maximum as possible. Trading schemes, CORSIA, fuel tax, and all the things, they can work very well, but they should be implemented on an equal basis all over the world. It's not possible that only a few countries would work, because then you don't have anymore the level playing field. And then we especially look at airlines from the Middle East for the international flight. And I think carbon neutral airports, they can set the example for the air transport industry. That is working well. A number of airports in Europe are already carbon neutral or almost carbon neutral. And with this wish, I would like to conclude here and hand over to my colleague, Mr. Ben Zadi, who will probably talk about carbon neutral airports. So thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Professor Walter. That was quite enriching. May I request Mr. Ben Zadi to throw light on the cargo airport and aircraft industry itself, airline industry itself, focusing on the Indian context, given his vast experience of dealing with international as well as Indian context, and how they look at balancing the financial, environmental, and social impacts of transportation in aviation sector in particular.
Thank you, Dr. Sandram. Good afternoon, and good afternoon to my honorable panelists. Thank you for your wonderful presentation. And now I will share with you is my presentation visible?
Yes, it is.
Okay. All right. So sustainability and Indian aviation, we've done a study compared to the global trend and global aviation disruption, as we have experienced it from the early 50s, 1995 all the way to now. There have been airline closures, there have been financial crisis in 2008, there have been the Kingfisher closure in India, major airline, Jet Airway closure, and now COVID pandemic. And all of this aviation disruption, India has reacted and performed differently than the globe compared to the globe. And the signs show that India has always recovered faster in double-digit ratio than the globe, which is a good sign for Indian aviation economy. We also have been recognized to be the top third largest aviation sector globally by 2025. And the domestic travel drives that for our country because of the population. And by 2025, 40% of Indian population will be middle class. So therefore, a whole lot of first-time travelers. And the government is very supportive of the UDAN program, which is a regional connectivity of tier 2, 3, and 4 cities and airports. They mandate the connectivity. And also, 95% of our aircrafts in India are a single aisle aircraft, which means they are fuel efficient for domestic flights. And the government recently announced that they will look at no-fly zone in India to also honor a shorter distance for domestic flight routes, so they become more profitable and more fuel efficient. So the country is really focused from a central government to state government to Even AAI auctioning off their airports to a PPP model for private investment to come to the country and to drive this aviation sector much more effectively than the globe. So we have a two-platform section. One is the growth internally, and second, the recovery ratio is double-digit than the globe. Now, we also look at the GDP and see how India is performing against the globe. And our GDP has always performed better. And we are coming back stronger for post-COVID for a double-digit growth, even almost double the size of the growth in globally, and at 50% higher than China. So again, India is in a position of dominance when it comes to the GDP and aviation. And then there is a ratio of study for every paid passenger against GDP growth. And historically, India has shown a 2x growth of paid passenger against the GDP. So expecting a 12.5% growth really will mandate tremendous growth in aviation for us inside the country. China was the very first that kind of recovered from the very first pandemic. And the second pandemic, they were always first. And it shows you the gap and the recovery period of the first pandemic to around February of 2020, March 2020, all the way through when it hit normalcy. And again, they experienced a second wave of pandemic in January of this year. And you can see the dip was much less than the first pandemic, and they recovered faster. And we at Adani Airports track our recovery period on PAX and on ATM for domestic and international. And as you can see in Ahmedabad, we are recovering to be above 63, 65% of the PAX, 76% in Bangalore, and about 65 to 70% in Lucknow. Again, as alluded by the panelists, the international recovery of the domestic PAX is going to be much lower based on all the second run of the pandemic and the international market restrictions. And of course, the bilateral agreement also restricts India for the international growth, except we've had many meetings with our domestic CEOs for the airlines, and we are incentivizing them to think about the international growth that is outside of their bilateral agreements. We feel the complete recovery is less than 4 years. On the domestic side, we see it much sooner. And on the international side, on the 3-year side, on domestic 2 years maximum for India. On aeronautical revenue, anywhere from 1 to 2 years, we're going to see the full recovery. Non-aeronautical revenue, the same, one from 1 to 2 years on the recovery. And of course, we are focused on a consumer-based business model and strategy, which means we are going to focus on meter and greeters, and we are going to focus on city dwellers. So again, we want to penetrate that economic bucket, and we want to penetrate it fully by 2 to 3 years. Our forecast for FY22 to FY26 for the next 5 years, we almost see a double growth in PAX, and we see a tremendous growth in ATM for our regional airports. So therefore, our master planning have been completed for these 3 airports, that we have a 5-year growth plan, we have a 5-year expansion plan, and we have a 5-year capacity improvement plan, again, to honor the domestic demand and initially to honor the international demand by our domestic airlines, as well as when the international market opens up. The strategy of consumer-based business model really focuses outside passenger focus. And this is one of its kind globally. I have tried this in Pittsburgh when I was with Fraport, and it was extremely successful. And this model really focuses on non-aeronautical revenue. It focuses on real estate land development and real estate development as well. And with this, we focus on a digital marketplace. A digital marketplace in India has 500 million consumer base. Today, 500 million Indians order online. That means they are very digital savvy, and they complement this business model. And by 2025, 40% of the population is going to be middle class. Again, we go back to that XYZ generation that are extremely digital savvy, and they are consumer savvy, and they want it now, and they want it conveniently, and they want their experiences to be customized, and they want to be in control of their journey. So therefore, we are penetrating the same strategy. We're mimicking it in our travel model that is going to be touchless, customized, and more control in the passenger hand. We're also doing it in our digital marketplace to give that control and convenience to our consumer base. Our engagement today is less than 20%. We want to improve that engagement with the passenger and the consumer base to a 50% and a higher platform. So therefore, we can take that data analytics, we can customize more, we can provide more conveniences, we can provide more control. And we call that a strategy as an audience of one. That audience of one strategy is one of its kind globally that is going to be implemented here in India. And of course, predictive marketing is extremely important. We are going to provide a virtual reality shopping, virtual reality marketplace, a virtual reality retail and shopping. So therefore, that consumer behavior, engagement, transactions, and consumer segmentation profiling can help us again to do the focus on audience of one that we want to focus on. This data lake, again, is one of its kind. We have mandated all of the cash registers for the entire operation on the terminal side to be Adani cash registers, because again, we want to take this data analytics and this data lake to create a profiling that is one of its kind, to create a higher engagement and a higher penetration rate. We also have met with the airlines to integrate our technology with them so we can have access to their consumers and travelers and passengers during the purchase of the ticket to enhance their experience and offer services above and beyond the services the airline provide. Again, we want to access this market in a very meaningful and profound way that is one of its kind. With that data lake, we're going to create a loyalty program that we can be at the exposure of the consumer 24/7, honor their demands, customize more, provide more conveniences and more control. So this audience of 360 approach is only going to improve their experiences, increase the engagement, and increase the transactions. This personalized service is going to be across all of our assets. And this is going to be a tremendous selling opportunity for us as we acquire more airport inside India for the next 4 years. Any business and any asset financially must be independent for their financial performance in order to provide financing much more favorable and with a higher palette in this world economic shift. And by doing that, we are investing in our asset wisely to expand our capacity and our footprint, both on the aeronautical side and non-aeronautical side. We feel this 2-year pause during the pandemic is going to pass, and our master planning must complement what's coming 2025 with the generation shift, with the economic shift, and with the economic order of the new world, and complement all of these 3 adjustments that are upon us for the next 4 years. So the focus on route development, the focus on expansion and capacity, the focus on the non-aeronautical project, real estate, land development, and the digital marketplace, the audience of one. All of that has been done based on the zero capex analysis, which means we want to focus on what is going to be meaningful. How do we touch the consumer and the passenger in a meaningful way, rather than create a master planning that would be on estimates alone. So we want to be extremely reasonable with the investment in the assets. Policy innovation, again, we want to work with the government, we want to work with the airlines to make sure that we support a win-win policy advocacy, and we provide a win-win scenario for our stakeholders, whether the airlines, whether the fuel farmers, the ground handlers, and all the other stakeholders that are within our business model. The environmental and social governance for Adani is extremely important. And we are focused on that for the next 5 years, and it is included in our master planning as well. We have a microgrid program for our airports that is going to be a combination of renewable energy, sustainable energy, green energy for all of our airports. And as you know, the aviation assets and infrastructure need to have redundancies in their system and processes because of a very high priority of safety. So therefore, our microgrid will honor the plan B and a plan C for a self-sufficient, energy-sufficient airports. And having said that, we are focusing on carbon neutral, we're focusing on zero waste, we're focusing on microgrid, we're focusing on a solar airport. So again, our purpose as Adani Airports is we want to be the most admirable and trendy airport operator in India and globally by 2025. So we are going to expedite technology and we are going to expedite innovation. Having said that, the carbon impact of emissions, the footprint of the flights, as well as the quality of the air, noise pollution, waste generation, and the wildlife protection, all of that is on the horizon of focus for us. And we're going to map it, we're going to reduce it, we're going to optimize it, we're going to neutralize it, we're going to transform it, and we're going to transition into that new world order when it comes to ESG for our organization. Unfortunately, with this pandemic and with the generation shift and the economic shift, there is an expedition of technology. Technology has advanced by 10 years for the last 3 years due to the fact that there is a tremendous desire and demand for this advanced technology. And we have really captured the beginning, the sunrise, the strategy, and at the center of the table stakes of technology and what's maturing and what's sunsetting. So therefore, when we invest in our master planning, when we invest in our technology, we can think about the sunrise technology, we can think about the strategy technology that is being implemented in the world, and again, be ahead of this technology transformation. By 2025, there will be a fully electric vertical and takeoff and landing planes, and also the verti-point design airports are in the works. And this vertiport airport design does not require runways. They are vertical takeoff and landings. And we are, and also, as you can see, they are 100% solar airports, very energy efficient and very environmental friendly. This may be the beginning of regional connectivity of tier 3 and tier 4 airports and cities. And we want to be in the forefront of that. And we want to make sure we introduce this into India by 2025. This concludes our oversight, what we think about Indian market, what we think about the aviation sector, and what we think about the pandemic. And I want to thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Ben Jaydeep, for your detailed presentation, particularly on the Indian aviation sector and the futuristic technology and the movement that you have shown in terms of how the technologies are going to. Thank you so much for that.
You're welcome.
We have quite a few questions, but considering the time that we have, I will probably take 3 of them and will send it across to each of the panelists to react. Let me take the first question, which is from Rahul Mehta. He is asking the question that aviation sector is already at the margins, and considering the pandemic that we have and 2 waves, we already have the second wave is going on in India, and some parts of Europe and other places have gone through the second wave already. What do you think about the sustainability of aviation sector? So if the panelists could react to that quickly, in a couple of sentences, that would be really helpful.
If I may, our strategy is to really optimize non-aeronautical revenue. By penetrating the non-aeronautical revenue, by penetrating the real estate development and the land development, we're subsidizing for lack of non-aeronautical revenue. So therefore, we are very conscientious and alert of landing charges, parking charges, gate usage charges, and things of that nature. So therefore, we want to make sure that this partnership with our airlines maintains their success. It is a win-win because without the airlines, we don't need the airport. So we want to make sure this partnership is really a win-win for all of us, ground handlers, fuel farmers, airlines, and we're working our very hardest to subsidize for such lack of revenue. My dream is to have 0 landing charges and 0 parking charges to our airline. That's the way we should approach the business.
Walter, would you like to throw some international perspective?
Yes, I fully, in fact, agree with Mr. Zandi says. Non-aeronautical revenues are very, very important. We also see that the number of airports in Europe survive thanks to these non-aeronautical revenues. We may also not forget cargo. Cargo is also a very important revenue generator. Maybe not really in India, but in many other countries it is. And if I visit some Indian airports, I see there's so much scope for non-aeronautical revenues. But I'm sure that Adani, who has taken over a number of airports, will definitely focus on that. Because
Professor, you're absolutely right. The cargo is also on the rise in India as well. And that's a tremendous opportunity for India.
Yeah, because you also have lots of real estate income through that.
Sure.
Professor Gandhi, in terms of policy and regulation, I know while the technology itself is moving its frontier and making it more sustainable as it evolves, there has also been push. For example, we are moving towards electric vehicles in the road sector. So there's a question focusing on that in terms of what are your thoughts on the sustainability of such policies which push us towards newer technologies, moving from the current existing technology frontier to the next level of technology, particularly focusing on, say, you can take the example.
I think the short and shortest answer is that we have no choice, right? So we will have to adopt the new technology and the new ways of transportation, whether we like it or not, right? So let's say, for example, the acceptance of electric vehicles, right? And we see that, yes, corresponding to the newer technologies and the newer mode of transport, I think there is also an incentive structure which is also playing some kind of a role, right? Of course, there are some initial issues when we use a newer technology, that the availability and affordability, these are the 2 important considerations. But I think it's a matter of time, and whatever target which has been set for moving towards EVs, I think we will be able to move in that direction. Maybe it may take 2-3 years or a couple of years more, but yes, we have no option. There's no option to adopt that.
One last question, and again, all the 3 panelists in the order of Mr. Ben Jaydeep, Professor Walter, and Professor Shailesh Gandhi, you could answer this. I know we are already into the second wave of pandemic in India, and there's also a consideration and a thought around that there may be a third wave sometime later once the second wave wins out. Now, considering that there may be one, based on the learnings that we have had from the first 2 waves, the second wave already ongoing, how do you think transporting will evolve and will change itself as if at all the third wave comes?
We are fortunate that vaccination have began in India. We are fortunate that India produces Covaxin, and it has been recognized by Dr. Fauci in the US. And we're also fortunate the government is supporting the vaccination by passing a policy that 18-year-old above can also get vaccinated. And I believe this muted virus will eventually decease due to the fact that our immune system will grow, the vaccination will grow in India, and we can surpass this pandemic by end of this year for sure. And we feel that the market will normalize beginning of next year, and we are in a good position. And of course, the load factor maintains at 60-65%, and airlines are profitable at 70% to 75%. So therefore, we just have to work on a plan to mitigate any risk to our airlines and honor their summer schedule, honor the MOCA to pass a policy to make the aviation employees a priority for vaccination. Again, mitigating risk, closing the gap is our #1 priority. And we're working with all of our stakeholders closely to make sure that we outlive this second and third pandemic. And by next year, normalize the aviation sector in India specifically.
You can see in the international perspective that things are going fast. Australia is already having more domestic traffic than it had before, of course, because internationally they are cut off. But also, if you look at China, indeed, you look at the United States, you can see that aviation, domestic aviation, recovers very, very fast. The question, of course, is the international routes, where India has a very strong domestic network. So I agree with what Mr. Benzadi said, that probably India will be back on track by the end of this year, early next year. But of course, internationally, we probably still have some issues over the next couple of years, which we have to overcome. We probably have travel corridors, make things very complicated, but I'm sure we will overcome this one. But it will probably last a few years till we are back on the 2019 track for international travel.
Yeah. So, and my this one view is that both of them are focused on the domestic and international aviation. But I think within the city, if you look at the transportation, I think more and more priority will be to have the personal transportation and focusing more on EVs, etc., like say electric scooters or three-wheelers, etc., because of the requirement of social distancing norms. Public transport is going to be a problem because the kind of safety measures and distancing norms which are required may not be possible given our culture as well as the way in which we have our own habits, right? So this is going to be the one, and I think the work from home and our ability to reorganize our processes and the workplaces, I think that will also reduce the requirement of the short distance traveling, right? So those who commute from one city to other city, etc. I think that's also going to be a very, very game-changing experience for the individuals in the short transportation requirements.
Thank you. Let me thank all the three panelists, considering that we are already 10 minutes past our time. So let's come to the closure of this session. Thank you so much, all the three panelists, for your esteemed comments and the inputs that you have provided. I'm sure all the participants would have had enriched understanding of the sustainable transportation and how it is going to evolve in the coming future, both at a conceptual level as well as in terms of how it is happening both in India and outside across the world. So thanks once again. And with this, we come to the closure of this session.
Thank you very much. Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
It was a pleasure to be here. Thank you also to my colleague speakers.
Likewise. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. It's been a very fascinating and very engaging session. And it's my pleasure to say thank you on behalf of Adani Institute of Infrastructure Management. First of all, I would thank Dr. Satyam Sundaram, Professor Hooter Divus, Mr. Ben Zandi, and Professor Sailesh Gandhi for sharing your precious time and follow our session on transport sustainability during pandemic, and by identifying some trends yourself. So thank you for that. It is very evident that moving on to a environmentally, economically, and socially sustainable transport system is essential to tackle climate change, congestion, and support the better health and well-being of communities. My heartfelt thanks goes to Barkha Ladda, Dhruvil Seth, and Soham Mishra, as you have been exceptionally helpful too and been very supportive. And finally, I would thank the audience who have attended and engaged in the conference. I think you all did a wonderful job. And the next session is on transportation and mobility system, and it will start soon. Request you all to join in time. Thank you, everyone, and have a wonderful evening. Thank you.
Ma'am, you are on mute.
Good afternoon, Dr. Kamal. Good afternoon.
Very good afternoon. Very good afternoon, Professor Rachna and Dr. Veni. Dev, happy to see you.
Yeah. We will start in 2 minutes. It was scheduled.
Am I audible clearly, Professor Rachna?
Yes, you are audible clearly. We will be
You are. We should wait for another 2 minutes.
Yeah.
Good afternoon, respected guests, faculty members, participants, and students. On behalf of Adani Institute of Infrastructure Management, I, Dev Agrawal, a student of PGDM Infrastructure Management, welcome you once again to the International Conference on Infrastructure Development, Theory, Practice, and Policy with the theme of Sustainable Resilience. After the panel discussion on transport sustainability in the last session, we now move on to the technical session and hear from researchers who are exploring various aspects of sustainability in transportation domain. Transport is one of the thrust areas at Adani Institute of Infrastructure Management, the Center for Surface and Air Transport, a center of excellence at AIIM, endeavors to create and disseminates research and practice-based knowledge to deal with continuing challenges in the surface and air transport industry. The dynamic faculty of the center include Professor Mukesh Parekh, having more than 40 years of industry experience in ports and shipping, and Professor Rachna Gangwar, having more than 20 years of academic and research experience. I welcome Dr. Kamal Kishore Sharma, sir, along with Professor Mukesh Parekh and Rachna Gangwar. Sir is a fellow of IIM Ahmedabad with more than 30 years of diverse experience from government, academia, corporate, and consulting. It is my honor to share that Sir was a founding member of the Adani Institute of Infrastructure Management, where Sir was an instrumental in setting up the International Center for Excellence in Surface and Air Transport. And I'm happy to say that Sir is still in touch with us. Sir has held many senior positions such as the Dean and Vice Chancellor of Ansel University, Gurgaon. In a rich and a corporate career span, Sir has worked with PSU, Indian Civil Services, MNC, a university, and startups. Sir has also been CEO at ArcelorMittal Aktu, Kazakhstan. Sir is currently the Director General of Takshila Business School at Jaipur. Sir has taught executive education at various IIMs and reputed national institutions and is fond of using simulations. It is our privilege for us to have you, sir, today for chairing this technical session. I heartily welcome you, sir, and request you to please kindly take over the session.
Thank you very much. Am I clearly audible?
Yes. A warm welcome to you, Dr. Kamal.
Yeah. So thank you very much, and thank you to see all the lovely young faces. Dr. Veni being one of them as well. You know, by that yardstick, I am putting myself in the bracket of younger people. It's a pleasure to be around this idea of the entire conference. I was part of that, and so it looks almost like my own conference. And it's a pleasure to be around here for this technical session. Sustainability in transport sector, it's like transport is inevitable for human civilization. It's the nervous system of an economy. It enables communication, trade, and commerce, the economic pillars around which humanity survives. However, transport mediums, including all the air, rail, road, shipping, all account for more than a quarter of global carbon dioxide emissions. Alongside, they also contribute handsomely to other greenhouse gas emissions and dust pollution. The social costs or the negative externalities with transport systems are a major threat to and have enormous costs on the economy and human health. In this time of COVID crisis, we have seen massive disruptions happening. The sector will have to gather all its forces to come back with a heavy dose of resilience. Resilience helps systems and people deal with disruptions to minimize impacts. Transport system designs and plans that had failed, they have to be resurrected. The costs of integrating with resilience will have to be borne by the systems themselves. Attention in due course, current focus, which is just around the corner. And with this background, I wish that all of you are safe, healthy, along with your families. Events like these conferences and the exchange of ideas is a great way to disseminate knowledge around what we want to do. And in this connect, we have a great personality amongst us, Dr. Veni Mathur. the Vice Chairman of the Chartered Institute of Logistics and Transport, India. And I have the privilege to introduce her. Give me a moment. Give me a moment. So Dr. Veni Mathur, I'm sorry, is a vice chairman at the Chartered Institute of Logistics and Transport, as popularly called CILT, which is a global organization, and she is the vice chairman for the India branch, and she's head of education and training committee at CILT. She's also education champion CILT for India. That sounds very good to me. She has a PhD from the prestigious IIT New Delhi, and she has been a visiting faculty there at her alma mater for the last 15 years. Over the last 20 years, she has acted as consultant to most of the national transportation bodies and forums. Her research on transport economics, macroeconomic analysis of Indian railways, and with past experience in all modes of transportation planning and analysis, from the Inland Waterways Commission to the railways to the Automobile Association of Upper India, she brings a unique package of expertise relevant to the transportation industry. From operational planning to economic projections to cost analysis, logistics and supply chain management, name a function, and you'll find an expertise in Dr. Veni. She has immense teaching and course development experience for the last 15 years at the most prestigious institutions, including IIT Delhi, School of Planning and Architecture, SPA Delhi, the Indira Gandhi National Open University, the Institute of Rail Transport Delhi, Sam Higginbotham Institute of Agriculture, Technology and Sciences, which is a deemed university at Allahabad. She was dean at Million Minds Management Services Limited, New Delhi, looking after training and placements for a few years. Well, it's my privilege to have Dr. Veni amongst us, and here is handing over to her for her address to the session. You are on mute, ma'am. You have to unmute yourself. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. So first of all, thank you so much, Professor Kamal, and I think with all your eloquent, explanation about whatever, I mean, that's all past. I mean, it's okay. I mean, everyone tries to. Thank you so much for this opportunity. And I'm really so happy to be here and talking at this forum on something which is very close to my heart, which is transport and sustainable mobility, because that is really now the topic of the day. And really we need to emphasize on this. And hopefully I should be able to do a little bit of justice in all that expectation that you have created. Thank you so much. Yeah. So
my job is to create that level of energy, and I'm sure you are full of
that. And so I think I'll quickly share my screen, and then
yes.
I think
we have about 8 to 10 minutes for your presentation, and then we'll go over to the presenters, the research papers. Yeah.
Okay. So now, is my slides visible?
Not yet.
Okay.
Ma'am, could you please share your screen?
That's what
yes,
I did.
now. Yes, now it is there.
It's visible, right? So yeah, so quickly I'll, now that my 15 minutes have been reduced to 8 minutes, I'll really quickly run through. And today we are discussing transport and sustainable mobility issues. And we really know that transport is that main.
Ma'am, Dr. Veni, your presentation is not visible. I'm sorry. I'm still able to only see you. So.
Okay.
Ma'am, if I may guide you, there is share screen below in the green color. If you
Yes,
could,
I did that. I did that.
Ma'am, could you unshare and share again?
That's what I'm trying to do.
Ma'am, if you're okay, I do have a presentation of yours with me as a backup.
Yeah, but then now I really quickly want to, share. I'll skip a few slides because now that the time is so short.
Okay, ma'am. With your guidance, I can do that on your behalf. You just guide me with, saying next, and maybe I can just handle it if that works. If you
now is it
Yes,
is my slide
yes,
now?
yes.
Yeah, okay, sorry. So that was a little glitch on my side. I now got the hang of it. Okay, so today we'll quickly, now that the time is also very short, what I'm really going to emphasize today is that what is it, this whole emphasis on transport, logistics, and with the present scenario of the pandemic, and how suddenly every one of us has woken up and has now completely focused on the issue of making transportation as the main topic of discussion, because this seems to be the backbone for making the economy move ahead. And so when we are looking into transportation, which is one of the main linking chain in the logistics area, we have to definitely, we understand that transport is very well linked to economic development, and that is why the focus is in this area. But once we do a unplanned emphasis on a certain area, the whole process seems to go the other way around. So today, what we are really looking at is increasing the level of mobility, but at the same time also have to deal with all the ill effects of that in terms of greenhouse gases, or too much dependence on fossil fuel, or getting into too much of technology, whereby it also has its own drawbacks. So how do you come to a semblance where we say that yes, emphasis on transport is important, but the more important thing is how to make it sustainable. So here, these are just a few slides, and what we are really looking at is, for sustainable transportation, there are these three things which really need to focus on: is the modes, the amount of infrastructure needed, and the operations. And once we have sorted those out, then we are very sure that the impact of transport on the environment, society, and the economy will always be a gain, will always be a plus situation. So, and we've seen that with the passage of time, and with all the various agencies giving us all these bright predictions on how the demand for transport is going to be ever increasing, and there has been a prediction that the passenger transport will go up by 50% and freight by 70%. And for that, there are various programs and projects which are already ongoing or in place. And once they are completed, then of course this world is going to be a one world kind of a scenario, whereby again logistics and transport plays a very important role. And we have various conventions and seminars, but the one that we are already into it today, all trying to find ways and means of how to make transport a very, very sustainable issue. And this particular convention, which was the Kyoto Convention, the one thing that came out of this discussion was that sustainability is a fundamental role of the government. If the government is able to play a major role and create an environment such that there is equitable access to, say, jobs, housing, social interactions, and this will lead to something what we call in economics as agglomeration or value capture. So once I talk of agglomeration, then that means we are looking at something like a land use pattern to become a very wholesome program to be initiated by the government. And for that, we have to go step by step. So what are these steps? The first is just get rid of all these multiplicity of agencies, whether they are UN agencies, the banks, or the financial institutions, the society itself, the governments, and various ministries. Say, for example, in India, we have all the different ministries looking at different modes of transportation. What if we could bring them under one umbrella and look at it as a wholesome system, as a transport, as a whole system, irrespective of a focus on one ministry or the other. And the good thing that is being discussed in India is the national logistics policy, which is kind of bringing this whole idea into practice. So I think this is one very good progress on our front. And then the governments have to also look at another very important aspect is whenever a project is being sanctioned, we should not so much bother about the financial aspect of it, rather than we should look into certain economic aspects of, say, safety or green characteristics or inclusivity. And when I talk of inclusivity, I'm also looking at what we in economics call as project influence area. That is certain program, when it is launched, what is its impact onto the area concerned around it, and how it will improve the economics of that particular area. And that is what is more important than just the financial cost benefit analysis. And once we do that, then the whole thing looks very complex, but it could be sorted out with the use of technology, right? And technology today has to be a very, very important ingredient for the growth of this concept of sustainable growth of transport. And coming back to when I was saying about agglomeration, I immediately think of Hong Kong as an idea where what they really did was they did something like rail plus property model. That means the MTR was not just providing a source of mobility to its people, but also trying to go beyond that, that what is it, what activity is pushing the people to make this particular journey. It could be for work or for pleasure. So they are also building they are also creating the infrastructure for commercial, social engagement of the people who are going to use the transport. So this way, they have been able to cash on and bring in a lot of revenue, which is also being fed back into the system for the maintenance of the whole transportation system. And that is a very, very successful example. And today, the Indian Railways is also trying to, trying its best to, cash in on its property and do something very, very akin to this concept of agglomeration, and I hope this gives them good results. Now, when we are talking about movement of passengers, then at the same time, and the more important part which we must also discuss is the movement of freight, because this is the real money spinner. So when we do this, then what are we looking at is what I've just very nicely said: more freight, less waste. So the wastages in the supply chain can also be looked into, again, with the use of technology, whether we have self-driving trucks, or whether we use the GPS system, or the internet, or our various software programs to develop systems of scheduling and monitoring of the transportation mode, whereby it brings in efficiency and brings in transparency, and this also can lead to something which is now becoming, choose a mode or a system of modes such that the end result, which is the transportation cost, is reduced to a large extent. So we are looking into intermodal transportation or multimodal transportation. These are the two concepts which have come into because of the use of technology into the field of transportation. Beyond that, of load carrying capacity of
Ma'am, could we? Hello, Dr. Veni. You are on mute. Dr. Veni, I can't listen to you. You are on mute. Organizers, can you check into? Okay. Yes. Okay.
Yes,
Dr. Veni, I'm sorry. There was some signal troubles in between. There was your voice was getting cut and so on. And anyways, I was just about to tell you that we have a few presentations lined up from the research part of it, and there is another session coming up later on. So you brought it out extremely well about the technology, the use of technology that can improve the efficiency by reducing waste and reducing costs and improving the per capita and people that we have. Use of technology is key to the sustainability of transport in future. Very well brought out, Dr. Vini. Thank you very much. Quickly,
thank you so much.
If I can have just one question, if there is a question, else we go on to the presentations. I don't see any question. Meeting some time commitment. Yes. You will be around and we will be listening to. There are 4 paper presentations, and at the end of it we'll have another chance to speak, and I will let the entire stage to you to sum it up, because in this field you have been more current and hence you are more knowledgeable than me. So the 4 paper presentations, the guidelines are that there'll be 8 minutes of presentation from each person or a team, and then there will be Q&A session. If there are no chat questions, we may have a few questions. Dr. Veni may have a question, and then we'll follow the timelines over there, 4 presentations, and then we will sum it up with a fantastic words of thanks. So over to presentation 1 by Abhishek Singh from IIT Guwahati.
Dr. Kamal, we can give them 15 minutes to present, but and then we go for about 10 minutes of Q&A. That is the time which has been allocated to them. But you have to monitor strictly.
Oh, 15 plus 10.
Yeah, 15 plus 10.
So I had 8 plus 10. Okay, that's fine. That's good. Abhishek and all the other teams would be happier for this. Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Okay, Abhishek, take the stage.
Okay. Good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon, ma'am. Good afternoon, everyone. And I'm going to share my slide. Just a sec. So the slides are visible?
Yes.
Okay, sir. The topic of my research is hybrid infrastructure for effective and sustainable growth. To start my research, first thing was site selection. So being in Guwahati, I tried to look after the cities which are developing very fast. So after looking after multiple cities in northeastern region, we found out that Guwahati was one of the fastest growing city, and being the gateway to entire northeastern states, because all the connectivity, whether it is for with the help through railways or through airports, or all the connectivity was mainly through Guwahati only. And Guwahati was also selected at that time for smart city project by our respected Prime Minister, and the net population of Guwahati at that time was 11.2 lakhs, and the population growth rate at that time, it was 1.6% per year, which is 60% higher than that of India. India is growing at a rate of 1%, and Guwahati is growing at a rate of 1.6%. So because of this rapid population growth, the development is also moving very fast in this particular city. And there are zones which are developing at multiple facets and multiple speed on every year basis. New projects are coming up. So that was the main reason we selected Guwahati as our primary site. Then what we did was we went on for a data collection from the city and the people who are living over here. And these were some of the methods which we have adopted. We have taken multiple test walks over 6 months time period. We have taken personal interviews of people, officers who are working in GMDA, Guwahati Metropolitan Development Authority, and consultants who are working in the smart city projects like Tata Consulting Engineers and other PSUs who are working in these projects. Then we have taken site photographs for the entire city for over a span of 6 months. And we are having more than 1,200 photographs just to understand how the city moves and how the city changes with the season. And so the entire photo shoot help us to understand what is the actual issues which are being faced by the people. And we have also used satellite imageries to just link up all the photographs and to understand the story of the city. So these were the methods which we adopted for data collection for the city. This is just an example. On the right side, you can see the satellite view of the railway station of Guwahati city. And this is the most complex area because this is also having the bus stop, the railway station, the stadium, and all the offices are also in this particular region only. So because of that, this particular unit of the city is having the highest traffic congestion and the population density. And because of this particular circumstances, this is the only region in the city which is converted to a one-way zone. And here you can see how the traffic is moving in the city. Just random photographs. We have taken the photographs in multiple intervals, and we have taken the photographs when the traffic was least, so that we can show you the width of the roads are very high. It's 4-lane road, 6-lane road. But during the working hours from 10 a.m. to evening 8 o'clock, it is not possible to move in this particular zones. I have taken this particular photograph on holidays so that we can see the width of the road, that it is sufficient, but still we are having congestion and other problems. Now, after going through the city and taking multiple interviews from the citizens who are living over there, these were the major 5 problems which the people also suggested, which we have also find out through our photographs and other data collection tools. The traffic congestion was on the top priority, since the purchase of car in this city is very high, and it is means almost the vendors are saying that they are selling 30 to 40,000 cars per month, and this is just for the seasons of like in Diwali on special occasions. But throughout the year, if you'll see, the cars purchased from Guwahati itself has crossed lakhs and lakhs of cars. So that much amount of vehicle in the roads are not able to get traffic through traffic in the city. But the major issue was, like, government is working very rapidly and developing multiple roads, highways, and flyovers in the city. But by the time these projects are getting ready, the number of vehicles and the number of people moving into the city is are multiple folds. So they are not able to match the pace of the vehicles and the traffic congestion. So that was the top priority or the top issue of the people. Then apart from this, Guwahati is on the bank of Brahmaputra from one side, and from 3 sides it's having small hillocks. So whenever there is a heavy rain, in half an hour rain, we face always flash floods, and this flash flood is only for a couple of hours, but the amount of damage which is done by these flash floods is tremendous, because every year we lose near about 20 to 25 people because of electrocution due to these flash floods or falling in the pits. So this was the second most affecting issue in Guwahati city. These two were because of proper infrastructure, that too particularly about drains. Drains are very good here, but the fast running water which are coming from the hills are not getting sufficient space to get evacuated. So these are causing flash floods. And because of inorganic development in the city and the way the people are coming here and buying land and constructing buildings, the way the sewage network was supposed to work, it is not working like that, because people are not getting sufficient network. Means they are not building the residence as per the norms. They are leaving the spaces on either sides of the buildings, but whatever the sewage wastes are there, they are just dropping into the drains, and these drains are simply being dropped into a river, Bharalu river, which is crossing through the city, and the entire sewage waste, without being treated properly, is being dumped into the Brahmaputra. So this is the biggest issue, which is also affecting the flash flood, because the sewage wastes are creating blockages, and the people are throwing plastics and other waste, and these rivers are getting blocked. So whenever there is a rain, these clogging of the plastics in the rivers and the drains cause flash floods. But the only good part is, due to these flash floods, the entire chunk of plastic is washed away into the rivers, but that river is also getting polluted very much. So there is a very big need for a better sewage network, drainage system, and transportation system in this particular city. We are also facing water scarcity. We are having flash floods in Brahmaputra, but the water requirement is not being fed for the entire city, because the city is growing very fast, and the way the development authority are trying their best to provide the services, but they are failing in multiple facets because of the rapid growth by the people, and the growth is very inorganic. And apart from this, electricity shortage, I won't say that it is a big problem, because last year itself India was declared surplus nation, but due to during the peak hours, or the peak loads are there in summer, at that time we face a lot of load shedding. That is very less now, but earlier it was very high during 2017-18. So these were the main issues. So what our aim and objective of this research was to develop a hybrid infrastructure for promoting sustainable growth. And the main objective we have taken was to develop a user-centered smart infrastructure, and to resolve the issues identified by the users while our data collection. So this was our main objective. Now this is a satellite view of the core of the city, where the railway station is there, bus stop is there, and this particular part we have taken as our main site of work in Guwahati city. Now what we did was we have identified who all are the users of that particular area. So they were train passengers, bus passengers, daily commuters, and through passers. And this is the main road passing through the center of the city. So whenever any person wants to move out to city or Kamakhya temple or to airport, they all have to use the same road. And in spite of all these facilities at the single junction, we are also having the market in the same place. So whenever a person wants to buy something, he'll just park his vehicle on the side of the road and start purchasing. This further increase the congestion in the traffic. So now we have understood, we have identified the users. Then we thought to understand what is the interconnections, how they move from the one place to the other place. The passengers from taxi and buses uses the passengers from train and buses frequently move from taxi and rickshaws, and these taxi drivers also block the roads for the for waiting for their customers. So these were different reasons in the same particular zone, which caused a very heavy traffic jam. And passengers from train and buses are moving to each other, vice versa, and consumers for parking are very far away, so people don't prefer to go to parking. They just wait they park in front of the shop and they just go for shopping. This was some of the issues. And daily commuters are not staying at that location but are frequently moving. So once there is a small traffic jam, it converts into a traffic jams of multiple kilometers. So these were the interconnection. So what we thought was the best part is to isolate these movements, and I'll discuss in my coming slides how we have thought of it. And this is how we have, this was the ideation process which we have followed. Like first to identify the issues, then we were having a group of 4 to 5 people who were doing the brainstorming sessions. Some of them were consultants from Tata Consulting Engineers, some from National Building Construction Corporations, and some from IIT Guwahati. Then after getting the feasible solutions, what we did was we have further put multiple constraints because of lack of funding, because of space constraint, and there are multiple constraints which we have put up so that we can further enhance the efficiency of whatever we have thought of. So after doing this constraining our ideas, then we have gone for prior art search in patents and technologies. What are the technologies which we can embed? What are the latest upcoming technologies? So we have gone across all the patents which are moving on, which are working on roads, and how they are working on the roads and how is the technology working. Then we have compared our ideas with the existing technologies. We have taken some of the inputs from these patents, and we have tried to enhance their product with our ideas. So this was the entire process which we have used in our ideation process. And at the same time, we came across a proposal that GMDA is planning for a metro rail or light rail transit system in Guwahati. So we thought that this is the best opportunity. We have taken this project, we have studied the routes and everything, and we have thought that why can't we just embed our ideas and make this infrastructure into a hybrid infrastructure. So we have taken this project, we have studied it, and we have thought that while studying the patents, we got that few ideas like solar power are being generated from the roads, piezoelectrics are being generated from road, and then vertical shaft wind turbines are there.
Abhishek,
yes, sir.
You got 2 minutes to wind up, please.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir. So we have combined all these, and this was our final output. This is a section in which metro rail was already coming up there, and we have made it a multi-layered transport system. The existing national ground level is the existing road, but by constructing metro rails, it will further reduce the space. So what we did, we provided additional layer of transport at the top, which will be used for the passers who are not going to stay in the market area. And we have embedded all the services which are being which are required by the people. And here you can see we have provided a solar panel rooftop at the top, and at the bottom there we have provided piezoelectric flooring. On the sides we have given vertical shaft wind turbine. So this concept, we have also filed a patent for this, and we have just filed their FER report also. And in this, what we have done is this solar panel along with vertical shaft wind turbine, it is creating a pressure difference which will automatically cause the wind to flow, because the area covered with solar panels is going to make the road cooler, and the sides are hot because of the solar radiation. So there will be a pressure difference, and the wind will be moving from the
Hello, I can't hear you, Abhishek.
So I guess there's an issue at Abhishek's end, his bandwidth.
I think Abhishek is back. Abhishek, please speak. No, he's not. Okay.
So maybe if we can, kind of till he comes back, if we can just go ahead with the next presenter.
Yes, we can do that. Abhishek, another chance to you, Abhishek. Am I audible to you?
I guess he's disconnected, so.
All right. Okay. So let's wait for 10-15 seconds. Maybe he's trying to connect again.
Sure, sir.
All right. Meanwhile, here is calling Sharath KT for his paper presentation. Sharath?
Hello, sir. Yes.
Are you around?
Yes, yes. Am I audible?
Yes, you are audible. Abhishek is back, and so let's finish that.
Yeah, sure.
Abhishek. Okay, we lost him once again.
Sir,
Yes, Abhishek.
Yes, sir. So just
yes, Abhishek. Yeah. Please complete and finish within 1 minute.
Sure, sir. Sir, this is the requirement for 1 megawatt of solar power plant. In terms of area, it is from 4 acres to 6 acres. So our proposal A is having a power potential of 50.34 megawatt from the same proposal of our this metro rail project. It can generate 50.34 megawatt. And for piezoelectric, we have calculated it was coming in near about 65.2 megawatts from this proposal A. I'll leave proposal B right now. And the total power potential for our project was it can generate 454.26 million unit per year from this project of proposal A. And when we compared it with the thermal power plant, our project is generating a power equivalent to 50 megawatt thermal power plant. And so we have also seen what was the statistics of electricity in Assam. It was earlier 1,194 million units was deficient. Now it is only 516. So we have tried to work out some green energy in this project, and the cost of thermal power plant is discussed here. I'll just go to a comparison sheet. Here we can see that whatever the thermal power plant construction cost is near about 305 crores, but the variable cost for fuel is 104.25 crores per year. And in our proposal A, the overall construction cost was coming near about 2,000 crores. So when we do a break-even point analysis, we came to know that in 16 years, we are able to recover whatever amount is being put up in thermal power plant. And after 16th year, the energy generated by this proposal is completely free, because it's having very low maintenance, very less manpower is required to maintain it. So, and it is a green energy, and we are not producing any greenhouse gases, and it is very energy efficient also. Now, this was the overall project cost with the metro rail. It was 34,595 crores. And this is some 3D modeling of the same, which we did to understand how the space will look like and what is the project orientation in the city. These are the bus stops, and this was the proposal. This is the final section. We are having services at the bottom like sewage network, drainage systems, and then the 2 layers of transport system for passers, and the bottom road is for the people who want to shop in that particular area. Now, the feasibility check of the idea, we thought that in my presentations, my guide have also questioned me whether this is possible or not. So this is, Nagpur has already established a 4-layer transport system. So it is already a reality. This is South Korea's 20-mile long solar roof bike lane. It is for a lesser span, but making it a big span, we have calculated for that also. And this piezoelectric power generation is being done by Innovatec company in Israel, and it is also supported by the government of Israel. And 2 other projects are being taken up by University of California for piezoelectric roads and Pyro E company. And so these are the what are the positive about solar power roof roads? Okay, sir. So this is my last slide, sir. These are the benefits what we can have from PV roofed roads, other than just building a normal road which is having only transport as the main facility. Here we are providing road facilities, other infrastructure, transmission lines, water supply systems, and all the systems are embedded in a single infrastructure. And it is not necessary we go for a multi-layered system only. We can have a simple road with this embedment of technologies just to generate electricity at the same time while using it for transportation, because solar generation is a very land intensive project. That's all, sir. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much, Abhishek. I could see the passion of what you have done, and I can also see that you applied for a patent. I have been party to some such developments in the past for the last 10-15 years. There are a lot of people who have been throwing up models like this. So I had a question for you, but after we address what has been talked about on the chat window and the question answer Q&A. So Raisin Chandra Saha, if I have pronounced his name correctly, he makes a comment that I feel Bangladesh may help Guwahati for industrialization by making maritime access of Mongla port. Well, this may fall out of discussion here because you are talking about a city-based transportation system, and we have our own examples and evidences in Nagpur, as you said, and there are sufficient evidences. But there's always a Guwahati, there's always a Bangladesh, a country which could help you around.
Yes,
yeah. Dave is saying the tower which you have proposed, how do you propose the revenue stream for this? What if we propose only MRTS?
Yes, sir.
Only MRTS in the congestion area. Will it improve congestion?
Only MRTS will not improve congestion, sir, because while constructing that MRTS system, we are further reducing the road because we are going to construct it on road only. So the width of road will further reduce, but the number of vehicles will still be there, and it's increasing very rapidly. So that particular system will help people to move from one place to another, but the congestion will still exist because we are not providing any additional space for them.
All right. And the question on revenue stream?
Revenue streams are solar panels, means the power generation itself is a revenue stream. It's not like we are giving something additional. We are providing these systems to generate revenue of, for the project only. So transportation was our main theme, but all other additives are just for generating revenue. So these are going to generate revenue.
Well, we all are very well knowledgeable about the concept of toll plaza and the national highways.
Definitely, sir.
And the kind of price our readiness to pay for a good service can always become a revenue stream. Yes.
Yes, I would like
Samir.
to add.
Yes, please.
Yes, sir. So in Thailand also, they are having the same roads are moving at the ground level, but we are also having a bypass highways which are elevated, and both the roads are moving from same place to same place. But those who are ready to pay, they can use the expressway or the highways, and they can use the they pay for the toll and they can move fast. So people are paying And it was a shock to me. I went with my entire family. It was a shock to me, like people are lined up in the toll plaza above because the roads are very wide and people are moving very fast. And at the bottom, people are moving very slowly.
The readiness to pay for a good service is always there
Yes, sir.
in knowledgeable people. If motorized, Samir Patel is asking, if motorized vehicle is prioritizing, then people are denied to use the metro. Instead of metro, I recommend that there is express bicycle lane or e-bicycle that should be implemented. Any comments on that?
Yes, sir, that's a very good idea, sir. But we have seen in Japan, in China, initially the project was very successful. They have implemented that they are providing bikes on rent, and it was very successful. But now you can see they are having dumps of kilometers and kilometers. All the bicycles are lined up because initially all were very keen about the environment. But when the time is there, when the time shortage is there, everyone moves for a faster transport system. So it is a good idea, but it needs to be worked out more because we have seen failed projects in Japan and China, and even the satellite views can show you the pictures are there. A few weeks back only I have seen that the bikes are lined up for kilometers, and in spite of being a success, it was not that much.
Got the point. So Pramod Nambiar and Urvish Patel are, their questions are bordering on the operational side of the solar power generation that you talked about. So Urvish is asking, how would you clean the panels on the rooftop?
Yes, if you'll see my section, sir, there is a alley. Just I'll move back. In the middle there is a service bay. So the person will just move up in the service bay, and like a wiper, we can just use. Now if you'll see, sir, in solar power projects, the people what they are doing, they are having wipers. They just walk at the bottom of the panels and they wipe. So we are having this service, like a service lane in the bottom. We can also add it on the top also. If the width is too much, then we can have this. And apart from this, we are also having, sir, automated cleaning techniques also. So we can clean the panels.
Yes. And Pramod's question is bordering on how is climate of Guwahati suitable for solar? Do they get so much of direct radiation? Or what about cloudy seasons, getting rains, very rainy and all that?
Yes, sir. In Guwahati, in 3 seasons, it rains a lot. But about solar panel, there is a myth that when there is a cloud, you won't get power generation. Even in clouds, solar panel generate electricity. The efficiency is little less. And during the summer, the summer of Guwahati is very hot and very good sunshine is observed here.
I know that. I know that. All right, good. Dr. Veni, any question for Abhishek?
Yes, I was looking at his presentation, and I was thinking of one thing. What about working on demand management? Have you been able to work on the fact that how can you reduce that demand for for private transportation and convert it into public transportation, and thereby you will probably be able to reduce a lot of congestion and private car usage?
Fantastic question.
Definitely, ma'am, definitely. That was a great insight, ma'am. Actually, the transport system means this metro rail project, it is designed on the basis of demand only. But even after we met with the demands of the people, the way now the city is expanding on the outer sides. So the people who are well connected with this metro rail, they will definitely are going to use it. But the city, as the city is expanding on every decade, it expands 10 to 15 kilometers on either sides. So that is going to be there, ma'am. It is going to solve a lot of problem since we are moving to a public transport. But still, the movement of people from Meghalaya or from the nearby areas, all the people are moving through Guwahati to the airport, and they are all coming by vehicle. So mass transport system will help the city dwellers, but the movement of neighboring states and the cities who are coming through, who are using the Guwahati airport or the other main transport system, they will still be using the vehicles. So both are required.
Good, good answer. And
yes,
have
I
you?
agree.
And one more thing, you've shown us all those, the financial analysis of, your proposal A and B, and
Yes,
you've
ma'am.
said that, in 16 years you will be able to cover the costs. I would say that if you also consider the economic aspects of this, what I was just saying, project area, influence area, then you will bring in so many more economic parameters which will make your analysis even more healthy. And once you present it that way, I think the sanctioning for your project will become even more easy. My suggestion.
Dr. Veni, you stole my question, and you're bang on there. It's not just about the return on investment or a payback period of 16 years. It's about the benefit, the economic benefits and social benefits that this project can bring in, and the kick that it will give to the Assamese economy or Guwahati's economy. That would be great. Through that.
Definitely, sir. Definitely. I'll just.
Hello?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Definitely, sir. I'll I've jotted down the points.
Okay.
It's good suggestion, sir. I'll just work on it, sir. Thank you, ma'am.
Welcome.
Right. Anybody else who was speaking something? Yes, ma'am. So that shows depth, Dr. Veni. I mean, the two questions you asked would bang on there, like sixers. A very good suggestion. Very good suggestion. Let's get on to the next paper presentation by Sarath Katie, and I guess Sarath is from IIT Bombay. Over to you, Sarath.
Yes, sir. Thank you. I'll share my screen.
And you have got 15 minutes. If you can economize on that, good. And then let's have a good discussion. Your time starts now.
Good afternoon, everyone. Today I'll be talking about the evolution of electric mobility policy in India. It's a historical analysis of how the electric mobility policies in India have been evolved through various interventions by the government, by judiciary, and of course by international organizations. To start with the question of why go for EV. This is a very short video that I would like to show you that I made. Yeah, that's it. To begin with, the research question that I was trying to answer is basically how the electric mobility policy in India was shaped, what were the exact drivers for this policy changes, and what are the gaps and issues in the EV policy making process in India. Also, what can be learned from some international best practices like China and Norway. The methodology that I've used is basically literature study and content analysis of the government official data and published works of experts. And of course, the reports from UNFCCC, IPCC, and major analyst organizations. Now, if I have to explain the need for the study, as you've seen from the video, you get a gist of it. The CO2 emission is increasing since the last couple of decades on a constant level. And if you look at the issues of air pollution, if you look at the map on the right side, it will show you the mortality map. That is the deaths that have happened due to air pollution in the cities. You can see how it has been affecting our country, because it has a very heavy health costs. Another major driver was the increasing dependency on fossil fuel imports. Now, in this graph, you can see the orange line, that is a cost, that is the import bills that the countries, the orange line is showing the quantity of fossil fuel that is being imported. Now, India is still dependent on international oil markets, and the usage is currently rising every year. And in the blue line, it is showing the cost of import bills. Now, you can see it is fluctuating and not stable. So it is according to the geopolitical factors and, of course, availability of crude oil. So these factors all together have nudged the government towards the electrification of transport in the country. Now, if I have to look at the timeline, so I'll be dividing into three parts. The first part is post-independence till 1991. And the second phase would be post-liberalization of the economy in 91 till 2010. And the third and final phase would be the active government initiative phase, because that's the phase when the active role of government was displayed mostly. Okay, if you look at the post-independent phase, the earliest recommendation by the government regarding protection of air was in 1981 Air Act. After the Air Act implementation, there was a raised awareness among the people regarding their right to clean air. Now, it was influenced by the 1972 UN Conference on Human Environment, which regarded air as a natural resource which should be protected. Now, coming to 1990s, the Supreme Court activism was evident in this era. The most famous one is the MC Mehta case in Supreme Court against the Union of India. It was regarding the rising air pollution in Delhi due to the vehicular emissions. And after this, there were multiple vehicular norms that were introduced because of the influence of the Supreme Court. And if we look at the second phase, that is a post-liberalization, we saw multiple manufacturers of cars and automobiles coming to India, such as Suzuki, Toyota, and the number of vehicles on road increased tremendously. And during this time, there was the Earth Summit in Rio, where the government attitude was that the importance was given to poverty alleviation and not to economic growth, and not to vehicular emissions or emission cuts. And it was the responsibility of developing countries. And India would not participate in any kind of emission cuts policies or programs. And in '94, the Motor Vehicle Act amendment came, which was the first document in the history to have the acknowledgement of electricity as a mode of propellant for vehicles. And in '97, after the Kyoto Protocol was finalized, there was a broad consensus regarding the burden sharing formula for the countries, and how we can have differentiated but common responsibilities through equitable equations. And there was a broad consensus regarding clean development mechanism also. Now, the post-liberalization phase also had some of major policies regarding auto fuel. The first one was in 2003, auto fuel policy, which took 2 years to implement after the recommendation of the expert panel. And if you look at the rollout of the Bharat stage, that is a emission norm standards that have been given out by the auto fuel policy. If you see, look at the BS4 for the NCR in 13 cities was in 2010. And for it to be implemented nationwide, it took 7 years. And going ahead, after the 10th 5-year plan, the infrastructure development oriented policies were resurfaced. Some of it, major ones, the JNNURM scheme and automotive mission plan and national urban transport policy, which focused on development of sustainable transportation and improving of automotive manufacturing sector. In 2008, the government introduced a national action plan on climate change, And it was mostly as a reactionary measure, and it was so that there could be global attention and we had weightage to our climate change negotiations. Now, looking at this, we can see a clear indication of shift of priorities. Now, it is mostly due to the increased engagement of global climate change negotiation, and this have induced the climate change mitigation in the motivation mix of policymakers. And there was a growing but slow global interest in EV technology, and of course the import bills of the fossil fuels. Now, if you look at the active government initiative phase, that is from 2010 to 2020, we can see the first initiative was brought by the Ministry of New and Renewable Energy, and it introduced a flat 20% off discount on electric vehicles. And this simple move, with a very small budget of 95 crore rupees, it increased the sales of EVs by 200%. But it was discontinued after 2012 due to the finishing of the 5-year plan. And that actually led to the loss of 70% of a decrease in the sale of EVs. And of course, the closure of a number of EV manufacturers. Now, in 2013, a national electric mobility mission plan was launched by the Department of Heavy Industries. It had projected a budget of 13,000 crore to be spent over the next 8 years. And it aimed at having at least 7 million electric vehicles by 2020. Now, this was not implemented or materialized till 2015 when the FAME scheme came. And this actually ended up being, the target completion was only 1% by the target time period, which is dismal. And we'll be discussing what were the reasons for that and what can be done for that. In 2015, we saw the FAME, that is faster adoption and manufacturing of electric and hybrid vehicles, was introduced and had a budget of 895 crores, which was almost 10 times than the MNRE scheme. And it also tried to incentivize supply by incentivizing manufacturers. And the national interest towards emission cuts took a turn after the Paris Climate Change Agreement, which was ratified in 2016, October the 2nd. And the government promised an emission cut of 35% by 2030 compared to 2005 levels. And going ahead, in 2018, the government announced a target of 100% electrification of transportation sector by 2030. But it was later retracted because the automakers and policymakers protested, and because it was unrealistic, it was found to be unrealistic, and they changed it to 30% EV by 2030. And the FAME scheme had a second phase in 2019, in which the budget was raised to 10,000 crores, and the focus was mostly on public transport electrification and shared mobility. It also tried to fill the gap of charging infrastructure, and it brought in stringent qualifying criteria, and it also reduced the incentive amount. We'll be discussing that in the next slide. Also in 2020, almost 14 states had brought up state electric policy, but the government had decided not to go with the national electric vehicle policy. Now, if you look at the comparison of the major EV policy schemes in India, you can see that the budget have increased almost 10 times in every scheme. But if you look at the time period, you can see there are gaps in between MNRE scheme, between NEMMP and FAME 1, and between FAME 1 and FAME 2. So these gaps are something that we'll be discussing, which needs to be dealt with. And if you look at the features, the MNRE scheme was simple and it was straightforward, and it had a 20% discount on EV, and it actually raised the number of EVs sold. But if we come to the much more complicated FAME 1 scheme, it had 22,000 rupees per kilowatt hour of battery that was used. But it had measures and paperwork which were difficult, and many of the manufacturers could not meet the eligibility criteria, and they had to scale down. Approximately 35 of 56, I believe, of the EV two-wheeler market had to close down because of this. Now,
Sarath?
Yeah.
Sarath, you got 2 more minutes to close.
Yeah, sure. And if we look at international case studies, we're comparing with China and Norway, we can see the number of issues that are being highlighted here. In the EV investment area, the Chinese investment is 60 billion compared to Indian investment of 1 billion. That is 60 times more than India. And of course, the aim is also differently stated. And if you look at Chinese and Norway comparison, we can see there is a top-down planning in China comparatively with India. But the interest of air quality and government industry academic partnerships, along with fiscal and non-fiscal incentives with very stringent and aggressive policy implementation, has actually benefited Chinese markets. In Norway, they have focused on private vehicles, but they gave huge tax incentives and made EV cheaper than the ICE vehicles, that is internal combustion engine vehicles. Now to conclude, we can see this is the overall pathway that the government has taken towards the EV policy in India. And we have identified the drivers as air pollution and the international factors, energy security, and the need for sustainable transport. And you can see the evolution of attitude of policy making. It was from an attitude of let you do kind of attitude until 2010, okay? And it was molded into an ambitious EV targets and plans after 2010. It was due to the drivers that we have mentioned before. But even though that is a case, the pace of implementation was still low. And to infer, we can say that most of the EV policy objectives were not met, but it gave a momentum to the EV industry, and the government is optimistic regarding further perspectives. And the lack of preparation policies and strict timeframes. Like I mentioned before, there were time gaps between the implementation. And there is a lack of mandate in policies. There is no penalty, there is no disincentive if it is not implemented. And there is a lack of bottom-up approach in the implementation process. We have to rationalize the consumer choice. We have to look at from their perspective also. And we have to have further delegation of responsibilities with deadlines and penalties. And we need to bring in fee-based concept. And there is a lack of national EV policy document. And the government's stance have changed, and because most of the climate change negotiation have conditioned the stance and attitude of the government, and the focus have shifted from economic growth and poverty alleviation. And before 2010, it was mostly on that, and now it is gradually lifting towards sustainable transportation. If you look at the international case studies, if you look at China, the incentive and disincentive-based dynamic policy have made it successful, and there is a strong approach by cities with extra incentives and aggressive implementation strategies. And in Norway, we have seen how car purchase tax was reduced, and fee-based policies have boosted the EV market. To conclude, there is high potential for the development of EV sector in India, but we need to have more budgetary allocation and ensure a seamless policy implementation, considering the institutional integration that is right now, and by prioritizing green mobility as a policy. These are the references, and thank you.
Thank you, Sarath. And that was an interesting study around, what is EV and what is the current status of the policy and what are the challenges. Let me check if there are any questions in the chat window. No, I don't find any. Okay, so I have a question. As much it is about push down and create the right ecosystem for more and more adoption of EV vehicles. As you mentioned in one of the inferences, it's also about rationalizing consumer choice. How, and at the end of it, it's the consumer that is going to lap up, whether it's about buying an EV vehicle or utilizing the services. And in all these cases, the push has to be felt by the consumer in order to adopt some such thing. Policy, does it touch the consumers? In what ways and what more can be done there?
Yes, sir. Thank you for the question. Yes, definitely. The consumer rationalization of choice is very important, because in the end, it is the consumers who are going to buy the EVs. But for that, we have to make sure the price gaps between ICE vehicles and EVs are reduced, and the lifetime cost of EV is less. So there needs to be more awareness, and currently we don't have enough infrastructure, so the consumers doesn't have confidence to invest on new EV technology. So once the infrastructure is in place, the consumers can actually invest their hard-earned money into the new technology. Yeah, that is an issue. We have to look more into infrastructure.
Yes, I do understand. At the end of it, if consumer has to make a private choice, he has to reflect on his own level of what he can spend. So the
I'm sorry, I didn't.
Demand has to come.
Sir, could you repeat, please? I think lost. Sir, I'm not able to hear your question. It's broken.
All right, Dr. Veni. Okay, I have see if we no.
Yes.
Sorry, lost out.
No, I was trying to look any, so I'm just handing it over. Hello, am I?
Yes, you are. Yes, you are.
Okay, so Sarath, there was no question. There's nothing that you lost out on.
Sarath, well, I like the way you.
Yes, ma'am. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah. So, Sarath, I like the way you have explained the whole EV policy. And this policy, you could have gone a step ahead, whereby, only concentrating on the EV policy of private car ownership. If you had gone into a wider question on the whole electrification program for road as well as rail, I think that would have been a very, very, wholesome kind of a study for the country as a whole. And yes, when we look at it, when we look at the Paris Agreement and what we from the promises then to now, I think India has done a fairly good job. We have not really lacked too much there. And the more important thing is looking at the draft national logistics policy, that this is what is really going to give the push to India. And here is where we need to emphasize on the whole electrification program, and the EV policy must become a part of that. And I think this is what you should suggest in the end. And I think that will have a bigger impact. So this is just a suggestion. Yeah.
Great, great suggestion, Dr. Veni and Sarath. That's really good to enlarge and making your research richer. I can see a few questions. Quickly, your quick take on these questions so that we don't spend enough time. Is hybrid EV, I mean EV plus hydrogen, is it going to make the thing better, make your plan better, make EV policy better to implement?
Hybrid engines are much more mature. The technology is mature. It's been there for like 20-25 years. It would be a better transition to have hybrid first and then EV, pure battery vehicle.
Now the question is on hybrid EV plus hydrogen.
EV plus.
It's not petrol plus EV.
Oh, okay. Okay. I'm not sure. Hydrogen is still expensive.
All right.
And, we need to.
Yeah,
it's all about
we
cost.
know that.
We have a cost-conscious economy, and we
Yes,
cannot sell
correct.
anything unless it's cheap.
One problem to be dealt at a time, right?
I have
Okay.
one more question. I have one more question. Sorry.
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
Sharad, I was looking at your comparative chart where you have, compared India with China and Norway. I agree to China, but why did you pick up Norway?
Norway has the largest percentage of EV by number. Even though it's a small country, it has the largest percentage of EV to normal ICE vehicles.
I see that. I see that point. But the kind of the gap between the affordability and the social standards and the amount of congestion and the size of the cities, uh, Europe is so much smaller that when we compare India with any of the European countries, it is quite a disadvantage because there we can always say, oh, you can completely embark on this program of pedestrian only. You can't do that. You can't think of that in any of our metros ki make it pedestrian free. Kaun chalega itni garmi mein? So all those issues. So I would rather say that you've chosen China. That's the beautiful example because that's the upcoming country where which is showcasing the world how growth must be. But then you can pick up another similar country from the Far East only. That would be my suggestion because there are very similar backgrounds there. So when you create those kind of examples and you create those analysis, then you make a very strong impact with your work. And I think if you do these additions, I think your work will have a larger impact.
Well said, ma'am.
Yeah, definitely.
Yes. So that the previous question, hybrid EV plus hydrogen, was from Ajay Prajapati. Bhavesh is asking why, if the focus is on EV, why still new fossil fuel pumps are being set up? So you want to take a quick take on that, Sarath?
Yeah, definitely. Fossil fuel is still the dominant mode of transportation fuel. So we cannot stop it from being existence unless the government take very drastic measures, which would be difficult for the government and for the manufacturers of automobiles. So it would there would be a transition period, and after that we can maybe 10-15 years we will have lesser fuel pumps.
Yeah, and maybe the pumps themselves change over to battery charging pumps. Yeah. Yeah, the Gurmukh Singh and Ajay Singh, the questions look similar to me, in the sense that they're talking about, at the end of it, the customer who is going to adopt. So end user has to benefit economically. If customer is at a loss, they will be the last to adopt something which is not cost effective enough. Similarly, Ajay is talking about that. Okay, so let's take Ajay's question separately. Gurmukh's question, we want to address that cost effectiveness of the research that can help EV business.
Yeah, definitely. If you look at the ancillary costs for EV, the cost of servicing is nearly 1/3, and cost of parts is also reduced. The maintenance is reduced. And if you look at the cost of electricity, if the government is having a different tariff for charging of electric vehicles, we can further reduce the fuel cost of charging. So actually, it's a matter of numbers. We actually can show that EV is cheaper than IC in the long run of 10 years. That's an average cost, average time period. But they need to be confident regarding the purchase because there need to be a charging stations every 3 kilometers or 4 kilometers to feel that safety for investing.
Yes, well said. Ajay's question is, considering the huge waste that will be generated in terms of batteries, that hazardous waste, considering the close to zero level of our recycle industry. So we don't have a very good recycling industry. And whatever it is there, it is in the unorganized sector.
Yes.
How sustainable will an EV ecosystem be?
It's a very good question, because we are also having shortage of lithium metal.
Yes, yes, you're right.
We'll be dependent of oil from the Middle East to being dependent on lithium from China. That's a generic argument. But the problem is we do not have a national policy which can give a roadmap regarding an e-waste policy along with it. So if there is an integrated approach with actually in the case of EV batteries, almost 70% of its content can be reused. So if we can have an incentive-based system for EV recycling, we can actually give employment and provide generate an economy, microeconomy out of that from e-waste and recycling. But we should have standards and a plan put forward in maybe for a time frame of 10 to 15 years.
So idea is to also integrate the effect of the going out of the fossil fuel cars. That itself is a great contribution from the EV system. That is indirect contribution. The more EVs, that means more replacement of fossil fuel cars, right? Or vehicles. Soham says, why people should buy electric vehicle instead of normal, though price for EVs are much higher than internal combustion engine vehicles. So is it really worth to buy it? A question that is falling in the same domain, but do you have more views on that, Sarath?
Well, currently the price of batteries have come down to an all-time low in the last 3-4 years. So it was much more unaffordable, let's say 5-6 years ago. And currently with the incentives from the government and possibly the new charging infrastructure, the cost of running an EV along its life, if we spend 5 to 6 lakhs on a small car, ICE car, we spend another 5 lakhs, 4 lakhs on fuel in the next 5 to 6 years. So if we look at the cost that we are spending on fuel and the maintenance and servicing, and the ICE cars are more than 20,000 parts, moving parts. So EV cars have less than 1,000. So there is much less repair works and all required for EV. So if you look at the overall cost of life, cost throughout the life, EV is much more reasonable and feasible for our economy.
All right, last question I'll take from Urvesh, who is probably, giving jitters to the car manufacturing industries. He says that having car batteries will have a better use through car lease model than the direct buying model. Any views on that?
I'm not sure. This question.
So the question is, using EV car batteries, Urvish feels that that's a better model for Uber and Olas to adopt than actually buying, because probably currently he might be thinking that it's too costly right now.
Definitely. Because even government is focusing on public transport and shared mobility for electrification in the FAME 2 scheme. Because these Ola Ubers have fixed amount of running every day, less than 100 and 150 kilometers. So it is easier for them, and they come and charge at the same point over and over. So personal mobility for that, it is currently not feasible because of lack of charging infrastructure. And definitely maybe in the future, the government might bring in some notification regarding that.
All right. Thank you very much, Sarath. That was indeed, a very good, informative and very eye-opener kind of things, to understand about the EV policy. We go over to the next presentation, and I guess, can I have a confirmation from Abdur and Smriti? Are both of them on board right now?
Yes, sir. I'm available, sir.
And Smriti?
Yes, I'm here too.
All right, Abdur, go ahead. Take the stage. Good afternoon, Professor Wooter. I can see you around here. Pleasure to have your company.
My screen is visible to you, sir?
Yes, Abdur, your 15 minutes start now, and if you can economize on that, good.
Very good evening to you all. Respected chairpersons, myself Abdul Khan, and today I'm going to present the topic examining the potentialities of the intelligent transportation system in improving transportation facilities of the Lucknow city. As we all know that the transportation sector is advancing day by day with the introduction of driverless cars, commercial drones to airlift packages, and computer navigated ships. At the same time, the transportation sector also faces other unprecedented challenges. It needs to sharply reduce the greenhouse gas emission to slow the rate of climate change and respond to more climate related extreme weather. The transportation sector must serve a growing population and cope with worsening highway congestion. It needs to maintain and upgrade a massive system of roads, bridges, ports, waterways, airports, and public transit, and determine how to pay for those improvements. The transportation sector also needs to adopt to shift in trade, energy, and funding sources that affect all modes of transportation. Human beings depend majorly on motorized transportation, but we pay a price with our health, with deaths, injuries, and disease. Routine highway travel is a source of the vast majority of the transport-related deaths and a significant portion of the transport-related pollution in the developing countries. Even though there have been improvements in vehicles and facilities, most crashes are preventable. This can be prevented by using technological advancement, use of proper signages, cameras, speed limiters, a well-designed diversion without any collision points. I believe intelligent transportation system is an answer to reducing congestion, accidents, and traffic blocks. Air pollution comes from many sources, but some transport emissions such as the particulates from burning diesels, fuels are especially harmful to people. People living near roads, ports, distribution centers, railway yards, and airports often and marginalized and the poor and exposed to more than these type of vehicle emission. Today, we will discuss about the intelligent transportation system, its definition, its advantages, potential of using, and um, need of intelligent transportation system in our Indian transportation scenario. Last but not the least, we will look into the transportation status like vehicular ownership and ridership detail of Lucknow, and also the possibilities of introduction of the ITS into Lucknow's transportation system. Above all, we will also discuss a few precautionary steps to be followed by the public transport or IPT passengers and service providers during the time of coronavirus pandemic. This is methodology adopted for research, and in this slide I'm trying to discuss the definition and basic understanding. As we already discussed, transportation system is one of the basic requirement of the present world, that is to reach to our workplace or to our place of business or education. One has to travel distance between the work trips or educational trip. This is with the increase in land value in the core areas. Either industries are pushed to the cities outskirts or to a satellite town. Furthermore, the residential areas are also being developed beyond the outer ring. An integral part of the development is the well-established transportation network. However, with the increasing number of vehicles, a huge increase in the vehicular ownership in the last decade, and thereby increasing traffic blocks and associated issues. With the introduction of the ITS, the scenario can be changed. ITS can make the public transportation system safer, more accessible, user-friendly. Apart from that, there are many more advantages which will be discussed in the upcoming slides. In this slide, basically,
Abdur,
1950s. Based on the pedestrian counts, Stuttgart Street in Copenhagen was converted into a pedestrian-only street in the 1960s. However, during 1850s, vehicles were banned in the New York Central Park. Park and ride locations were introduced near metro stations. First traffic signal was introduced in 1912, but it was manually controlled. With the advancement of technology, both the system and vehicles improved their performance and efficiency over the years. In 1986, cameras were added to monitor and improve the safety. Vehicle manufacturers too made advantages of the technological advancement by introducing brake assistant and automatic gears. Cleaner and better transport in cities was initiated by European Union in 2002. Over 800 innovative urban transport measures and solutions in over 80 living lab cities across Europe since 2002 show why Civitas stands for city vitality and sustainability. As congestion and parking issues started becoming an integral part of the urban areas, the manufacturer started introduction of the smaller cars and cars with parking assistance. In 1897, electric cars found their first commercial use as taxis in Britain and the US. However, it was not commercially viable as it was expensive at that point of time. Even electricity was majorly generated from diesel and coal in the 1890s. In 2012, first self-driving Google car were introduced. India made electronic toll collection. Now we know that FASTag is mandatory from this March 2021. Today, in 2021, there are self-driving cars. Now, coming to the intelligent transportation system, we look into the definition and concept. Can you please imagine a self-driving car moving through the busy street of Mumbai or Old Delhi like Chandni Chowk or Javeri Bazaar or Old Jaipur? I think it is impossible, and it will be a mess. So because we cannot go in such type of self-driving cars with the help of ITS, because these streets are packed with pedestrians, e-rickshaws, cycle rickshaws, and even auto rickshaws. So before we introduce the self-driving cars on Indian roads, it is important for the government to enable the roads with ITS, separate lanes for non-motorized vehicles, cycle tracks, footpath, and proper signages. ITS systems enables the user to get the real-time data sets on its fingertips.
Abdur, are you around?
Sir, I guess Abdul has been disconnected, sir.
Oh, yes. Let's wait for a few seconds and then probably we'll have to, we're running against tight time deadlines.
Sure, sir. We'll wait for, say, a few seconds or a minute or two.
Meanwhile, Professor Wooter, how is life there? Things are settling down post-COVID? I guess we will have to ask Abdur to continue from where he left. Let's ask Smriti to join in. Smriti, you are ready?
Yes, I am ready.
All right, Smriti, so take the stage. As Abdur comes back, we'll have to wait for a few seconds to tell him that he will come at the end of it. And Smriti, you could then continue, okay?
Sure.
So please start your presentation now.
Okay.
Is that fine, Dr. Veni? That's how we should be going.
Sure, sir. Sure, sir.
All right. Okay, Smriti, go ahead.
Good evening, everybody. I'm Smriti. I am a research scholar at the Terry School of Advanced Studies, and I'm going to be talking about transit-oriented development and its effect on air quality, specifically for Delhi. Before I would start, I would just want to take a few minutes to talk about my drive and my motivation about why I wanted to delve in this topic. And for that, I have a small spatial layout map here of a residential colony in Delhi. This goes by the name of Defense Colony. And it's just a small spatial layout showing the black stars denoting the different blocks that comprise the colony, the residential area, and the red star denoting the colony main market. So there are two things that I would want the audience to take note of here. The distance, from each of the block to the residential area's main market is very reasonably walkable, ranging from about 100 meters to 1000 meters. So the market is very accessible for everybody living in the neighborhood. And the second thing that I would want the audience to take note of is the diversity in the market. So for that, I have a few screenshots from the market, and if one looks closely, they will see that the market has all kind of functions which one would need for a day-to-day living. It has a bakery, an ATM, a coffee shop, some grocery stores, a shop for fruits and vegetables, even a photo, a place to get photos from, a pet shop, a place to get fruits and vegetables and milk from, and even dry cleaner shop. So I think he's here back. Hello.
Yes.
Is the previous participant back, or should I continue?
No, please continue. Abdur, are you around?
No, sir, he's not joined yet.
Okay. Yes, Smriti, continue. We'll take care of that. If he comes in, I will, address the issue with him directly. Okay. You continue.
Okay. 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 So these are the two things I would want to take. I would want the audience to take note of the distance-wise accessibility and the function-wise, which is located in the middle of this residential neighborhood. It came to me that spatial placement of things, a lot of things in our environment, and for Delhi, I wanted to look at air quality, and because air quality is such a relevant thing for Delhi, and not just at a city level, it is also an issue at the national level. So I wanted to address that, and I wanted to find out how spatial layout of things around us is affecting the air quality. So which brought me to these research questions that I wanted to address, both at the neighborhood level and the city level. At the neighborhood level, I wanted to find out the elements of the built environment that lead to an improvement in air quality, and give a metric to it. What I mean by metric is that how much does each built environment parameter or affect that air quality? Does it affect it more, or does it affect it less? And I also wanted to go behind the science of it. What is the reason for that built environment parameter to be affecting air quality? And once I had addressed these questions at the neighborhood level, I wanted to scale it up to a citywide level. Which is to say that if we can answer these questions about a neighborhood, about one single neighborhood, maybe then we can answer these questions about 100 odd neighborhoods which comprise the entire city, and maybe that is a problem in Delhi. So essentially, to say that this is a metric which, when high or low, will affect the air quality in a particular way, in a particular direction, with a particular magnitude. So with these research questions in mind, I designed this study, which consisted of two parallel sub-analyses. So in the first table that you can see up there, I have taken various raw built environment indicators, and I've tried to establish a relationship with the air quality parameters. So once we this essentially this first table kind of tells us what I wanted to answer about built environment in air quality at a very neighborhood level. And in the table down below, I wanted to answer this question for a citywide level through a single index or a matrix or a metric, which I intended to call the transit oriented development index. Essentially, it would reflect what I envisaged it would reflect was the transit oriented development or the level of transit oriented development in a particular neighborhood. And once I had answered this level of TOD in about 100 neighborhoods of, say, Delhi, I envisaged that we could then answer this have a key to improving air quality for the entire city by addressing these questions for 100 odd neighborhoods which comprise the city. So after doing so this was my study design, and here is the study area. I chose 34 pollution monitoring stations of Delhi, and it was I constructed a 1 kilometer round buffer around of those pollution monitoring stations. The data for pollution monitoring stations is available on the website. It's open data, and I had to do some analysis about different indicators which I displayed on the last slide. And it was a small land use regression exercise. And so essentially this slide also then talks about the study design. These land use regression indicators were the ones that I wanted to get through the map of New Delhi, and some of these land use regression indicators would then be combined or amalgamated in a way to create an index which I would call the transit oriented development index. The use of amalgamating these indicators to form an index, the use of this process would be to know that what are those components or what are those indicators which constitute an index, or which would constitute a healthy TOD index for a place, to get to that single matrix which would define and which would affect the air quality in the neighborhoods of Delhi. After this analysis, it led me to the following results. So I found, when I was doing the first part of the analysis, I found that the residential road length had an inverse relationship with, for instance, the concentration of PM 2.5. And the built the industrial area again had a direct PM 2.5 and sulfur dioxide. Similarly, established relationships with the number of marks in this table. I could then answer another part of my research question about how much or what is the effect of, what is the magnitude of that effect that each built environment variable was causing to the air quality. How much was it improving? How much was it not improving? I could get to that. Once I had answered these questions about a neighborhood, I combined these built environment variables to constitute a TOD index. The science of how these built environment variables were combined in what ratio, again, it's a little off. I would not want to get to it right now, but it was essentially a methodology to combine different different variables in a certain ratio depending on their variability to form an index. So after this, creating this index, I got these results about the TOD index and what was the direction and magnitude of effect it was having over the concentration of pollutants. Now, while I was happy with some of the results I got, And most of the results that I got were quite intuitive and expected. So for instance, if we talk about residential road length, I found it to have a negative, an inverse relationship with the concentration of PM 2.5, which comes as intuitively because one thinks that if the length of the road, which is narrow, is that the if those roads are high in density, it would encourage people to walk or to use active modes of transport, which would probably lead to less usage of cars and automobiles, and which would decrease the concentration of PM 2.5. Similarly, the built area and the industrial area would attract vehicular traffic, or the industrial area, because of the effluents, the pollutants from the source, would lead to an increase of pollutants found in the air, which is why I found the built area and industrial area to be having a direct relationship with the concentration of pollutants. So most of these relationships were quite intuitive and expected, but there were some which were counterintuitive. So for example, in this table, I talk about some of the unexpected trends. So for instance, green cover was found to have a direct relationship and a very strong relationship with PM 2.5, which doesn't make sense because you expect green cover between a city to be a carbon sink, and it does not make sense for it to have a positive relation with the concentration of pollutants. So right now, after this study, it's been quite some time I've done this study, and right now I am exploring some of these unexpected trends, and my hypothesis is that I'm trying to test is maybe that these unexpected trends are showing up because of geographic scale. So if for instance, if we talk about green cover having a direct relationship with the concentration of PM 2.5, what is the geographic scale are we talking about? Is it because we are looking at a certain geographic scale where green cover has a direct relationship with PM 2.5? Maybe if we talk about a bigger or a smaller geographic scale, maybe we are able to get green cover to reduce and have an inverse relationship with the concentration of pollutants. So here is a small visual about how sorry, yeah.
Could you wind up in 2 minutes, please?
Yes, this is my last slide. So this is
okay, good.
a slide about my future work. I intend to look at not just a 1,000-meter buffer, but different buffers of different lengths to see which independent variable has what kind of a relationship with what with the air quality at what geographic scale. So that's it. I'm done now. I'm open for questions.
Great. That was a very well organized within 15 minutes. You honored the time allotted to you. Thank you very much, Smriti. Yes, any questions that, let me check the Q&A window. Takes time for people to digest what you said. Maybe it's a very heavy topic for
Actually,
everybody,
yeah, I was a little
but it does connect to living conditions. Yeah.
Maybe I was a little fast because I had 15 minutes to go.
But that's fine. People who have interest in the topic, they are around. So even then, I'm sure you would be having, they would be, if you have an interest, then you will listen. Yeah. So Gurmukh saying Baba actually is complimenting you to using the Swiss watch, which always shows the correct time. That's fine. Yeah. So I don't think I can see questions. They might take some time to pop in. Dr. Veni?
Yes, Smriti, I think you've done a very good job of, actually pulling out lots of parameters in your study. And when you said that I'm looking at defense colony as my, mainstay study, and then I can patch it on to other areas, I have a little bit of a, question there, because see, defense colony is an open colony plan. And today Delhi is growing into a big forest of these multi condominiums, where the density of population vis-a-vis the amount of land area is so much different from what defense colony or house or these colonies are. So I think the same exercise probably you'll have to do once again to these areas.
Yes, this is actually not a new question. A lot of people have questioned me about the average income levels, and that is the one thing which really strikes about my case study to a lot of people. But when I conducted a similar exercise for a few other colonies, Nangloi, for example, in New Delhi, and I found that the results were similar, but the effect was showing up on the way the independent variables affected the air quality differently. I cannot say that the magnitude of effect was the same, but yes, I found the same direction of effect for both of these colonies. And why I selected Nangloi to do the second part of the analysis was because that is at the other extreme end of the income level, as opposed to defense colony. So yes, I am aware that I need to make this study into a more comprehensive study with respect to income levels also. And I'm actually taking this study forward for my current assignment. So I'm going to be doing that, and I have your comment in mind. Thank you.
Great, that's very good, because see, what my suggestion was that when you look at these new condominium kind of areas which are developing, you'll not just find multiplicity of income levels, but you will also find a multiplicity of age and the attitudes, how they behave, in the sense that are they really, they're the ones, the younger population is very willing to do this, get things delivered at home, rather than make this trip to the market, while the little older conservative people still want to go to the sabji wala and select their baigan and aloo. So that will be, I think, a very, very interesting thing to study, because those will give you another rich flavor to your study, and I think that will become another interesting part. So I say all the best to you, and do go ahead and make it a very comprehensive study, so that you can actually, once you do that, you can just come back to us, because we can find people who will hear your voice.
True that, Dr. Veni. Yeah, there's this one study, which reminds us directly about the kind of impact that it can make to the layout and the way urban planning is done. Smriti, and that's even Rishikesh Upadhyay is saying good research, but he's also asking alongside any innovative solution that you came across during your research study, anything that you thought that I will include in my model, or it's too early or something. Any innovative thing?
I really want to include the effect of scale. So by scale, what I mean is that for example, I want to look at different radius buffers. Here I used a single buffer. In the jargon, this is also known as the modifiable aerial unit problem, and this area of research is quite nascent. So I'm looking forward to working on that, and also along with it, I'm looking at transport hierarchy. I mean, in Delhi and in other Indian cities, so we're looking at metro for all kinds of transport. But ideally, metro should be there for transportation from, say, Delhi to Ghaziabad or Delhi to Noida. But within Delhi, if one wants to travel, one should, there should be modes of transport available which are hierarchically lower than the metro. So I'm looking at these two aspects, geographical scale and hierarchy between transport systems. I want to integrate somehow these two into my current research and just take this forward.
That's going to make it much richer. Good. Congratulations, Smriti, at having been thinking of such a comprehensive research work. Urvish also is giving kudos to you. He says, great job, even to the point of scripting your presentation in the available time. There is a suggestion which he says, please also explore avenues for integrated models wherein large metros with carbon capture technologies are designed.
Thank you, Urvish. Thank you. Thank you for everybody for your suggestions.
Great. So thank you, Smriti. So we now move on to the last but unfinished presentation of Abdur. Abdur, are you around now? Abdur? He was there. I saw him. Yeah, he's there, still there. Abdur, can we hear you? Please put on your mic. He's unmuted, but still we can't hear him.
Sir, his screen is still frozen.
I guess so. Can somebody call him? Meanwhile, Dr. Veni, I actually indulged in a harakiri in stopping you in the beginning. When you had such a substantial contribution to make through your speech, and I would love to hear more from you, and maybe take the time to finish the unfinished task. Abdur, can you hear me? No. I guess he's facing some problem. Incidentally, he is at Jaipur. I am at Jaipur.
Okay.
All right, Dr. Veni.
There are a lot.
Yeah. Yes.
Today I think a day of glitches.
Yeah. When you want the technology to help you around, it fails you right at that moment. No, at times that's a very biased view also. At times when we go to the railway station and the train comes late, we have a tendency to say, oh, train hamesha late. Dr. Veni's screen is also frozen now.
Yeah, that's why I've kind of, stopped my video so that maybe, the connectivity is better that way. Yeah.
Yes, I can see now.
Yeah, Abdur is back.
Yes. Sharing his screen.
I'm trying to share my screen. Now, can I do it? Can I start it?
Yes, Abdur.
To him.
Sure. Okay.
Abdur, you can start now, and you got 7 more minutes to finish yours. You can start from the point you left off. Yes.
Yeah, sorry, sir. Yeah, basically, sir, Lucknow is one of the most prolific city of the country. It is a historic city with cultural diversity. Apart from that, Lucknow is the capital city of the most populous state of Uttar Pradesh, and presently it has a population of 28,17,105 as per the census of 2011. Now, it has very good regional connectivity also. There is a good network of highways that are radiating outwards from the city. However, absence of the proper circular ring road leads to an inconsistent urban growth of the fringe areas of the city. As I have been conducting various research activities from the last couple of years, I have prepared the road network map and the land use map by referring to the Master Plan 2031 and also various other open sources like primary data, secondary data, and OpenStreetMap or Strobos. towards the core city area or the old city area, we can see the road intensity. There are a lot of narrow streets in the old city area where most of the commercial activities happen. As we know that Lucknow is very famous for some fooding, or Lucknow's food is very famous for, it has very some good famous restaurants also. But the situation is that in evening peak hours, if you want to go or to visit that old city areas like Aminabad or Chowk or something, so you can or you want to drive a two-wheeler, it is very difficult, and it is very crowded by e-rickshaws, cycle rickshaws, and of other pedestrians. Till now, the government officials have not bothered to study the characteristic of these roads and pedestrianizing such roads, or providing separate lanes for rickshaws and well-equipped pedestrian footpaths with street furniture. The road network and public transportation system has not kept pace. 32% of the road in Lucknow have right of way between 10 to 20 meters. 37% of the roads having right of way between 20 to 30 meters. In terms of carriageway, nearly 26% of the network has two-lane carriageway. Footpaths are absent on 53% of the network, and 50% of the roads do not have desirable surface quality. The carriageway width is further reduced due to on-road parking across the city. Traffic flow in the city during peak hours shows that at an average 133,000 PCUs move on the city's network. There is therefore heavy congestion of the existing network, severe parking problems, especially in the market areas and along the main thoroughfares. Newly developed outlying areas are not well connected with the other parts of the city, like Gomti Nagar extension or airport areas or transport. The present system results in huge time delays. The critical areas that needs attention are designing on efficient public transport system, enhancing the road network, and enhancing parking problem. The CDP of Lucknow recommends that the city should focus on the efficient bus transport system in the short term. Now, different types of vehicles and their compositions. From CMP, City Mobility Plan, and also the data collected by myself from the IT office and some other sources, I have studied the vehicular growth rate. In this table shows that tremendous rise in the number of vehicles every year due to increasing population or population in the city, or one reason is the migration from some other nearby areas like Unnao, Barabanki. There are some Sitapur and Bareilly also. Yes, migration is happening since last 20 years. In the graph 1, it shows the slow and gradual slump in the total number of vehicles from 1994 to 2010, and suddenly deteriorated to its lowest point in 2019. Graph 2, it shows the gradual increment in the number of four-wheeler vehicles like cars, jeep, vans within the city. The gradual increase in the number of four-wheel vehicles can be seen from 1994, and it is continuous until 2010. The line graph in graph 2 suddenly goes higher after the year 2010. That can be due to the right economic conditions and rapid urbanization. The number of vehicles in Lucknow is grown by 36% from 2005 to 2009, of which 82% are two-wheelers. This has had an impact on an average journey speed, which is less than 15 km per hour on nearly 65% of the networks, whereas on the old city, the average speed further reduced to 6 to 9 km per hour during peak hour.
Abdur, can we wind up in next 3 minutes?
Yeah, sure, sir. In the graph 3, it shows the variation in the number of buses in different random years, in which the number of buses has increased, and in some years it has decreased considerably. This pattern seen in the graph of 3 started from the year 1994 and continued till the year 2010. Thus, after studying the given data and graphs above, we conclude that with the increasing population in most metropolitan cities, there is an immediate and urgent requirement of a transportation system that can help reduce the traffic-related issues in the major metropolitan cities. Therefore, the deployment of intelligent transportation system in the metropolitan cities should be done while following the specific conditions. Since we are allowed I have concluded in just 3 to 4 slides. In first one, it is a UPSRTC city bus without any information boards passing by. Second one is a auto rickshaw, and it is called as a Vikram. And the Vikram is basically it is used for it is on the amount of 10 rupees for 4 to 5 kilometers. People are using for these services, and they don't mind sitting congested in these vehicles because it is what they were doing from their younger days. But now during this pandemic, it is very unsafe to travel such type of vehicles. Next is the role of the stakeholders. In a city, there are different stakeholders who look into the development activities. Here we will discuss that stakeholders involved in the transportation sector. There are almost 8 to 9. For example, Nagar Nigam, Lucknow Municipal Corporation, and Lucknow Metro Rail Corporation, and Lucknow City Transport Services. These all are the stakeholders. And the key challenges in the institutional arrangement is to clarify roles and responsibilities on the basis for the accountability, transparency, and greater efficiency required to sustain development and achieve Lucknow vision for the future. Next is the potential of the intelligent transportation system. Basically, it is there are different management system like arterial and freeway management system, freight management system, and transit management system. Incident management system are important to share the information about the accidents or landslides or floods, or maybe political rallies. Since Lucknow is a capital city, it has a lot of rallies, strike are often in the city. Google Maps use crowdsourcing and inform the traffic congestion and shortest routes. There are chances of floods and waterlogging in also due to there is a very famous Gomti River also. So some parts it has waterlogging issues also. So that can be tackled by an emergency management system. Currently in Lucknow, just the railway station, Charbagh railway station, Alambagh bus terminal, and the metro station are equipped with the information management system. Information management system should be introduced at each bus stop, auto stand. Technologies involved in intelligent transportation system. Basically, there are few technologies which I think most of us are familiar with us. For instance, wireless communication or computational technologies, video vehicle detection. So now when we talk about the Lucknow metro and buses can be provided with free Wi-Fi so that students and office going folks can browse internet on the way to their workplace office school. So I'm just winding up. Just give me 1 second.
Yes, please. 1 more minute.
Yeah. Advantages of using intelligent transportation system. That is in the past several years, the trend of driving has been changed, thereby increasing road accident. To avoid or get guided before any incident happen, the intelligent transportation system plays a vital role. And intelligent transportation system can be upgraded in satellite-based vehicle navigation and other applications, which can be conveyed via real-time traffic information to the clients or passengers. Passenger can check the status of the traffic and other data or information where they are heading before drifting away from their homes. This is the projecting ITS infrastructure benefit from 1996 to 2026. The benefit of using ITS have been tabulated, and it is said that by using ITS, we will be able to reduce the delays by 41% and save that time. Accident cost saving of 43% and 6% saving of emission of fuel. Also, the following benefit, for example, safety better management, efficiency, and cost effectiveness, and provide rapidity. And what needs to be done in order to achieve all the benefits mentioned in the previous slides? We must make new transportation policies which addresses the importance of the ITS. We should focus on the improving public transport. We should enhance transport coordination, restraining the use of pollution emitting vehicles, plant infrastructure, and promoting green technology. So let us discuss step for developing the intelligent transportation system. For example, step 1 is the development of intelligent transportation objective. Second is identify stakeholders. Third is development of regional and ITS infrastructure with customized service package. Fourth is allocate, customize. Fifth is validation, and the sixth is publish data. And the last is conclusion. The transportation sector in India and developing, therefore, it is easy to incorporate ITS to its growing system. Ridership on public transportation modes of Lucknow are comparatively low. This scenario can be changed by introducing ITS to the existing system. Introduction of integrated smart cards and information display system for metro, buses, and IPT modes will ensure last mile connectivity with single smart card. Passenger-friendly and age-friendly system will ensure public transportation system is accessed by all. Now, for a city needs a new CMP, and solar and electric bus will reduce the pollution, beautification of the bus stops, and improvement of the last mile connectivity, and formalizing the e-rickshaw or Bikram or NMTs by introduction of the driver's cards. The references.
So thank you, Abdur, and I'm sure Lucknow will be much more livable and much more intelligent and modern looking if we integrate whatever you have talked about in terms of bringing in intelligent transportation systems. No doubt about that. Before I have my question, Urvish is asking how long you have been researching and analyzing this data. What is the time period of analysis?
So last 1.5 2 years, almost 1.5 years.
2 years. Okay. I want to refer to one of your slides. I quickly took a print screen and pasted on my Word file, and that was on your ownership of vehicles. Now, as I see from 2010 to 2019, the numbers of two-wheelers, car, jeep, van, buses, truck, and all that.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So as I look at this number, it is astounding for me that percentage of two-wheeler will fall from 82% around to 42% in just 9 years. Or the percentage of four-wheelers can go up from 15% to about 51% in just 9 years. That is like, to me, it's out of the world kind of a change. It changes the entire argument around a lot of transportation systems and policies you might have been thinking of. Can you justify this number?
Yeah, actually, sir, the problem is that basically, I would like to give you an example of the Lucknow Metro. Reason is that initially, that we all know that Lucknow Metro is functioning, and now it is running from airport to Munshi Pulia Metro Station. And basically, the passenger load of in this particular route is very slow. And one more thing, sir, another reason is the migration, sir. That in the last 9 to 10 years, because I'm seeing Lucknow since 2007, and that I remember Lucknow 2007, and now this Lucknow in 2021, it is completely different in the last 13 years. And basically, those people who are migrating from, we can take the data of the migration data, and there is a lot of because we are taking the census of 2011, but the present population, because it is not published, so the present population of the Lucknow is more than 50 lakh in today's scenario.
Now I take your point, Abdur. I just want to note here you may like to go back and check the number that from the car Jeep ownership, when it increases from 98 to 2005, it's about 120% increase in 7 years. Next 5 years, it's about a 55% increase over 2005 to 2010, and from 2010 to 19, it's 1,400%. It looks to me that the number which was 1,50,260 should be about 2,10,530 something rather than 21 lakhs. Is there a number, additional number that has got into your Excel table? Please check for it.
Sure, sir. Check, sir.
Look, from 150,000 going to 21 lakhs, 1.5 लाख कार से 21 लाख कार 9 महीनों में 9 सालों में, I don't think there could be something to do with the numbers. I'm just pointing out that this seems to be too astounding for me to believe. Okay, just check it. Dr. Veni? All right, actually now I would invite, thank you Abdul for yours. I don't see any more questions. Meanwhile, I would invite Dr. Veni to give her closing comments on this. I think there were good 4 presentations. They took us around India in terms of the places that we talked about and the kind of issues that we talked about. All of them relevant, too relevant actually in today's context. Dr. Vini, your closing comments, please.
Yes, sir, I'm sorry, but Dr. Veni is dropped out, I guess.
Oh, she's dropped out. No, she's around here, Dr. Vini.
No, sir. We cannot see.
Could you call her? Could you call her, because
yes,
we must
sir.
have some. Yes, please. So just half a minute. There have been, a lot of hiccups in technology today, but that's all. We have to learn to live with it. Anybody calling?
Yes, sir, we are on.
All right, okay.
Sir, she'll rejoin in a minute.
Okay. Yeah, she's back.
Today there's a bit of a problem.
Yeah, I can see that. I can see that. So let's have some closing comments from you, ma'am. I mean, it's just time that we closed this. Yeah.
Yes. Before I really close down, I wanted to, talk to this Abdur, because, ITS is a passion with me. And I went through all his slides, and what I really think is he has to, do a comparative study to make it very wholesome. I think you should, when you're looking into creating an old city into a smart city by the use of ITS, I think you should do a very good comparison with cities like Singapore, cities like Philippines. That is where you will get the hang of it, and then you should be able to identify that what are these ITS solutions. You must also, along with this, talk about blockchain, artificial intelligence, Internet of Things, and how all these technologies will cause for something which are, to my mind, very, very new concepts of dematerialization, de-energization, and decarbonization. So these 3 key words, which are now becoming the talk of town in all the world conferences on sustainability. And these can only be achieved with the application of ITS. And that is what is really important here for you to explain. Otherwise, it does not become a study which has come from your heart. So that was my suggestion. And thank you, Professor Kamal, for inviting me to listen to all the youngsters coming up with these great ideas. And I'm very, very happy to see the young mind having interest in transportation, because what I've seen with the youngsters today is that they are looking for very quick results, and they find transport a very, very boring kind of a thing, and they think, oh God, that's the thing which the government must do. But today I'm part of the formation of the think tank on the national logistics policy, and we are open to suggestions from the youngsters, because they can really come up with new ideas. And and that is why I was kind of butting in every time with at the end of each speaker and trying to give them a little bit of an insight. I mean, I think you should take it in a very positive manner, because this will only help to enhance your work, and you should be able to make a bigger impact. And once you do that, that's what I'm again saying, come back to us. We will find people who will support you with your ideas, and we can even help you with implementation if the idea is unique and good and very well founded. And that is those were the little snippets that I was giving, is to make your work even more grounded. So it was really a pleasure to listen to youngsters with these diverse points of view as far as sustainable transport and sustainable mobility is concerned. And I wish you all the very best.
Great. Dr. Veni, how much more encouraging it could have been for all the participants here. Thank you very much for your company. And, you were glued through every presentation. You heard every bit of it. And that's how you actually, you could contribute to at the end of it, how much more rich each of these researches can be. Thank you very much for your time and attention and everything. And thanks AIM for organizing an excellent platform for the youngsters to come and share their views. And I'm sure, as Dr. Veni said, that if you are out with a great idea and you've done your proper research, there are institutions around which can help you in taking your research to the next level. Sustainability is the key, and that's where the future lies. That's my closing comment to all this. Thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Over to you, Barkha.
Yes, sir. Good evening, everyone. It was very insightful and very engaging session. First and foremost, I would like to thank Dr. Vini Mathur and session chair Dr. Kamal Kishore Sharma for sparing your precious time and follow our technical session on transportation and mobility system. The session discussed and deliberated on the role of electric vehicles, intelligent transport system, the potential of hybrid infrastructure, the negative effect on air quality from transport development, and brought out the most important issues around this. It was very inspiring how the paper presenter actually engaged with session chair and answered the questions that were set out for them. My heartfelt thanks goes to them. My thanks goes out to Dr. Rachna Gangwar and Professor Mukesh Parekh. You have been exceptionally helpful. My heartfelt thanks goes to Dev Agarwal, Dhruvil Seth, Soham Mishra, and the conference team. You have been very helpful too and very supportive at the same time. And finally, I think, and I must say that the audience has been exceptional, because without a disciplined and engaging audience, a conference cannot be successful. The next section on financing sustainable infrastructure will start soon. Have a wonderful evening. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye.
Yeah, thank you, madam, and thank you, Dr. Kamal. Thank you very much. Looking
My
forward
pleasure.
to connecting again.
Our pleasure.
Our pleasure. Yes. Yes.
All right.
And
Thank you.
definitely as teachers, we love to listen to new ideas coming from youngsters.
Looking forward to connecting soon.
Thank you.
Right.
Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Thank you very much. Well, very well organized. Well done, everyone.
Thank you, sir.
I'm sorry, Amit, I actually can't hear anything. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir, we can hear you.
Okay, wonderful. I
3 minutes.
wasn't sure because I thought Amit was speaking, but I couldn't hear anything.
Yes, sir. Our session will start in 2-3 minutes.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you.
Third, Asta here. Great to have you here. We'll be starting shortly.
All right, thank you very much.
Good evening. Am I audible?
Yes, sir, you're audible now.
Thank you. Thank you. Good evening, Professor Richard.
Well,
Sir, good morning.
good morning. Yes. Evening where you are.
We're just starting.
So can we start?
Yes, we can start.
Good evening, everyone. I am Ms. Sushmita Sunkara and Mr. Vineet Joshi on behalf of Adani Institute of Infrastructure Management take this opportunity to welcome all of you to the first international conference with the center theme of sustainability and resilience organized by Adani Institute of Infrastructure Management, Ahmedabad. The Center of Excellence is a Center of Excellence in Finance and Risk Management got the opportunity to facilitate this track. Let me quickly give you a brief background of the Center of Excellence in Finance and Risk Management. Professor Amit Srivastava founded the center in 2015 as a Center for Financial Reporting and MIS. Under the guidance of Dr. Malay Mahadevia, mentor of Adani Institute of Infrastructure, and recently Sir restructured the center under the able leadership of our Dean Professor Devang Desai and named it as Center of Excellence in Finance and Risk Management. This center provides the accounting and finance community with the opportunities to get involved in the development of academic programs, research, and professional activities. Currently, the center is focusing on developing cases and do capacity building activities in the area of financial reporting, financial planning and analysis, cost and performance management, risk management, private equity, and venture finance. The center has come out with the publications in reputed journals like Journal of Private Equity, Malaysian Accounting Review. And the center has also successfully conducted 8 management programs, development programs on finance for non-finance executives in the last 1.5 years. There are programs exclusively designed for the senior and middle level executives of Adani Group. Recently, the center has also conducted webinars on smart investing in current pandemic real estate investment ventures. We now have the privilege to have among us Dr. Amit Srivastava, who is the session chair, and Mr. Mayank Patel, who is the co-chair for the technical session on financing sustainable infrastructure. Dr. Srivastava is also associated with the Adani Institute of Infrastructure Management as an associate professor in finance and accounting and head of the Center of Excellence in Finance and Risk Management. Sir is associated with AIIM since 2012. Prior to the joining AIIM, Sir served in the School of Business Management, NIMS University, Mumbai as a faculty of finance. Sir has begun his career in academics in the year 2000. Dr. Srivastava is also associated with Malaysian Accounting Review, Global Journal of Accounting and Finance, and IMA Educational Case Journal as a member of the Editorial Reviewer Committee and Advisory Committee. We also have with us today Mr. Mayank Patel as the co-chair of this session. Mr. Mayank completed his BA in Electrical, MBA in Finance, and PhD in Treasury and Foreign Exchange Management CFA. Mr. Mayank Patel has more than 21 years of experience in banking, financial services, technology, business incubation, and academics. Sir has also received CFA charter from CFA Institute, USA. His academic interests are financial markets, asset pricing, behavioral finance, risk management, and quantitative methods. Sir also specializes in the area of fintech, investment research, corporate finance, and financial derivatives. Sir has mentored more than 50 startups as the CEO of the Center for Advancing and Launching Enterprises, a technology business incubator hosted by EDII Ahmedabad. Sir is a keen follower of geopolitics, political economy, and development in the field of education. At present, Mr. Mayank is an associate professor with JG University, Ahmedabad. Now, I request Professor Amit sir to introduce our keynote speaker.
Okay, thank you, Susmita. Good evening, all of you. With an object of encouraging the spirit of research and innovation, Adani Institute of Infrastructure feels proud to host first international conference on infrastructure theory, practice, and policy. This event is not just 2 days routine conference, rather than it is a kind of composition of 5 COEs joint effort I am delighted to say that the Center of Excellence in Finance and Risk Management got opportunity to facilitate the track on financing sustainable infrastructure. We have the privilege to have among us Professor Richard T. Thakur, who is our guest of honor and keynote speaker of this track. Professor Richard T. Thakur is a assistant professor of finance at University of Minnesota Carlson School of Management. He is a research affiliate at the MIT Laboratory for Financial Engineering and is a research affiliate at the WFA Center of Finance and Accounting Research at Washington University, St. Louis. Professor Richard joined the finance department at University of Minnesota in June 2016 after earning his PhD in financial economics from MIT. He also holds an MS in management research from MIT, and MSc in finance and economics from London School of Economics, and BA in economics and psychology from Washington University, St. Louis. Prior to joining his PhD, Professor Richard worked in investment management as a derivatives trading analyst. His research interests are empirical and theoretical corporate finance in the area of managerial decision making, R&D investment, healthcare finance, and effects of financial friction on firm investment. So with this, sir, I consider it a great honor to welcome you for the opening remarks, and we are eagerly waiting to learn from you. Over to you, sir.
Well, thank you very much for the introduction, and I greatly appreciate the opportunity to be here at the inaugural conference. So let me go ahead and share my screen. So hopefully all of you can see these slides. Okay, great. And I just wanted to confirm how much time I should allot for this. I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
20 minutes.
Okay, perfect. All right, so what I'll talk about today is just some general remarks regarding the topic of this session, which is financing sustainable infrastructure. So just as motivation here, as I'm sure everyone who's joining here is aware of, robust development of infrastructure development is critical to economic growth. Essentially, to have robust economic growth, we need buildings, roads, power, automobiles, transportation, and so on and so forth. However, with much of infrastructure development, it's been noted that there's a potential negative environmental impact with basically sources of power. There may be pollution. With buildings, there's excess energy consumption and so on and so forth. So there's been an increasing focus just generally across the globe on sustainable infrastructure, which of course is one of the key themes of this session. So infrastructure that meets people's needs in terms of economic growth and the need for infrastructure, but is also environmentally friendly. So this would be just a few of the many examples of sustainable infrastructure that come to mind. So things like solar power, wind power, so things like green power sources, energy efficient buildings, so buildings that consume less electricity, for example, or that get their power from solar, electric buses and trains and other sources of transportation, and even things like across road system charging stations for electric cars would be examples of things that contribute to sustainable infrastructure. And there are, of course, many other different examples. But of course, the issue is that infrastructure, it's needed and it's very important, but it has to be financed. So it costs a lot of money and the money has to come from somewhere. So financing, therefore, becomes very important to this idea of infrastructure and developing infrastructure. Now, to give an idea of some numbers here, these are some statistics that probably a lot of you are aware of, but for example, many countries spend a rather significant portion of GDP on infrastructure spending. So one number for 2017 was around 9% for India. Other countries spend more on infrastructure, some countries spend less, but usually it's at least a significant portion of GDP. In particular, now in both the US as well as in India and many other countries, government proposals have been in the trillions of dollars for proposed spending on infrastructure. In the US, one of the bills that's floating around is around a $2 trillion infrastructure spending bill over the next few years. It's similar, I believe India was floating something like a $1.4 trillion infrastructure spending proposal over the next number of years. And in particular, infrastructure spending is done by both governments who are directly both paying for the infrastructure and proposing it through things such as roadway systems and power sources, but also companies as well. So companies that are developing, say, electric cars or developing electric trains or greener sources of energy, and so on and so forth. So the infrastructure spending is done by both the governmental sector and the private sector. So this raises a number of different questions, which I'll touch upon all of these questions in some regard in my talk, which are first, how do we think about the financial implications of sustainable infrastructure? So finance, as I mentioned, is going to be very important given the amount of money that's spent on this. What are some of the challenges given the need for financing for this sort of infrastructure? And then I'll spend some time talking about, with this goal of sustainable infrastructure development, how can finance potentially help us move towards this goal in potentially ways that we haven't necessarily thought about or fully considered? And I'll give you some examples in some other areas that really are good and, in my opinion, analogs to this issue of sustainable infrastructure. So how I'll structure what I'm going to talk about. So first, I'll just give a few brief remarks about how we can think about sustainable infrastructure investments from just a pure financial perspective and some of the issues related to that. Second, I'll think about if we need money into sustainable investments, a very important source, a critical source, in fact, of money is broader investors. So the broader capital market, they care about the financial characteristics of these sorts of investments. So it's important to think about what the financial characteristics are in order to attract that sort of money to these investments. And then third, as I mentioned, I'll talk about some potential directions that we can think about that I think are very fruitful and have been shown to be fruitful in other areas to this problem that we're not investing enough in sustainable infrastructure. All right, so just very briefly about how we can think about investments in infrastructure and sustainable infrastructure from a financial perspective. What we usually teach in our finance courses, our MBA finance courses, and at other levels as well, is that we think about if a company or a government or any entity is trying to think about how to invest in a given project, and this can be any type of project, including an infrastructure project, we want to compute the net present value. So in other words, the benefit right now of doing that sort of investment. Net present value we define from a financial perspective as taking the present value of cash inflow, so the benefits from the investment, minus the present value of all of the costs that we face going forward. Now, sometimes these costs are incurred right now, so we would call that a time zero in this diagram over here. But oftentimes in investments, we think about, we expect there to be some sort of benefits, such as revenues that occur at some point in the future, some sort of costs that will be incurred at some point in the future. So we can take the revenues minus the costs at any point in time here to get us the cash flows from an investment. And then a fundamental principle in finance is that money or benefits or cash flows that occur at some point in the future, say in 1 year or 2 year, are not the same as cash flows that occur right now. So in order to compare these at different points in time, we need to discount them in order to compare apples to apples, so to speak. So the idea again is that $1, say 5 years from now, is not the same as $1 today. So we would have to discount these by an appropriate risk-adjusted discount rate. So the idea is that the riskier the investment, the higher we discount things. That's another way of saying that if you have a riskier investment, a cash flow that occurs, say 5 years in the future, $1 5 years from now, is worth even less than $1 today. So riskier cash flow means a lower present value of future cash flows. So that's just the basic financial perspective of how we would think about any sort of project, including an infrastructure project. Now, how can we think about in this basic financial framework sustainable infrastructure, and in particular compared to, say, regular infrastructure? Well, first of all, sustainable investments produce benefits, and in particular, positive environmental externalities. So they reduce things like carbon emissions, they reduce pollution, for example, and these benefits may not directly be reflected in this equation above. Now, there's some debate about whether this is actually priced in, and I'll touch upon this point in another minute or so. But the idea is that if you're a company trying to think about whether to do a sustainable investment, one of the benefits, of course, are these environmental, we would call them externalities in economics. And in particular, all those benefits may not be reflected in the cash flows that the company itself sees when it's trying to evaluate this project. Now, second of all, the costs which factor into these cash flows may potentially be higher for sustainable investments, especially if we have newer technologies. So essentially, there are many newer technologies that are constantly rolled out. They have an environmental impact. One of the newer ones that's been increasing in popularity are electric cars, for example. Now, when that technology was first introduced, it was significantly more expensive than regular gas-powered cars. Now, that's still the case, but the cost, of course, has been going down. So this cost, of course, reduces the benefit when a company is looking at this sort of investment. And it's particularly salient for government investment because the government has to consider the cost as well. Finally, there's also this issue of potentially higher risk for either a government making this sort of investment or, in particular, a company making this sort of investment. One example is the demand for electric cars. So this has been quite a good case study, at least in the US, which is that demand for electric cars has increased quite a lot, but the demand varies quite a bit as well. So, for example, a lot of consumers, they like how the electric cars function, but they see that there aren't enough charging stations, for example. The price of electric cars may be quite high or quite a bit higher than the equivalent gas-powered cars. They're relying on subsidies where there's some risk as well. So there's potentially higher risk for some of these sustainable investment. What that means is that the cash flows that you incur in the future are less certain. And what that also means is that this discount rate can potentially be higher, so to speak. So the idea is that if you're a company that's looking at a sustainable investment, again, we've talked about you need to get money from somewhere. Oftentimes an important source of money will be capital markets, so looking to investors for that source of funding. If investors see this sort of investment as higher risk because of these different issues here, they'll demand an appropriate return for their risk, in other words, a higher return. And if they don't receive it, they may not provide you funding, or they may ask for too much in exchange for the money that they're giving. So that, very broadly speaking, is just the conceptual framework to think about broadly for financing sustainable investments. Now, let me talk a little bit about, so given that it's a possibility that investors just don't see these sorts of investments as profitable for themselves, that it may lead to an underinvestment in sustainable investments. Now, sustainable investments, broadly speaking, in the economics literature and more broadly, we've referred to this as ESG investments, which are environmental, social, and governance investments. Broadly speaking, there are different measures of this, but they try and just gauge whether a company is engaging in operations that are pro-environmental, pro-social, or just broadly speaking, pro-governance. So a company that's doing a sustainable investment would presumably be relatively high ESG under these sorts of rankings. So it's useful, the hypothesis I mentioned is that these investments may not have appealing characteristics to investors, which could cause a problem when we need to finance these sorts of investments. So it's worth thinking about what are the financial characteristics of such investments. Well, the broad takeaway from reviewing the literature, there's quite a lot of literature on this that has really taken off in the last 10 years in the academic literature. The evidence is really that it's mixed. So there's some evidence that the opposite of ESG, so sin stocks, so stocks like gambling and tobacco and stocks that say are fossil fuels, so they cause pollution, exhibit overperformance. So actually the performance is good for investors, so investors would find them attractive. In contrast, some studies show that companies that have good ESG ratings show positive performance. Some find they show no better performance relative to other investments. Now, I'll caveat that by saying that in recent years, there have been more studies showing that ESG investments have improved in terms of their performance recently. But also there's a lot of complications because the interpretation of the evidence is also complicated. For example, if you have a high ESG rating, it doesn't necessarily mean that all of your sustainable investments will necessarily be appealing to investors, because there's a lot that goes into this ESG rating over here that's very widely used. So long story short, based on this evidence, some investors will provide money to you if you're making a sustainable investment, and even a large sustainable investment, because they really believe in your goals for sustainability. But the question then becomes, if we look at this evidence here, for other investors that are concerned with getting a high enough return, given the risk they're facing, are the financial characteristics appealing enough to attract enough investors to give you enough money to sustain, as we'd say, the sustainable investments, to provide the financing for those investments? And that, I pose it as a question because it's very much an open question and we don't have clear evidence, which is not necessarily very comforting, because given the importance of sustainable investments, we'd like a more definitive answer to this sort of question, that if we're proposing a truly good sustainable infrastructure investment, that the money will naturally flow in from the different sectors and from investors in the capital market. So the broad problem here that, of course, has been brought up is that we have ideas for sustainable investment. We just don't necessarily have enough sustainable investment, and we don't necessarily have enough money that's flowing into sustainable investment. So the idea is that the more sustainable investment we have, the better it's going to be, just generally for society. So there's a few solutions here that have been implemented in the last few years, and then I'll talk for a few minutes about specifically financial solutions. One solution is for the government of various countries to directly invest in appropriate sustainable infrastructure. Now, this has been occurring in many countries. Direct government infrastructure spending is significant in most countries. However, governments also need to be mindful of costs and risks, which they aren't always fully cognizant of, or don't always fully incorporate in their decision makings. Second of all, governments don't always choose the most appropriate investments. There are many examples, for example, in the US, of the government investing heavily in specific green technologies that just simply were not appealing to consumers, or were companies that basically were rife with fraud, for example. Furthermore, this sort of issue, sustainable infrastructure, frankly speaking, the amount of money that needs to go into it is simply too large for the government alone, for any country to do. Now, a second solution that has had beneficial effects is for the government to provide incentives for private sector investment. So things like tax credits for electric car adoption has been something that has been quite successful in the US, it's been shown. Now, the issue with this, it's successful, but the scale sometimes can be smaller than what would be wanted in this sort of case. And sometimes feasible incentives are not sufficient in many of the cases. Now, the third solution that I'm going to talk about here is financial innovation can potentially help with the problem of not enough sustainable investment due to risk-return characteristics. So I'll get into this in more detail right now in the few minutes I have left. There's a recent example of this that's become a little more popular, which are green bonds. So these are bonds, they've been used more and more frequently in the US, whose proceeds, so a company issues them, and the money they get from investors are specifically to be used for climate or environmental projects. Usually it comes with tax incentives, so this underscores that even with financial innovation, The government plays an important role here. There's a very recent paper in the Journal of Financial Economics, which is one of the top finance journals, that really explored this issue in a lot of detail. So green bond use is increasing. The market tends to view them favorably. This paper has shown evidence for. However, it doesn't really solve all the problems here because these bonds are not cheaper than regular bonds. And also the use of the funds is restrictive for companies. But I'll argue that this sort of thinking, this is an example of financial innovation for tackling the problem, is a step in the right direction for this sort of issue. Now, what I'll give an example of is that other areas that experience the basic problem of underinvestment in socially beneficial areas, because of poor risk return prospects for investors, there are other areas that are similar and experience somewhat similar problems, and financial innovation has been proposed in those areas. The example I'll give that I've done some research on is the area of drug development. So to give some background, innovation in life-saving drugs relies on a new pipeline of research and development investments. Of course, with the COVID pandemic that's just been going around globally over the past over a year now, this is an especially salient issue as we've been desperate for new vaccines and new treatments for COVID. But drug development faces many economic challenges, including high development costs and very risky development outcomes. So this leads to a difficulty in raising financing, and many socially valuable drugs end up not being realized or pursued. So I'm running a little short on time. Let me go through this a little bit quickly. So this, for example, shows a graph of how many drugs a typical company could produce with $1 billion of spending in the US. And this is adjusted for inflation. And you can see a stark trend that back in 1950, $1 billion in spending would give you around, this is a logarithmic scale, around 30 or so drugs. In 2010, $1 billion of spending didn't even give you a single drug in development. So the broad takeaway here is that drug development has become increasingly expensive. It's also very risky. So this is taken from one of my papers. The underlying data is from another paper, which shows on average the overall probability of failure for a drug in a different given disease group. You can see it doesn't paint a very pretty picture. The right column is what you should focus on. At best, we have a failure rate of 74% for drugs in hematology, so blood disorders. And then it only gets worse to up to 95% chance that a given drug will fail in areas like cancer. We put these facts together. Some of my research shows that the profitability of companies that are engaging in this has gone down over time. So we see here, this is just profitability over total assets, so profit margin, over time for the biotech and pharma sectors. That's the blue and red line. You can see that the profitability has steadily gotten worse for this sector. So the analogy is that we have high costs like infrastructure. Firms must rely on capital markets to fund themselves. High risks like some sustainable solutions and proposed sustainable solutions that we've mentioned, that investors may not provide funding because the funding will be expensive. And this implies that financial friction, so difficulty in getting financing that all companies face, will be amplified for companies that do this particular thing. This can cause a distortion in investment, so an underinvestment in certain therapeutic areas in the drug space. Companies may focus on projects that are not necessarily good for, say, drug development, like the areas that we really need for drugs, or areas that really have the biggest societal need for sustainable investments. So just briefly, and I'm going to wrap up in the next minute, financial innovation has been proposed to address this problem. So for example, in the drug sector, there's been a proposal over the last number of years of a drug mega fund to pool together many different types of drug projects into a single investment vehicle that can issue securities to the capital market. So the securities fund the investment into those projects that are in the vehicle. The idea is that pooling together the individually risky projects create a diversification benefit. So the idea is that you diversify across many different projects, reducing total risk and increasing the appeal to investors. We've also proposed other sorts of solutions, such as individual insurance contracts on individual projects that can help reduce the individual risks that particular investors face. So the broad takeaway here is that finance in general excels at channeling resources into specific areas, from one area to the other. Problems like lack of funds and excessive risk, which I would argue are potential problems in sustainable infrastructure, they can be solved using financial tools. And so I believe the development of truly innovative, sustainable infrastructure solutions can be funded through financial innovation. We've seen also some promising developments here. So for example, this was an article in EL Insights talking about a proposal for green banks, for example, financial institutions that pooled together funds to fund many different types of clean energy projects. And again, some of the benefits would be similar to the drug mega fund where you have diversification benefits. So there's a real financial benefit that we can identify that's really rooted on very sound financial theory. So I've gone a little bit over, I apologize, but just to summarize some of the thoughts that I've mentioned, sustainable infrastructure is an important goal. Financing it is critical to realize that goal. There's an increased need for such infrastructure, meaning that more financing is needed. The challenge is how to increase this flow of financing. The attractiveness of sustainable investments alone may not be enough to get enough money to those sorts of investments. But if that's a problem, financial innovation, as has been shown to be effective and proposed in other contexts, can help to potentially bridge the gap. So thank you very much. And again, I apologize for going over.
Thank you very much, sir, for sharing your deep knowledge and sharing with us issues related to the financial innovation. There is one question from participant side, like, can you please throw more light on financial innovation? What could be the core possible component of financial innovation?
Sorry, so you said what would be the potential components of financial innovation?
Yeah.
Yeah, so broadly speaking, so financial innovation is an extremely broad term. And financial innovation, I mean, we see many types of contracts. There are things like futures contracts, swap contracts. It can really take any sort of form. And the idea is that it's just some new sort of contract or arrangement to shift cash flows around and to shift around risk. And so the basic idea behind it is that you're moving risk from the people that don't necessarily want to take on that risk to either other people that are more willing to take that risk, or you're doing something to reduce the risk overall. So the example that I gave is an example of actually both of those sorts of things. So if I go back just to the drug example here, this drug megafund is an example of a financial innovation where it's taking a very, very old sort of concept in finance, just diversification, that the idea that you don't want to put all of your eggs in one basket, so to speak. You want to invest in many sorts of things. Finance has very clearly shown that that reduces overall risk with diversification benefits. And it's just using that idea and saying, we can apply it not just to stocks and investments, but to something else. In this case, drug projects, individual drug projects. And the idea for sustainable infrastructure would be something like projects for sustainable infrastructure. You could create the exact same sort of fund conceptually for sustainable infrastructure. And that was kind of along the lines of the idea of that green bank example that I gave a few minutes ago. The other type of financial innovation, and there are many other types I'll mention, but broadly speaking, that exchanges risks is this idea of insurance contracts, where you could have a company that issues say a traded insurance contract that's traded in the market, where they basically are able to hedge their own risk. And an investor that's more willing or wants exposure to that particular risk would buy that contract and then give money to that company. So that would be an example of you exchange risk between individuals or institutions that don't want to have the risk and ones that more want to have the risk.
So thank you very much, sir, for sharing your work, your study, and your session was full of enthusiasm and valuable knowledge. And with this, we will move on towards the technical session of this track. And so before we start. There are 4 research papers we shortlisted for this track, and one of the presenters, Mr. Ravi Shankar, is associated with National University of Singapore. He will not be able to join us due to some medical emergency in his family. So there will be 3 presentations, and every speaker will have 22 minutes for their presentation, and it will be followed by 5 minutes for question and answer. Vineet, shall we start with?
Yes, sir. We should.
Okay. So before we start, a little housekeeping before we get started. Participants, if you have any question during the presentation, please type them into the question or message box. We will bring them up during the presentation, and we will also have time for question at the end. So now, without further excitement, we will turn the time to the technical session, and moving on towards first presentation of this technical session. This research is done by Mr. Ketan Reddy and Dr. Subhash S. Mr. Ketan Reddy and Dr. Subhash will be talking about the trade facilitation and global value chain participation cross-country analysis. Dr. Subhash is associated with the Indian Institute of Technology, Madras, as associate professor. And foreign direct investment, trade and technology, applied industrial economics are the current area of the research of Dr. Subhash. And the co-author of this research article is Mr. Ketan Reddy. He is a research scholar in economics at the Indian Institute of Technology, Madras. And as a part of his doctoral research, he is exploring dynamics of global value chain and their implication for Indian firm. So I would invite Mr. Ketan to start with the presentation, and over to you, Mr. Ketan.
Right. First of all, very good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to everybody present. And I thank sir for inviting me here. Let me just start with my. Let me just share my screen. I hope the screen is visible.
Yes.
Yeah. Right. So thank you so much. And as sir mentioned, I am Ketan Reddy, a research scholar in economics from IIT Madras. And the paper I'll be talking today about is titled Trade Facilitation and Global Value Chain Participation Across Country Analysis. And this paper I've written with my thesis supervisor, Dr. Subhash. Now, this is not a part of my thesis, but the core of my thesis does stand at global value chain, and it's an allied area which I've tried to look into. So before I get into the core of the presentation, a brief outline. So I'll start by explaining I'll give a brief introduction where I'll start by explaining what global value chains are, how they've become extremely important in the present trade paradigm. And then from there, highlighting the role of trade facilitation and its importance from a GVC perspective. This is a purely empirical paper, so I'll go about explaining the data source that we have used. We have a huge firm level data we have used for about 115 countries, and how we go about constructing each variable, and the methodology that we use in estimating the impact of trade facilitation and seeing the factors whether it promotes or deters GVC participation. I'll then document the results of our empirical analysis and then finally conclude. So before I start, let me start by explaining what global value chains are. So global value chain basically encompasses all those activities that goes about into making a product. So these activities involve R&D, design, manufacturing, to that of sales and after sales services. And when each aspect of the production chain happens across different geographical borders or international borders, the notion that emerges out is what we call as global value chains. So just to give you a better understanding of what I mean by GVC here, let me give you a few examples. So this is a Boeing Dreamer 787. It's a beast of an aircraft, and there are a total of about 7 countries that goes about into making a product, highlighting that there is a need of coordination across countries in making a single product nowadays. However, one could easily argue that the product or the aircraft in this case is extremely large in size, and it would be very difficult for a single entity or a single firm to produce it by itself. So let's just take another example to highlight that the notion of GVC can be seen everywhere. So talking about airlines, let's stick to the airline industry. And what we have here is an Australian passport, which is one of the strongest passport that exists in the world, yet it is not completely Australian in nature. Given the information given by the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade Australia, the passport involves coordination and inputs from 8 different countries, one more than what goes into making a Boeing Dreamer 787. And just to make my point a bit more stronger here, I'll take one more example, which is that of a pencil sharpener. This is something we see in our day-to-day life, and we see that even a small commodity like that of a sharpener has 2 countries involved, with the carbon steel life made in Germany and the aluminum body coming from China. So the idea of these examples was not only to highlight what I mean by global value chain, but to also showcase that their importance and their presence in the trade, global trade, is omnipresent, and they can be seen everywhere, including from our day-to-day activities. Another very famous example, which everybody would be aware of, is that of an iPhone, right? So that being said, the next question that comes up is, what is it or why is it that GVCs have become extremely important or so important? Now, this is because participating in global value chains has an advantage of stimulating productivity growth for the firm, and that when you're participating in a GVC, a firm does not have to produce an entire product in itself. Rather, it can pick a particular fragment of the production chain where it has its highest advantage in manufacturing or producing that particular aspect of the production chain, and produce that. So by doing so, it can participate in the international markets without having to develop a complete product by itself. This has provided an opportunity for firms, especially small and medium firms and firms from developing countries, to participate in GVCs. And by doing so, we know that the trade makes the pie bigger for everyone. So they have a greater chance of expanding their output and economic growth going forward. Moreover, when a firm participates in value chain, you see that by doing so, participating in global markets, they are able to forge network ties with lead MNCs, and that has its own implications in terms of productivity, knowledge, and technical spillovers, which are again important for pushing countries and firms on the on a higher trajectory of economic growth. So that being said, we see the notion of GVC everywhere, and so it becomes even more important to facilitate trade among the various participants or the various agents that are involved. We saw the case of Boeing Dreamer 780, 747, and then that of Australian passport, and you see multiple countries are involved. Even the recent events, I do not need to mention more on that, but if you take the inputs for the vaccination is coming from US, and in the first wave of COVID, we saw that ventilators and all that were needed, multiple agents, multiple countries were involved in producing a single product. So because of this, it becomes the notion of GVC becomes extremely time sensitive. Any delay or any quality aspect could have an impact on how the production itself is produced and delivered, and it could bring the whole global trade to a standstill. So in this regard, time is of extreme importance, and it becomes extremely crucial that efforts are taken to facilitate trade among GVCs or among firms. That is, you provide them with an infrastructure which is efficient and reliable, so that firms can easily coordinate the activities, since the production is no longer produced in a single country, whereas multiple countries, as I mentioned. So just to cite a few evidence from the empirical literature on trade, Hummels and Shaw 2013 find that when each firm spends an extra day in transit, it is equivalent to imposing an ad valorem tax of 0.6 to 2.3%. On the other hand, Martinkus et al. 2015 found that if a firm is spending an additional day with customs and it's taking an extra date for it to clear the exports and imports, it leads to a 12% fall in exports for that particular country. Similarly, Limo and Venables 2001 highlight that transportation costs are extremely important, and that 10% fall in transportation cost is associated with a 20% increase in trade volume. So key factor of all the 3 studies that are cited here is that they're talking about different aspects. One is tariff, one is custom regulations, and then there's transportation costs. So all these activities is what we are going to look into this paper empirically, and what we call as trade facilitation. I'll get into detail a bit more going forward. So just to put it out there, what is the key focus and contribution of a study is that we just saw the literature that are highlighted. Most of it in terms of trade facilitation has largely restricted to one aspect of trade facilitation, and mostly to the case of export. So in this regard, we bring in the GVC dimension. And it becomes extremely important in today's world scenario where almost 85% of the world trade can be characterized as trade which is happening under global value chain framework. So it is not just mere exports, that the traditional way of just exporting or importing, but a simultaneous way of indulging oneself into global value chains. So in this regard, we examine whether improvement in trade facilitation measures can have an impact in promoting firms from developing countries and other economies in promoting or increasing their participation into global value chain. So we also contribute to the nascent firm level literature on GVC and examine this nexus for 115 economies, which span for a period of about 2006 to 2018. Now, while examining this relationship, we also face some endogeneity concerns, which I'll go a bit deeper going forward, and how we go about correcting them. So to examine this relationship, we get data. We use a survey data, which is sourced from World Bank Enterprise Survey Database. Now, this is a database compiled by World Bank, where the World Bank conducts face-to-face interviews with managers and owners of the firm, and it asks questions on various aspects of their operation, including their financial performances, their trade performance, whether there is corruption in the environment where they feel like the bureaucracy is not doing well, what is the skill level of the worker. So it's an extremely rich database, and also because the database involves asking some sensitive questions in terms of whether the firm has paid bribery and things like that, each firm is given a unique identification code, but the name of the firm is not there, so that those firms are protected and that information is sensitive. So while collecting the data, the World Bank follows a stratified random sampling technique with a switch data constructed by location, size, and sector with the replacement technique. An important aspect is the World Bank Enterprise Services have been there for some time, but since in 2006, they started a standard questionnaire. So that means the questions that were asked across firms from different countries were more or less same. So this allows us to have a comparability between countries. So that's why this period of a study starts from 2016. And we go till 2018, where we have a repeated cross-section of 115 countries, which corresponds to 16,528 firms. Now, why do we have a repeated cross-section and not a panel? As I mentioned, because some of the information that is taken is sensitive, we do not have a unique identifier that can set panel in multiple rounds. So though, let's say India had a survey done in 2014 and the next survey was done in 2020, which should be coming out this year sometime, the problem that happens is each survey will give a unique identification code for that particular survey. So there is no way of getting a panel using WBS database. So the best we could do is come up with a repeated cross-section, and by doing so, we have a very rich firm level data for 115 economies. So coming to the identification of variables, for global value chains at firm level, we go ahead with the existing literature, which basically highlights that a value chain firm is involved extensively in trading. And if you take the case of pencil sharpener, there were at least 2 countries that were involved in making a product. So for a GVC, we say that a minimum condition is that there are at least 2 countries involved. So as a result, we define GVC in 2 ways. First, GVC is a firm which is involved in global market. It could be either exporting or importing, but it also has a quality certification. Now, the reason we bring in the quality aspect, because it is a production chain and the product is, and each fragment of the production is produced in different countries. So for a firm to produce a similar quality of product every single time, it needs to maintain that the quality along the production chain is similar and important. So that's how we define a GVC firm. Alternatively, we impose a restriction that the firm should not only be trading, but it should be doing exports and imports together at the same time with the quality certification. Now, coming to the trade facilitation measure, before I get into the components of it, within the trade literature, we can define trade facilitation as having a narrow definition and a broad definition. So narrow definition is basically where we are basically talking about reducing transaction costs and tariffs. So basically the notion of tariffs or interborder trade tariffs, whatever come, those are the factors which gets covered under narrow definition. But broader definition, as the name says, it's broader, so it just does not restrict to tariffs alone, but any other factor that could increase the speed of trade or the volume of trade, or it could have a positive impact in facilitating trade between 2 countries is what we would take as trade facilitation. So going by this, we have 4 components. So that is 4 indicators of trade facilitation. First is the customs, which is basically the efficiency, custom efficiency, and the database provides us an indicator of highlighting it. So it is basically, we identify custom efficiency by the average time it takes to clear firms' imports and export consignment. So WBS gives the number of days each firm is spending in custom clearance, and that is what we use to identify the custom efficiency of the of the institute. Second is that of loans. Finance is an extremely important aspect in participating in trade and even in creating infrastructure, that to sustainable infrastructure, as Professor Richard just mentioned. So in this regard, to take that into account, what we have done is loans is basically an indicator, financial indicator, which takes into account the amount of working capital that a firm is procuring from any financial institution. Third is the role of digitalization. Now, as you see that we saw the case of Boeing Dreamers 747, where there were so many countries, 7 countries involved, or in Australian passport where there were 8 countries involved. There needs to be swift coordination between these participants, and information and communication technology is a very important aspect of it. So to proxy for that, we take a digitalization measure, which is proxied by firms' usage of email services. And finally, the fourth aspect is to take into account or proxy the government quality of the government's regulation barriers that exist. So this is accounted by the amount of time the higher management of a firm is spending with regulatory authorities in filling up forms or getting it cleared and things like that. So these are the 4 dimensions which we use to examine to proxy the trade facilitation measures. So these are just a bit of summary statistics. So we see that the GVC variable, you see that 74% of the firms can be identified as GVC firms. However, if we take the definition where we are taking GVC firms to be both exporting and importing at the same time with the quality certification, the figure drops substantially to close to 30%. In terms of customs, we see that among the firms that we have, on average, each firm spends about 11 days in clearing their customs, and almost 20% of the working capital is sourced from financial institutions. And almost 12% of senior management of each firm is spending a huge amount of time in dealing with government regulations. In terms of, while examining this empirical relation, we also control for a lot of firm-specific variables. Now, this is basically the size of the firm proxied by number of workers, labor productivity, age of the firm, foreign ownership of the firm, and business group affiliation of the firm. So from here, we see that 16% of the firms in the sample are foreign-owned firms, whereas 15% of them are solely owned firms. Yeah, sorry. Yeah. So moving on to the methodology, since as we see here, GVC is basically a binary variable. So what we do here is, given it is a binary variable, the empirical model becomes a probit model, where because GVC is a binary dependent variable, and we have 4 variable of interest, which is basically customs, loans, emails, and regulation. X is a vector of control variables, which not only includes firm level controls, but also certain macro factors and industry, country, and year fixed effects. Now, as I mentioned earlier, there is a possibility of endogeneity in the model. This basically comes from the notion of reverse causality, which basically says that because a firm is more integrated into international markets, or say global value chains in our case, it has an incentive to invest more in trade facilitation measures so that it improves. So because of that, instead of trade facilitation promoting GVC participation, there is also a possibility that GVC participation could promote trade facilitation. So this reverse causality needs to be accounted for, and to do so, we use an instrument variable approach. So for a validity of an instrument variable approach, we need a valid instrument. And for this, we use the sector region averages of each of the trade facilitation measures, that is customs, loans, email, regulation, and email, and not taking into account the firm's influence. So the idea being, or the rationale behind using sector region averages, is that a firm which is operating in one particular sector, let's say automotive, and belonging to a particular region, the logistical requirements or the trade facilitation requirements of all the firms from a similar industry would have some similar needs. Also because their technology of production would also have some overlap, their financial needs would also be similar. So there's some sort of homogeneity within a sector and a region. However, when a firm is deciding to participate in GVCs, its decision to participate is not dependent on how much constraint or how much negative or positive impact trade facilitation is having on its competitor, but to the extent it is affecting itself. So given these 2 channels of operation, we believe that the instrument would end up satisfying the relevance condition and the exogeneity condition, and the validity of instrument we will show in the results section. So that being said, let's just jump to the empirical findings. So this is the baseline model, and we see that the customs has a negative impact on GVC participation, which basically highlights that once a firm is spending too much time in clearing exports, it is having a deteriorating effect on their level of GVC integration. Access to finance, that means in the sense that firms having working capital loan from financial institution is having a positive impact, which highlights that financial constraint is a deterring factor, and hence mitigating those financial constraints is an important aspect in facilitating trade and enabling firms to participate in GVCs. The role of digitalization is positive, and regulation, it is negative, though insignificant. However, one thing we notice here that the magnitudes are not that great, and also some of the firm controls I have not reported because of space, but we see that the coefficient of labor productivity actually switches, the sign switches from negative to positive, which could be due to the endogeneity concerns as I mentioned in the model. So the results get more streamlined and better once we correct for that. So here are the IV probit estimates. And we see that the impact of customs is negative and significant, and it basically highlights that increase in a day of as a firm spend an extra day with transit in customs clearing their imports and exports, it is associated with a reduction in GVC participation by almost 3 to 6%, which is a huge magnitude. In terms of regulation, we are finding a positive impact. Now, though it may sound counterintuitive, but the literature has actually documented this, which basically says that once the senior management is actually involved in all the regulation activities, over a period of time they become very efficient in it, right? And also because certain regulations at a government level could also be a signaling factor for quality aspects and they meeting the environmental needs of a product. So by doing so, because it is a production chain, the other parties are much more comfortable trading with the same firm, and hence it could have a positive impact. As I mentioned earlier, loans is a positive impact. However, after correcting endogeneity, we see that the final specification, it sort of loses its significance, though positive. Now, this could be because because of the importance of finance, and you see GVCs allowing firms to form network ties with global firms. So the recent literature on financial constraints and GVC highlights that more financially constrained firms are trying to participate in GVCs because then they can have access to interfirm trade credit. So that is one channel through which finance can be procured by firms, and hence it becomes even more important of facilitating participation in global value chain. And the results of email or the digitalization is positive and significant throughout. And now in terms of highlighting the relevance of the instrument, we see that the custom regulations and loans, the first stage coefficients are significant and positive, highlighting that the instrument satisfies the relevance condition. And moreover, when we look at the F-stat, they're significantly greater than 10. So following Stock and Yogo's rule of thumb, we can say that the instrument doesn't suffer from the problem of weak instrumentation. And if we look at the world test of exogeneity, we reject the null of exogeneity, which highlights that there is endogeneity in the model, which substantiates our methodology or the use of IV probit estimates. Now, moving forward, what we also do in the paper is we try to see whether the impact of trade facilitation measures that we have taken, whether it differs based on the productivity level of the firm. That is, if a firm is extremely productive, or what Otter has actually famously called these firms as superstar firms, versus other firms which are not that productive. So once we have a look here, we see that the coefficients all turn insignificant, which highlighting that most productive firms are finding a way to participate in GVCs and sustain it. However, these regulations have a much more brunt on firms which are not that productive. And so it becomes important to facilitate this, because if they can participate in global value chains, they can have technological know-how, much more positive spillovers through foreign interaction, and that could in turn have an impact on productivity as well. And that is one of the core reasons why institutions like World Bank and ADBI are trying to push firms from developing countries to participate in GVC so that such gains are accrued. Now, to highlight the robustness, what we do is instead of using an IV probit, we restrict the sample to only those firms which have traded in new products. So the WBS actually provides us, there's a questionnaire which asks whether the trade that has happened, is it happened in a new product or an existing product. So by using that, what happens is the rationale that we are saying here is if we consider only the new product, then trade in that product could not affect the level of trade facilitation measures in terms of government regulations or the logistical support or the infrastructural support that exists. So hence by looking at only this subsample, the notion of reverse causality does not exist. And hence when we look, we see that the impact of customs is significant and negative, and that of loans and email is positive. Regulations though turn insignificant. So what the story that has come out till now is that customs is a very important factor, and there are a lot of inefficiencies at customs because firms are finding it difficult to clear their exports and imports swiftly, and as a result, it is reducing the GVC participation of the firm. Now, as I mentioned, we also take an alternate definition of GVC, which is basically a firm which is exporting and importing and also has a quality certification. And we find that the impact of custom is still positive, still negative and significant, highlighting that it deters GVC participation. So to just conclude briefly, in the paper, we look at whether trade facilitation measures through customs, loan, emails, and digitalization could promote or deter GVC participation, and we examine this nexus for 115 economies over a period of 2006 to 2018. We correct endogeneity in the model, and we find that digitalization, credit availability, and regulations are promoting GVC participation, whereas custom delays are actually the most significant and most significant negative factor in deterring firms from participating in GVCs. And the findings are robust to alternate measures of GVC and endogeneity correction. Now, as I mentioned earlier, one of the major limitations remains is the lack of panel data, which actually restricts us from taking out the firm heterogeneity and looking at those aspects. So that would be my end, and thank you for listening.
Sir, you're on mute.
Audible?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
So thank you, Mr. Ketan. It was an interesting presentation. As I understand, to achieve the objective of your research, you use the World Bank Enterprise Survey database for 115 economies over 2006 to 2018. Please correct me if I'm wrong. This is how I'm
correct, so
reading
that's
it.
correct.
So I will request Professor Richard and Professor Mayank, and audible.
Yes, sir, you're audible.
Yeah. So I will request Professor Richard and Professor Mayank, if you have any question or you like to give a kind of light on this particular topic, which is broadly covered by Mr. Ketan. And
yes, Dr. Richard, if he wants to ask first.
Sure. Yeah. Very interesting paper. And I think it's very nice that you use the instrumental variable methodology, so you're very aware of the potential for endogeneity and reverse causality as well. Just a couple of questions. So one is that are you able to control for so perhaps I missed it and I apologize if I did. Are you able to control for competition in a particular area between the different types of firms, because it may be relevant in terms of just understanding the relevance of the instrument in terms of the exclusion restriction. So that would just be one comment regarding that. The other is that, so it's great that you're able to look at loans. Are you able to look at, you mentioned financial constraints, if there are any other measures of financial constraints that you might think of that you might have the data to include, say, as control variables. But overall, I really enjoyed it. I think it was very interesting, and you get results that I think that make a lot of sense.
So can I answer this?
Yes, please go ahead.
Yeah. So thank you, Professor Richard, and you did not miss it because I haven't control for competition, so that's a very welcome point, and I'll try to see control for the competition between firms and then see if my instruments and the exogeneity still holds. And I think that would just improve my paper, so I thank you so much for that. In terms of loans, I do not have much data in terms of, the only sort of data that could be used is sort of binary variables again. So here, this was the working capital question from the survey. The other surveys are like the loans. It directly asks the amount of loans that the firm is able to take. So it's sort of binary variables only. So the notions of liquidity or leverage, which are the traditional practice of taking, or the recent measures of KZ index or the Wiedewo index, is something that I am not able to control for, because they also require multiple indicators within a firm level. So though there is information on finance, there is not so much of consistent information which enables us to draw that financial heterogeneity across each firm and account for that. So given that I wanted to maintain a sample size also and not lose a lot of observation because of that, so we have resorted to a dummy measure here. So thank you, sir.
So Professor Mayank Patel.
I would like to ask Mr. Reddy one thing. One of the variable which is very significant in your analysis results which has come up is regulation. In your presentation also, you said customs clearance, the regulation pertaining to that is very important in participation in GVC. Now, World Bank does also does one more study. It's called Ease of Doing Business Index ranking, and one of the sub parameter of ease of doing business ranking is trading across borders. I think this global value chain will include some elements of trading across borders also. So what would be the result? Let's say if you compare countries or if you look at regulation from the EODB ranking on these sub parameters, I'm sure you may have some idea about EODB as well. So what do you think can be the impact of that ranking being brought into your analysis?
Right. Thank you so much, sir, for that question. And I had actually used trading across borders as an indicator in the earlier draft of the paper, where we found a significant impact and that it is extremely important. We had taken ease of doing business as a whole and taken the sub-components also. But the thing is, to answer what the impact would be, it is still promoting. So it is extremely important. The trade facilitation is important, and using a different database of ease of doing business as a complete indicator and the trading across border notion, they all hold. So that is perfectly fine with the analysis. And in the paper, though I did not present in the presentation, in the paper I have done a small graphical analysis using these two measures, trading across borders and the GVC participation at country level, and shown a upward trend that both of them are promoting each other. So that's how it is. However, for a formal empirical analysis, the reason I did not take it now is because at firm level, if I try to I try to draw the heterogeneity from country level. I had actually done that in one of the previous drafts, but the referee did not like it much. And after the rejection and the revision of the paper, I went about with a purely firm level analysis. So what you're saying is well taken. I had done the analysis and the results hold. So as of now in the present draft, it is just a graphical analysis. But to answer your question, it is an important factor and it promotes it.
Okay, one more thing. I was going through your results, especially the two slides where you are presenting the significance levels, probabilities, p-values, right? I think in terms of marking for email is also one of the variables you have considered. Perhaps email in many of the analysis is not coming out as a significant variable, even though you have shown it. Please check that.
So just to correct you there, email is actually significant across all specifications.
So, so perhaps the numbers that you are presenting would be.
I'll certainly cross-check this, sir. I'll certainly cross-check.
So the numbers in bracket are p-values or different?
That's standard error, sir. The p-value I've just.
I thought it's a p-value. That's fine.
No, sir.
Very well then. No issues.
Right, sir. Thank you, sir.
No more question from my side.
So thank you, Mr. Ketan. It was a kind of wonderful presentation from your side. And now moving on towards second presentation. This research is done by Ms. Aditi and Dr. Nalin Bharti. Ms. Aditi and Dr. Nalin Bharti will be talking about private infrastructure financing through public-private partnership in India and investigation for renewable energy and transport. Dr. Nalin Bharti is associated with the Indian Institute of Technology, Patna as an associate professor. And macroeconomic reform, labor economics, WTO, and India are the current areas of his research. And co-author of this article, Ms. Aditi, is associated with the Indian Institute of Technology, Patna as a research scholar. So now I will request Aditi to start with the presentation. Over to you, Aditi.
Thank you, sir.
I think you will need to close the document recovery mode.
Yes, that's perfect.
So, good evening, everyone. My name is Aditi, and as Sir introduced me, I'm working under Dr. Nalin Bharti, and this topic is quite familiar with my PhD thesis because I'm working on financing and particularly to energy and transport sector. So I just chose this topic because some of the papers that I read, I found it very interesting that we all talk about infrastructure, but we only talk about investment and we don't see that where do financing problems or what are the problems that uh, infrastructure development in India faces in terms of financing. Though government spending is important, but it's not adequate in my point of view. So I thought that I'll have a word on private infrastructure financing through public-private partnership in India and investigation for renewable energy and transport. To go for the introduction, I think, and the background, I would like to start with discussing some of the statistics that I found from some of the reputed organizations about the infrastructure in India. So as we all know that infrastructure is very important for any economy's economic and social development, for economic growth, for job creation and industrial development. So the statistics that says that the current observation hints towards a shortfall of about $350 billion a year. And that I recorded from McKinsey Global Institute. In the same line, I think Niti Aayog also estimated that our country, India, would need around $4.5 trillion for its infrastructure by 2040. Then, according to Global Infrastructure Outlook, India needs around 4.5 trillion US dollars. And the current UNCTAD Investment Trends Monitor report says that India was the 10th largest recipient of global FDI in 2017 and remained the topmost destination for greenfield capital investment. So why not find another financing opportunity in terms of FDI or in terms of ODA or in terms of any private financing that we can generate for our own infrastructure development in the country. Moreover, Economic Survey of India, latest in 2019, also said that about $526 billion infrastructure investment gap is there by 2050 if we go by data. So the basic rationale that and the objective and methodology that I have come across is I want to find and I saw that extensive literature is available assessing the need and role of government expenditure in infrastructure development in India. However, scanty study seems to explore prospects for private or foreign finance through FDI or ODA, or even if I can say that if FDI can be a substitute or can act collaborative with the government in terms of public-private partnership mode. So there are some insights that I got was that FDI and ODA have emerged as prominent source of infrastructure finance in African countries, Korea, Japan, Bangladesh, Pakistan, Vietnam, and Indonesia, etc. These countries are actually financing their infrastructure through FDI or ODA. But their consideration in India, especially for since we have to look about the climate change, we are talking about sustainability. So we need to think about energy and especially renewable energy and transport also in a sustainable manner. If we talk about electric mobility, we need to find some areas where finance is not the impediment for our country because if any country is there, government cannot be they don't have the ample resources to finance the resources or even to revamp. Even USA is also financing have private finance for its infrastructure revamping. So my objective would be to explore the trends and prospects for FDI or ODA viability and usefulness as private finance for Indian infrastructure development. And again, I'll discuss some cases of foreign countries, some insights, some instances which I found while my lecture review. And I try to understand through conceptualization that how the infrastructure, especially energy and transport, act as a social economic development measures for sustainable development in India. And for methodology, it's kind of a qualitative exploratory analysis because not much research I found that is there that connects FDI ODA empirically to infrastructure development. And the papers and the reports of various institutes like World Bank, ADB, UNCTAD, UNDP, etc. have been analyzed. Then the current trends that I can, through this graph, I can show that out by region, from the right side, it's by region. So out of 100%, only 49.1% of the investment has been done on infrastructure if we talk about 2016 to 30 all over the world. And in developed Asia, it's 7%. And in United States is 12%. The highest is there in Western Europe, that is 22%. And again, China also 29%. By sector, I can say that power is the least spending sector, which on the left-hand side, we can see only 1.1 out of 3.8% of GDP is being invested from 2016 to 30, and the investment that we need or that we need to do from 2017 to 35 in power sector is itself 1.3% by GDP and by sector. And if I can talk about the trend in FDI versus ODA in India, then it has grown over the years from 2008 to 2017. It has grown considerably. Especially, I've taken energy and transport and communication because my focus is on both the sectors. And in the right side, if I talk about year-wise, so the highest investment was there in 2010, and again that investment highest was there in 2012, but not much investment was there in 2017. So we could find that what could be the reason. Is there any government problems, or is there FDI has increased and ODA has not been there for energy or transport and communication in India? This is the foreign direct investment flows to India, country-wise and industry-wise, that I've taken from RBI data, recent 2020 data. So the highest FDI contributor to our country is Singapore, Mauritius, then USA, Japan. So can't we think about that, okay, can we deploy FDI or ODA for an infrastructure sector also? If FDI is so much coming so much into our country, why not deploy all these things? Or we can have a regulatory framework where we can think about FDI into infrastructure, because there could be a lot of importance. It brings advanced technology, it brings required capital, it brings required expertise. Even the more development in infrastructure will stimulate other FDI in other different sectors in our country. So this was the point, that why can't we do and why can't we induce FDI or ODA to our infrastructure sector more? There's also a snapshot that current developments we can go through. So in table 2, electricity and other energy generation, distribution and transmission, it has grown considerably, and from 1,364, it has increased to 1,906, which cannot be said a very large amount of growth, but we need to think about it that can we do it? While 2018 and 19 had a very good growth. In transport also the same thing, but 2016 and 17 saw a downfall there. Some of the important investor countries is France, UK, South Korea, Hong Kong, Germany, UAE, and Belgium in our country. So the insights that I draw from the literature survey that I did was countries like Korea, Vietnam, Ethiopia, Uganda, etc. have ODA as the essential financial resources for green energy, that is investment in renewable energy sources, and for all its business operations, for all its infrastructure building and human resource development. And there are also collaborations with ADB, Zika, UNDP, and European Union, etc. Even the total investment of 108 billion has been done from 2021 to 2030 in Vietnam through ODA. EVN, PVN, Venacom and companies to enhance their efficiency and financial capacity. It also reduces the cost of loans and sell energy bonds domestically and establish joint ventures for power projects through FDI attraction. So FDI and ODA has been working as a great financing instruments in infrastructure for a lot of different countries in the world. Even Japan gives a lot of loan to India in form of ODA, about 3.45 US billion dollar to India to boost urban infrastructure. And the recent example, we can see the Delhi Mumbai Industrial Corridor, the part of dedicated freight corridor project, and the Northeast Road Network Connectivity Improvement Project. So it's not that the opportunities are not available, we just need to find those opportunities. So also the striking finding for me was that various countries have made provision to induce FDI or ODA as financial assistance for development of transport and energy, and China as a leader. China's investment in Africa or USA investment in Indonesia or Vietnam has been very important, even through their business point of view and trade point of view. There are a lot of papers that was available that talked about the development or the investment of China in Africa. And the One Belt, One Road initiative is very much that highlights the kind of the quality of infrastructure development that China does in Africa through FDI in ODA form. Mostly FDI. So I think I tried to conceptually analyze the importance of investment and how it's going to impact the socio-economic condition in my country, in India. And for that, two economic theories has been taken, Fishman's and Rostow's. Fishman's doctrine of unbalanced growth and Rostow's stages of economic growth. So this is my conceptualization. If I have a private finance, it's for investment, FDI or ODA. Through the routes of public-private partnership, it not only reduces capital deficiency, enhances technological advancement, and that technological advancements and capital deficiency problem, if removed, it leads to the development of energy and transport infrastructure. What it provides is energy security or transport security and resilience, which is a very important factor for economic growth. Sustainability, and sustainability comes from green infrastructure, which leads to inclusiveness, and from economic growth that leads to development. So it's not only from GDP point of view, it's larger impact on human development in terms of poverty reduction, inequality reduction, better climate, dealing with climate problems, job creation, etc. So the chain works like somehow that if we have infrastructure development, it leads to more increased economic activities. Now, what I mean by that is, if you have a better transport facilities, you can have better connectivity through different regions in your country, and you can have better manufacturing units settled out there, and you can trade very well, where you can create jobs and even can promote industrialization and service sector in a better manner. Then again, I told that employment and increased income. So when people are employed, obviously that their income increases. With income, they have a set of demands that they do, and which eventually leads to more production of goods and services in an economy. And that leads to more capital formation with a chain of more savings and investment. And when this chain works, it leads to economic growth and enhanced productivity. When there's enhanced growth, enhanced productivity, there's kind of a sustainability. You move towards sustainability, and there's a better technological and advancement and development. You can, they're kind of a structural change that takes you from backward to a forward moving country. Like, for example, if I say that what I mean by sustainable development and what is sustainable transportation. So we can think about modes like environment, it can be climate change, air quality, noise, land use, waste. This is how a sustainable transportation will help a country. Through economy, it's energy growth, employment, pricing, and competitiveness. And society, it's more of a safety, health, disturbance, and equitable distribution of income and wealth. There could be a lot of policy tools for sustainable transport, that is parking charge, zero emission zone. Then we can have bicycle zones that most of the countries have. Even I think India in Bangalore also they have these bicycle zones. Then separate lines for public transport. You can have park and ride. You can have free fare transport policy, and most importantly, integrated public transport. Use your less personal cars, and the problem will. So the derived impact on the society is economic growth and development, capital formation, labor mobility, rural development in terms of connectivity, transport and internet, industrial development that will support Make in India and DMIC, urban development, smart city, job creation and market expansion, diversified jobs and trade and commerce, and there's also e-commerce. There are a lot of government of India that have taken a lot of initiatives to finance infrastructure. The recent one is in the Union Budget 2021. The government has given a massive push to the infrastructure sector by allocating rupees about 1,69,637 crores, about 24.27 billion to develop the transportation sector. And Indian Railways has received an allocation of rupees 72,000 crores. There's also in December 2020, the Ministry of Road Transport and Highways signed a memorandum of understanding on technology cooperation in the road infrastructure sector with the Federal Ministry of Climate Action, Environment, Energy, with the Republic of Australia. Then also there are a lot of other projects. Like if I talk about National Solar Mission 2010, that's a very good thing that that not only develops a grid connected but off-grid applications that will make accessibility to energy through even rural areas. There's also draft for national energy policy. So as in conclusion, I would definitely like to say that though it's not a very researched area, I found it a very new one that today the world is doing it, but India is heading towards it, but we are thinking about it. So public-private partnerships have been touted as highly efficient alternatives to the public sector, benefiting from more efficient construction, lower cost overruns, more innovation, and an optimization of full life cycle cost. Government regulations like better interest rates, tax cuts, land reforms, etc. incentives attract more FDI and ODA. And the question might be that why anybody would invest in India. So India has some of the qualities or some of the benefits that it has a very huge market with a good demographic dividend. and a very resource-rich country. So it's not that only the host, but the home, only the home, but the host country also gets benefit with a lot of opportunity. So the improvement in energy access and transportation facilities in India is immense importance. And due to COVID-19, we know that digitalization and last mile services have become even more important. So the extensive dependency on electricity for digital buying, or congestion in bigger towns, or electrification of railways, or even growth of telecom services have made us fully dependent of energy and transport infrastructure. The opportunity for India is staggering amid government programs like Make in India, Smart City Project, Industrial Corridors, Startup India, Digital India, etc., and makes it even more crucial to invest in infrastructure. Thank you.
So, I'm audible? Yeah. So thank you, Ms. Aditi. It was an interesting presentation. As I understand, your paper tries to conceptually assess the importance of PPP in mitigating the infrastructure finance gap in India. And the data you have collected, that is from the budget of 2021 to 2022. And Professor Richard, your inputs are required, sir.
Yeah, thank you. So I think that was an interesting presentation. I think you have a lot of, I think, very useful data that you show there, and it's always very useful to look at this sort of data and flows at that sort of level and get a picture of exactly what's going on. You brought up a lot of interesting issues regarding kind of trends in foreign direct investment and so on and so forth. A couple of suggestions regarding literatures to look at. So the finance literature and macroeconomics literature has talked about this issue that for every $1 a government spends on, say, infrastructure or other sort of investment, that there's an idea in macroeconomics that it generates more than $1 in income, for example. So any investment that a government makes can be basically amplified or accelerated. We call this financial accelerator models. So it might be useful to kind of look at some of the literature that has looked at India versus other countries to get a sense of just how much we would call it bang for the buck India is getting in terms of its infrastructure investments. I think you touched upon a lot of the complexities in this sort of issue on foreign direct investment versus, say, government investment as well. It seems like there's also a literature that has argued that, let's say the Indian government makes an investment in infrastructure, that can potentially crowd out foreign direct investment, for example. So, you know, there's a lot of benefit from having this partnership between investors and the government. But given that you've identified things like foreign direct investment as an important source there, it's worth kind of just thinking about, or maybe even discussing it. It's hard to get a concrete answer for this sort of question, but just this idea that if the Indian government does a direct investment, does that actually reduce the amount of foreign investment, for example?
Thank you. I would also request Professor Mayank to give his inputs.
Aditi, it was a very interesting presentation. I would give one or two suggestions for you to perhaps look at in your research also. One of the biggest challenge in infrastructure development, and especially in PPP mode, which comes is acquisition of land for any project. And most of the time, government fails on that, or it gets the project gets delayed because of the problems in land acquisition. So perhaps if your research includes this aspect also, it would really be able to give policy directive, or it can give policy suggestion for infrastructure development. That's the one thing. Another thing is in public-private partnership, generally the public government wants to change the rules of the game after some time, after the commissioning of the project. So there is an agreement signed for 10 years, but after 4 years of the life of the agreement, government wants to change the agreement. And the investors, FDI investors in that project, then looks at losses or reduced return from the earlier expected return. And this discourages them, or it discourages other investors to invest in infrastructure project in the same country. deal with the same government. So if you also can look at this aspect in infrastructure financing development, perhaps the research can be very interesting for FDI investors as well. Right, that's it.
Thank you, Mayank, and thank you, Aditi, for a wonderful presentation. Thank you so much. And now moving on towards our last presentation. This research is done by Mr. Pankaj Kumar Soni. Mr. Pankaj will be talking about sustainability and resilience of the economic transformation in rural India, analysis with the performance of primary agriculture credit societies. Mr. Pankaj is associated with the Faculty of Social Science at Banaras Hindu University as assistant professor in the Department of Economics. His research interest is in macroeconomics, Indian economics and public policy. And now I will invite Mr. Pankaj to start with the presentation. Mr. Pankaj, over to you.
Okay, thank you, sir, to giving me opportunity to discuss my paper and research. I think I am audible.
Yes, you are.
Yeah. Okay. Actually, I am talking about the sustainability and resilience of the economic transformation in rural India, analysis with the performance of the PACs. Basically, I am looking the issue of the finance in the rural area. When you have to talking about the rural development and anything, there is a lot of the problem about the financing in the rural area. And we have a very well-established setup of primary agriculture credit society. Basically, they have to define by the 1900-400 Society Act, Cooperative Society Act, and we have a very good infrastructure about the PACs in overall the India. Every village has a PACs, but the performance of the PACs is not suitable, and they are not a part of the financing in overall country. They are the role of the PACs is totally declined after the some time. And when we have to talk about the post-independence era, rural development is the part of our economic policy, and rural development is also a very important factor for the economic development. When our almost the 45% population are the totally dependence of the agriculture activities and other things. When we have to look about that things, suppose we are develop the infrastructure in the rural area, that means you can't be avoid the agriculture sector. The finance come from the agriculture sector. And when you have to go for the agriculture sector, then we have to look about there is a lot of the shortage about the finance. When we are looking about the number of the farmers, almost the small and marginal farmer are the part of the almost 60 to 70% of the total farming community. And they have no access of the finance from the any sources. And they go for the some non-institutional player. So basically, that's the main problem. You can't be generate the finance in the rural areas. When we have to looking about the RBI policy and other things, actually we can define the RBI policy in the almost classify in the four sector. First, actually RBI have tried to develop a suitable network presence in the rural areas, and some type of the policy pressure also introduced in the rural areas to develop the financial institution. And also they have to also develop some financial acknowledgement. Basically, there is a lot of the lack of the literacy in the peoples. When we have to go for the cooperative society is the cooperation between the 10 and more than the 10 peoples. You have to constitute the cooperative society, and the cooperative society actually cover all these problems. When we have to strengthen the cooperative society, actually all these things has been sorted out. So basically, I am trying to look about the performance of the PACs. So I have to little bit spend the time for my data source and methodology. Then I have to come from my variables and what are the main results for my finding. Then come from what are the main conclusion and findings. So actually, I try to avoid the literatures, which could just I come to the data source and methodology. when we have to start the looking about the data source, how you can start the analysis of the cooperative sectors, we have actually three type of the data source. One of the RBI. RBI have provided the data source, the movement of the cooperative society since till 1982. After the formation of the NABARD had provided the data for the cooperative movement to 1997. After the 1997, the data we can collect from the National Federation of the State Cooperative Banks Limited. So actually we have a three different type of the data set. And the main problem is that we can't be compare the first two data set with the third data set. Actually, the first two data set is the official data set. They have to collected the data from the cooperative society with the registrar general of the cooperative society, because there is a very important factors. When have to cooperative society has registered, they have to go for the voluntary, they have to make information for the registrar general. So that's the main problem for the cooperative society. I come to the conclusion point on that point. And after the 1997, the data come from the National Federation of the State Cooperative Banks Limited. So I have to divide the data into two sets. One of the, I have to look about the data set from the provided by the NABARD, and second about the data set provided about the NAFESCO. Second thing about, I like to also clarify, when I am looking about the cooperative sector, actually the primary agriculture credit society is the main final point of the corporate credit creation financing institution. And when you have to look about the primary agriculture credit society, there is our country have adopted almost three type of the pattern for the primary agriculture credit society. Some village has a primary agriculture credit society, some village has a farmer service society, and the Adivasi areas, they have to constitute the lands. Basically lands, that means large scale Adivasi multi-purpose society. So when I have to use the data for the packs, I have to club the data for the packs, FSS, Farmer Service Society, and the packs, LAMS, large size Adivasi multi-purpose society. So when I have to use that data set. And second about the limitation of the my data set is that there is some time gap. Almost there is always time gaps available. Basically, the cooperative society has informed the registrar general, and then registrar general has published that data. So actually, that's the main problem. So I have to collect data to 1980 to 2015. And third thing about my limitation of the data. Actually, I use some methodology. I just use the combined annual growth rate for that data set. So that's the main data source and methodology. Now I have to come to my main point. Actually, I have to skip that since demand for the rural credit and supply. Actually, that's a part of my literatures. How I start looking about that thing. So I have to come to my first table. Actually, just I am looking about the direct institutional credit. When you have to look about the credit system in agriculture sector, there is a two part. One of the institutional, second about the non-institutional. Actually, non-institutional, you have no data any, and not you have no any type of the data for the non-institutional. So I come from the institutional data. When you have to look about the institutional credit, we have almost four type of the multi-agency approach for the institutional credit. One of the cooperative society, second about the state government, third about the scheduled commercial bank, and fourth about the regional rural banks. When I have to look about the data for the cooperative sector, actually, I have to just looking about the total credit provided in the absolute terms. So when we have to look about the absolute terms, the data of the cooperative sector has increasing. But when you have to look about the percentage term, that data has the decreasing. First, actually, 1980-81, cooperative sector has contributed almost 60% of the total credit system. When we have to looking about the 2011-12, actually they have to contribute only 19% of the total credit contribution. That means the role of the agriculture packs has declining day by day. And when we have to also look about the loan outstanding, actually when that's like the total loan issues data, and I also let you know what is the loan outstanding. That's also important factor for the strengthening of the financial institution. Loan outstanding, you have to look about that cooperative sector data has also declined, percentage also has declined. 90, 81, 81, they have to total loan outstanding. They have to cover the almost 57% of the total credit in the rural area. And 2011-12, they have to cover only 12% of the total areas. Now I have to come to the main points. That's actually my final results. I have to use them variables. I am to looking about the lot of the variables. One of the main variable, number of the society, basically the ones we have to go for the cooperative principles. The viable cooperative, they have to introduce the viable cooperative principle. Viable cooperatives means that the one village has one cooperative. So number of the society is too much important. And the second thing about the membership is also important. How many people have part of the cooperative society, that's also important. So I am just looking about the one variable, number of the society, second variable, total membership, third variable, I am looking about the per society membership. Then I am looking about the data for the total borrowers, how many people have asking for the loan. So when we go for the that's the data variables, just to have to look about that things in the all India scenario, when we have to look about the NABARD data set, the number of the society has declining, but they have to declining less than the 1%, almost minus 0.339%. When we have to looking about the NAFESCOP data set, the number of the society has declining, and that declining is almost 3%. That means the number of the society has declining after the 1997. And when we have to go for the membership, the NABARD data set actually show about the time span from the 1982 to 1997, and that time span actually show that the membership has increased. Almost they have to increase 2.048. But NAFESCOP data set show that only membership has increased 0.6363. That means the membership has not increased after the 1997. And when we have to look about the per society membership, the per society membership NAFESCOP data set show the good result compared to the NABARD data set. When NABARD data set, we are looking about the almost 2.397, and NAFESCOP data set show that 3.302. So that means the per society membership has increasing. Basically, this is a part of the viable cooperative rules. Basically, viable cooperative rules show that once one village had one cooperative. Earlier that when you have to look about the 1904 Cooperative Society Act, and that time that act has suggested regulate that 10 and more than the 10 people has constitute the cooperative society. But after the when the policymakers looking about the viability of the cooperatives, they have to now change that policy, and instead of the 10 people and more than the 10 people, they have to start the policy of the one village has one cooperative society. And when you have to look about the total number of the borrowers, it's a very interesting. Total membership actually show that total membership per capita society, you have to look about that has been increased from the NAFESCOP data set. Yeah, that means after the 1997, the total membership has increased. But total borrowers membership, when you have to look about that, they have to decrease almost minus 5.591. That means the people are not interested to go to borrow the money from the cooperative society. And the same thing, I have to also looking about the lot of the variables. I have to looking about the viability of the packs, total loan advance, total loan outstanding, total loan recovery, overdue. And actually that's also important factors to strengthen any financial institution. When we have to go for the total loan advance, the NABARD data so that the almost 82 to 97, the loan advance is showing that CGR basis 12.659%. And when you have to go for the NAFESCOP data set, that's actually show the 7.853. That means the total loan advance has declining in these years. And when we have to go for the total loan outstanding is also declined after the 2000 to 2020. And when we have to look about some other things, some other variable social security impact, actually I am just looking about the bigger section membership, bigger section, that means the scheduled caste and scheduled tribes. And I have to also include the women in the part of the cooperative society. And I just look about that since the NABARD data set so that there has some improvement. 1.515 actually show that there is some improvement, but NAFSCOPE data set show that the total beaker membership has also declined. That actually show about the minus 2.133, and that's also declining trend. When I have to also look about the beaker section borrowers, actually this is also important factor. How many beaker section has borrowing from the cooperative society and other things. Actually, NABARD data said that actually it's also negative trend. The beaker section is not too much interested to borrow the money from the cooperative society, and NAFSCOPE data set actually show that that's the number is too high, almost minus 14. So almost they actually show that when we have to looking about the social security measurement, that social security measurement, the cooperative society is not working in that area. On the basis of that things, actually I like to finding and conclude basically the main causes for the limited progress of the performance of the PACs. Actually, the illiteracy of the people is most important. Basically, the people have double coincidence for the cooperative society. Actually, they are looking about the cooperative society is the government institution. When the government actually looking about that's a cooperative society is the people's institution. So that's the main problem. And that's the main problem actually not important, not making the performance for the cooperative society. And also when we have to looking about the a small size of the primary units, there is also a different state has introduced the different law for the cooperative society. Some cooperative society, they have to provisions for the election, they have to elected the candidate. When the candidate has going to election, they have to go for their own member and other things. So that's another problem for the cooperative society. And there is also inefficiency of the management, also a part of that cooperative society. There, on the basis of the inefficiency of the management, they are not working in the accurate area. Actually, I am looking for that. Actually, it's an old institutional of the providing the financing in the rural area. When we have to strengthen that institution, we can make the finance gap. We have to cover the finance gap in the rural area. Once the finance gap has covered, then we have to move for the rural development and other perspectives. And actually, when and another actually I have to find about that actually examination of the concept of the cooperative so that it could be not given in the practical set, as well as the considerable vagueness about it. Basically, the concept has not conceptualized. Villagers has very ill, they are the illiterate and they actually can't understand the concept and principle of the cooperatives, and actually the not understanding of the principle and perspectives of the cooperatives, they can't be utilized as a financial institution. Actually, there is also, when you have to looking about the institutional credit system in the rural area, we have to find that there is too much, very few financial inclusion in the rural areas. And that's the main problem for the cooperative sectors. Actually, on the basis of all these results, actually, I make a way forward for that things to attain and retain the financial viability of the cooperative society. It must be essential to give a special attention to the functioning of this society. And actually, government has also constituted a Vaidyanathan committee in 2004-05, and that Vaidyanathan committee has also recommended the necessary step should be taken for the implement of the rival package. How can they make actually the cooperative society this time facing a problem for the scheduled commercial banks. Competition with the scheduled commercial bank. Once the scheduled commercial bank had starting the giving the finance in the rural areas, so now that there is too much the share of the scheduled commercial bank lending is going up, and that's the main problem creating. That's the main problem create for the cooperative sector. So actually, when we have to looking about the multi-sector agencies approach for the rural areas, then the importance of the cooperatives must be institutionalized. Otherwise, we can't be cover all the things. When you have to look about the priority sector lending for the rural areas, the bank has never covered that priority sector lending. And when actually the priority sector, instead of the focusing on the priority sector lending, we have to focus on the strength of the cooperative sector. So that can be make the point all the things. Okay. Actually, that's my final results. So thank you so much.
Okay. Am I audible?
Yes.
Yes.
So thank you, Mr. Pankaj. It was an interesting presentation, and as I understand, your study tries to examine the rural development vis-a-vis cooperative movement in India. But I would also request Professor Richard to help you with his inputs in your current research.
Yeah, very interesting presentation. I think very interesting empirical facts that you brought to light regarding how the credit to the agricultural sector is developing. I mean, it's a very important issue that's been touched upon in a lot of the economic literature. So I think the data that you bring to light is great. I mean, I think the problem of these sorts of entities like PACs that you identify here is facing similar problems to a lot of other sorts of initiatives that have tried to give agricultural credit to rural areas. So for example, in both India and a number of other countries, a lot of people have tried things like microcredit, which is, they've done experimental studies which have tried to give specified credit to farmers and in rural areas as well. And a lot of times uptake is very challenging because of issues like trust and lack of understanding, which seems to be some of the issues that you've identified here. The other thing that I would mention is that you had a very interesting set of data where the amount of credit by commercial banks was increasing drastically over time, whereas the amount of credit by these PACs were not increasing by as much. And I think I would raise the question of whether that's necessarily a good thing. So I know that, in terms of the viability of the PACs, it's not a good thing. But it sort of reminded me of a pattern that happened in the US agricultural sector around the early 1980s, where we saw a similar sort of trend where credit to the agricultural sector shot up like crazy in the late 1970s, and that actually precipitated a bubble in the land of the agricultural sector and actually a very deep financial crisis for the sector. So I guess I'd raise the question, is the amount of commercial lending in agriculture is it actually necessarily a beneficial thing, or are there some sort of warning signs? So for example, if you could look at the price of agricultural land in the areas that they're lending to, that might help to answer that sort of question. So I mean, I guess the broader question is, do we necessarily want to see that sort of growth, or is there an overextension of credit in those areas?
Can I answer?
Yeah, I would also request Professor Mayank to give his input.
Yeah, it's a very interesting paper. Cooperatives have been the groundwork foundation for some of the success that India has seen in rural upliftment. However, you have highlighted here the failures or the issues with cooperative sector, especially the primary agriculture cooperative societies. Now, two things can perhaps help in understanding challenges here. One is how commercial banks have stepped in their lending activity to agriculture through the medium of, let's say, Kishan credit card and other facilities. So that's one. Second is there has been a tremendous success of small help group, SHGs. And across India, they have found a lot of voice, a lot of support from government as well as NGOs, as well as sustainability investing sector and impact investing sector also. I think you should look at it, why SHGs are very successful and why success is evading cooperative credit societies. So I think that comparison would highlight a lot of factors which is missed in this paper, in this research. That is what I would like to add here.
Okay. Thank you, sir, for giving me to comment about all the things. But I like to highlight two more important things about the cooperative sectors. one things about the actually you have to like about the how the commercial bank has start some new initiative. Basically, the commercial bank has start the new initiative, but PAX has no type of the initiative. And some another type of the problem. Actually, when you have to go for the village side, actually there are the lot of the social structure creative problem. When you have to go for the some village side, when you have to start about the one cooperative, one viable society, but villagers has no make a agreement for that thing. They have the some caste hierarchy, some type of the another type of the hierarchy. So that's the main problem creating for the cooperative sectors. And cooperative sectors has actually no start new initiative. Just like the Kisan credit card and other things, they have to not start the initiative. If they have to get the rise for the that things, so they can easily compete with the commercial banks, in my point of view. And second, about the self-help group and microcredit. Actually, there is a too much importance going on in that time. There is a lot of the self-help group working for the agriculture sectors, and there is some microcredit initiative has also started in the agriculture sector. But cooperative sector, when we have to go for the cooperative sector, we have to strengthen the cooperative sector. Cooperative sector get advantage in the context of the microcredit and also the great advantage in the self-help group. Basically, the concept of the self-help group is also a part of the inbuilt part of the cooperative society. And when you have to go for the rate of the interest is also important factor for the credit, village credit. When you go for the micro credit and self-help group credit, rate of the interest is too high compared to the cooperative credit sector. So in that ways, when you have to start the strengthening of the primary agriculture credit society, they can easily compete with the self-help group initiative and easily compete with the microcredit initiative. Actually, when you go for all the things, the microcredit initiative and self-help group initiative is already the part of the cooperative society. So actually, it's my observation, and I try to find out how can I think about all the things. Actually, how can I collect the data. Actually, I think it's a field survey is important for that things. When you have to choose from some particular area, and that particular area you have to look about the balance sheet of the some self-help group and the primary agriculture credit society, and that make some good results and other things. So I hope I will do in the next future couples of the day. And thank you so much for the giving me feedback and other things.
Yeah, Pankaj, I have a question. Like, how difficult is it to get data from cooperative societies?
Sir, actually, it's too difficult to find out the data. When I have to looking about the data of the, suppose I am looking the data for the number of the society. Basically, this is the voluntary. If the cooperative society has given the data for the registrar journal, then you are getting the data.
Are they maintaining the data?
Yeah. Actually, that's the main problem. Actually, they are not maintaining the data. Suppose you are looking about the 2011 data and 2012 data, you are suddenly find out that there is too much difference. And you can't be understand how make that difference. Actually, when you have to go for the cooperative literatures and that cooperative literatures, they have to identify one line conclusion for the registrar journal. Registrar is the Brahma, Vishnu, Mahesh of the cooperative society. That's actually one line conclusion they can make.
I'm asking because I also did my research in primary cooperative banks and all, and it was very difficult to get data from NAFCA. Right. So forget about state-based federation office and all, but it is really difficult because they are not maintaining the data. Right. Okay. So thank you, Pankaj. It was a kind of I must say wonderful
thank you so much,
presentation. And I must say that all presentations were very informative. And so unfortunately, Mr. Ravi could not join us just because of some medical emergency. And he was supposed to talk about whether blockchain technology has potential to solve the existing problem of paper-based transaction. Okay. So if I summarize, like first presentation finds a favorable heterogeneous effect of trade facilitation on GVC, participation of less productive firms and larger firms employing more than 100 workers. Your empirical finding highlights the customs have a negative impact on GVC participation of the firm. And second presentation was a kind of exploratory research based on contextual content analysis performed through review of the reports from McKinsey, World Bank, ADB, Niti Aayog. And this paper could be an instrumental for the Indian policy maker to outline better policy to debottleneck infrastructure facilities in India. Empirical data of presentation number 3 indicate that first, there are various bottleneck with the formulation of the policy. Secondly, the primary agricultural credit societies are failed to bring out the adversaries of rural system in India. So with this, I would request Professor Richard and Professor Mayank Patel to throw some light. So Professor Richard, first I will request you.
I'm sorry, I actually wasn't quite able to hear what you just said. If you could repeat yourself.
Yeah, what I'm saying, like, can you please help us to summarize the kind of presentation they are done by the presenters now, so that they will be able to get some more information from us.
To summarize overall the presentations.
Yes, please.
Yeah. So I think I don't have too much to add to what you mentioned for the summary of the different presentations. I think overall it just shows that there's a lot of different aspects to infrastructure, as well as the financing aspect of infrastructure, and in particular sustainable infrastructure. So we saw from the first paper that value chains, basically who's creating what in the chain for delivering the various components of the infrastructure is very important. And so enabling that sort of trade facilitation, as was mentioned in that paper, is important. And we also saw that as well, the importance of these sorts of supply chains with the impact of COVID over the last year. So I think that shed quite a bit of light as well. And then the private-public partnership, we saw just how complicated the structure of infrastructure investment is between both the companies that actually go and do the infrastructure investment as well as government. And we saw that there's an interaction. They can partner together. They can each do their own individual types of investments. So they clearly influence each other. And there's also an important aspect of foreign investment into infrastructure as well. So highlighting each of those different parts and showing how important they are. And I think understanding the interaction of it is a very complicated issue, but also a very important issue that the second paper looked at. And then finally, looking at rural investment was the last paper. And I think it had a lot of very interesting data on credit is very important for agriculture, and agriculture, of course, is very important for infrastructure in general. And essentially showing that the types of credit and types of credit organizations for giving funding to agriculture can matter. And there are different forms that can take. One of this forms was the cooperatives, which was the focus of that paper. And it's very interesting looking at how well can the cooperatives compete against other sources of credit. And the presentation identified a lot of important aspects of the cooperatives and the sorts of trends, and just understanding what determines the credit availability to agriculture is also a very important issue that really is central to infrastructure.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Professor Mayank.
Yeah, I would like to just add that all the three papers were very interesting, presented by young researchers. They addressed three different areas pertaining to infrastructure development. The first paper was very relevant. It looked at participation of a country or a company into global value chain. And it addressed issues not of only hard infrastructure, but it also looked at soft infrastructure. It had a lot of focus on factors, variables like regulation, which is one of the most important soft infrastructure a country need to have for participation in global value chain. Second paper by Ms. Aditi was also very interesting. Talk about public-private partnership. This is an area where India has experimented a lot, struggled a lot, and there are a lot of lessons for countries across the world, especially the emerging market countries or developing countries, to learn from. Third paper looked at another interesting aspect, sustainability and resilience of economic transformation in rural India. And they had, the researcher had looked at cooperative sector as a primary source of credit provider here, and its role, why they are trying to, why they are struggling, why success is not coming to them, the commercial success that we looked at it. So interesting papers we have seen today in fantastic alignment with the overall theme of the conference. I'm sure there is a lot of learning for us as a researcher, reader, teacher, student, and perhaps there will be some learning for the policy makers as well from this.
So thank you all for being with us and patiently listening to the presenters. And I also thank Professor Richard and Professor Mayank for finding time from their busy schedule. Now I will hand over to Vineet. Over to you, Vineet.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. A very good evening to everyone. It was great idea sharing session. I would like to thank Dr. Amit Srivastav, Dr. Richard Thakur, and Mr. Mayank Patel, a special thank you for being here. You all guided us through basics of finance and infrastructure, trade facilitation and global value chain, financing infrastructure through PPP, FDI and Indian market, and sustainability and resilience in the economic structure. We thank the audience for being such a patient listener. I thank all the presenters for presenting interesting and detailed ideas which they researched. We look forward to having more occasions to exchange our ideas. I would like to thank Amit sir, Astha ma'am and Rachna ma'am to provide all the guidance and support. Also my colleague Sushmita Sunkara, students volunteer and technical team. So we are ending our day here. Our next session would be on social infrastructure and sustainability. Into that, we would look into health sector, safety and climate change. So we are starting tomorrow at 9:30 a.m. Please stay safe and have a wonderful evening. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Now,